because I got a few thousand people that are going to get the wrong link, and then they're going to hit the wrong link, and then they're going to say, "What's going on? What's happening?" And then they're going to get another text that's going to have the corrected link, and then they're going to come in. Anybody in that group? Anybody get the wrong link? Give me a yes if you got the wrong link and you just got the right one just now. Okay, yeah. That's me. That's all me. Yeah, just forgive me for I know not what I do, or what is it? God is not through with me yet, and I'm trying. So I appreciate your patience, and thank you for understanding. All right, so anyway, so yeah, so what was on my mind today from a financial consciousness standpoint? A couple of things. Number one, a lot of you may have. Does anybody own Nvidia stock? How many of you own Nvidia stock? I did a little bit of work on Nvidia stock recently, where I was basically explaining the reason I didn't buy. I'm not buying Nvidia. I haven't been buying it is because there's a lot of concern that the stock could be overpriced and overhyped. There's a lot of uncertainty there. There's a lot of risk that the AI revolution is not going to turn out the way people expect in terms of the economic impact. It doesn't mean AI isn't going to be relevant. AI is going to be very relevant. It doesn't mean AI isn't going to make money. AI is going to make trillions of dollars. But in financial markets, expectations are everything. It's not about how much money you make, it's how much money you were expected to make and if you met those expectations. Do you understand? So, really, I don't know if NVIDIA is going to meet the expectations. So, my son came in here the other day. I call him my son, but really, I'm his bonus dad. But he's, I treat him like my son because he's in my house, and he came in and he was confused and he said, Nvidia stock, passed its earnings expectations. He said, I don't understand. Like they didn't just make a lot of money. He understands enough to know that if a company passes the expectation on earnings, that they're going to have a stock price jump. And he said, I don't understand because Nvidia went down. If you notice, it went down by 3%, which is a pretty massive market cap impact for a company like Nvidia. Let me see, $1 trillion. What's 1% of a trillion? Sorry, I gotta get that right. Is it? Let me see. Let's see. 10% is 100 billion. So 1% is $10 billion. So when it goes down 3%, that's a $30 billion decline in market value. So a lot of wealth was lost. And I explained to him that it's not that Nvidia didn't make a ton of money. They always make a crap ton of money. They're going to keep on doing that for a long time. It's also not that they didn't exceed expectations. They did. They did the best that they could do. What happened is that there's a third element that doesn't get discussed as much called guidance. And guidance is just when the insiders in the company are sharing with investors like, "Hey, this is what we see down the road. This is what we see." So what they basically said was down the road we see some concerns. We see some competitive pressure. We see some risk factors. But we're still going to make a crap ton of money. Like that's not going to stop. Can't stop, won't stop, with that kind of thing. But we do see that we're going to, instead of making like a complete crap ton, we're going to make a 90% of a crap ton, right? So it doesn't mean that they are not going to make a lot of money. They're going to make a lot of money. It just means that they're going to make a little less than what everyone expected. So this drop in the price, it's not a crash, it's not a plummet, it is a correction. And does this correction make Nvidia into a good buy? I don't feel like it is. I still feel like there's a lot of risk there. And remember, one of the keys of investing is you don't look where everybody else is looking. You also want to look where nobody's looking. Right? That's where you make the money is you find the hidden gems, not the gems that are in plain sight. When a gem is in plain sight, everybody's hyped up. And even in dating, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna tell you the truth. When I was younger, I never was interested in the girl that everybody liked. I was always interested in the amazing girl that nobody noticed, where I could see inside of her and see wonderful things that other men may not have noticed. That was what I was most interested in. I met my wife in the library. I did not meet her in the club. I wasn't chasing after certain types of people. I wanted a woman that really gave me what I was looking for, not what the world told me I should be looking for. Do you know what I mean? And that's just a little side, little Uncle Boyce tip on I think what I think creates happiness. And this is why I think you should liberate yourself by being courageous enough to be a free and critical thinker. Like, I think that if you are okay with who you are and you love yourself and you're confident in your opinions, knowing that they're going to be wrong sometimes, right? Y'all saw me make a big mistake just now. I make mistakes all the time, every day, constantly, but self-love is what gets me through it. It says, yeah, I screwed up, but it's all right. I'm the best. I'm the best I got right now. So I'm going to stick with this guy because this guy's worth it, right? And that these little conversations with yourself, what that does is it allows you to go left even if the rest of the world is going right. It allows you to see what you think is truth, even if everyone else is like, no, that's crazy, that's wrong, that's stupid. That doesn't bother me one bit because it might be crazy, it might be wrong, it might be stupid, but it's okay because it's me and I'm okay, right? And you're okay. And I think that that plays out not just in terms of investing in people, like dating and marriage, but it plays out in investing in stock. That the ability to kind of just say, I don't need to follow the crowd. I don't need to fit in. I don't need to be trendy. I'm gonna go this way, and the crowd's gonna eventually follow me. Just like I always talk about when I started talking about black wealth on urban radio stations and all that, a lot of people were not doing that. They thought that was nerdy and weird, and nobody would be interested in that. But I was like, no, eventually the world will catch up. Eventually people will understand that this is important. And by about 2014, 2015, I started seeing other people doing the same thing. And it was kind of cool. It's kind of nice to have some company, right? Because we know our economics is important. And I stand to you right now, and will say to you that the goal of every morning when we meet for money in the morning is to encourage you to really, really be consistently brave and unafraid of seemingly radical ideas that are going to be incredibly innovative in terms of how we stand as a community. I believe that if we just sort of embrace very simple things that may seem crazy and weird to other people, but make perfect sense to us, like for example, the idea of training a child on stock market investing when they're 7 or 8 years old, or talking to your child about real estate when they're 5, or maybe getting your children to all consider starting a family business instead of all going to work for massa. I think these are things that I've seen as success models. These are things that lead to empowered, liberated Black people that have lots of money and that are doing quite well and are feeling good about life. I don't think that the model they give you is the one that's going to work for you. That's my 2 cents. So circling back, I brought up Nvidia earlier. I'm not interested in Nvidia. I think it's overhyped. Now, do I own it? I do own it. How did I buy it? I bought it when it was like dirt cheap, like literally maybe half the price that it is right now. And that was because my son brought it to me and he said, "This is how they make the video games and or something." And I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'll buy that because I buy stock all the time." And I think that buying stock should just be a part of your culture, consistency. Now, another little point today is tonight at 8 o'clock, we're having Dr. Boyce Real Estate. So I'm going to bring in Constance Carter, and we're going to do some breakdowns on how you can either buy that first home or you can expand, get the multifamily, stuff like that. Constance Carter is absolutely amazing at real estate. She's extremely good. She's interesting to talk to. You guys have met her before. And so that's going to be tonight at 8 o'clock. And I'm going to text out the link where you guys can do a free trial in Dr. Boyce Real Estate and come to the event tonight for free and talk to Constance and things like that. All right, so let's see here. All right, so next thing, let's see. Veronica says, Dr. Boyce, all the BBS does is of the highest excellence, whether video, website, or course. Would you be so kind to grade my 15-minute video? I wish I could grade your video, Veronica, but unfortunately, I have to be honest with you, I get thousands of emails every day, and it's really hard for me to. I can barely even talk to my wife, and then I got to talk to my wife, or I'm gonna get in trouble. So honestly, I do have one-on-one consultations and stuff like that. There is a fee for that. We have to do that in order to, because I just, as much as I wish I could do that for every single request I get, there's some things I just simply cannot do. But if you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, if you want to do a one-on-one, I do a limited number of 30-minute one-on-ones. I did a couple yesterday. So feel free to email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. But just know it's not free. And that's what we have to do in order to make it work. All right. So anyway, all right. So let me hop in and talk about something that was on my mind. I'm going to talk about what I call Medianomics and the economics of Tyler Perry. I'm going to share a video that I put on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Money, and I have more than one Instagram because because apparently since I'm this radical crazed black man, they like to take down my Instagram pages and stuff because I guess because I'm just scary or something. And so the one that I had 700,000 followers on, they just killed it and didn't tell me why. So it's okay. You just keep rebuilding. It's life. I have multiple platforms. And so here is this video with Tyler Perry. And I want you to watch this video because I want you to hear what Tyler's saying about the critics that he gets about his Medea movies and the types of stories that he tells. And then we're going to break this down because there's an economic lesson to be learned here. So whether you agree with him or not. So here we go. Okay, Tyler, you ain't talking. There we go.
Talk you out of a place that God has put you in.
Hold on, let me do it again.
Yeah, but what? No, 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 no. You got to drown all of that out because if you let somebody talk you out of a place that God has put you in, you are going to find yourself in hell. I know for a fact that what I'm doing is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing because for everyone who is a critic, I have thousands of used to be emails from people saying this changed my life. Oh my God, you know me. Oh my God, you saw me. How did you know this about my life, my family? So that is what is important. We're talking a large portion of my fans who are disenfranchised, who cannot get in the Volvo and go to therapy on the weekend. So you've got this highbrow Negro who is all up in the air with his nose up looking at everything. And then you got people like where I come from and me who are grinders, who really know what it's like, whose mothers and were caregivers for white kids and were maids and housekeepers and all of these beauticians that don't discount these people and say that their story don't matter. Who are you to be able to say which black story is important or should be told? Get out here with that bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah, but what? No, 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 no. You got to drown all of that out.
All right. So first thing I want to say is let's do a quick straw poll. Give me a yes if you like what he said. Give me a no if you have objections. What do you think? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you with it or not with it? Okay, I see yes. I see some yeses. I see some no's. I see some people saying there are valid points. Okay. First thing I'm gonna say is that I absolutely positively felt like Tyler made some valid points. I think I feel like Tyler Perry inherently, I don't know him that well. I don't know him at all, actually. I've talked to him, but I don't know him. Um, I think he's a good person. I really do. I think that he's a person that's had some tough experiences that shaped him into the man that he is. I think he's an admirable man in terms of aligning with a lot of values that we would agree in this space, like black wealth and stuff like that. So if Tyler ever wanted to come in and talk, I'd happily have him here to hear his point of view. Um, with the time when we talked on the phone, he did call me and we talked. It was interesting because within the first couple of minutes, he spoke about his critics. He talked about Spike Lee, who at that time had been very critical of some of his Medea movies, and I remember him saying something like, what did he say? He said, well, I didn't go to film school like a lot of these other people did, right? And I remember saying, well, that's probably why your movies do so well because you know how to cut corners. You're not coming in with a preconceived notion of what it takes to make a movie. You're shaping the model and creating the model based on what makes sense, not based on what you learned at USC Film School, right? And sometimes that's an advantage in the sense that a lot of the models for for developing products or developing a film or anything, they come from rich white people, right? So sometimes those models are models that are hard to apply when you're broke and you're black, or even in business. When I was teaching at Syracuse in the business school, they had a great entrepreneurship program, and I remember people saying, well, it takes 3 to 5 years for a business to become profitable. And I was sitting there thinking, I don't know anybody who can sit around and lose money for 3 or 4 years. And we'd be bankrupt by then, homeless. Now, do y'all know anybody? Do y'all know a lot of people who can sit around and lose $100,000 a year or $1 million a year for 3 years and then one day maybe become profitable? I was like, no, the model has to be reshaped. We got to develop business models where you can be profitable in 3 to 4 months or you're gonna have some problems, right? So I like that part of what he said, and I said that's probably why you're good at what you do because when you reshape the model, you can do little things that Tyler is has that has led to his success. Like he can shoot 10 episodes in the amount of time that Hollywood might take to shoot two. Little things like that. Okay, so with that said, and we did talk about money, and I did ask him. I said, "How does it feel to be on the cover of a magazine?" Because right at that time, the day before, I'd seen him on the cover of a magazine where they said he was the highest paid person in Hollywood. And I said, "How does that feel? That's got to be crazy." He said, "I hate it." He said, "I hate when everybody sees how much money I make." And I said, "Yeah, I hate it too." And he said, "Because people don't see how much money it costs, how much you have to invest to build something of your own. People see, so and so made $10 million or $100 million. They think it's like a paycheck. Like you got that money, you can just run to the club and go to the Nike store and go to the Gucci store and just buy a bunch of stuff. No, when you're a business owner, you're not signing the backs of checks, you're signing the front of checks. You got to pay money to run that business. You've never seen me ever go out here publicly talking about, look at how much money I made, y'all. I'm balling, y'all. I'm Dr. Balling ass Boyce Watkins, man. Look at my car, man. Look at my jet, man. I don't do that. I don't, because it sounds stupid. But then second of all, I don't do that because people who see that, first of all, it makes you a target. The Chinese have a saying for this. They say the fattest pig always gets slaughtered. So one of the things that hip hop did to a lot of black males who are in the financial the financial literacy space is it got a lot of them to start acting like rappers. So I'll see people that literally will walk around like rappers and will love to show themselves on a yacht and drinking champagne and driving a Bentley and all this other stuff. And I'm not saying that's not nice to do. I'm not saying that you can't have a plane or a yacht or a Bentley. I think all those I hope God blesses you with all of that. But everybody ain't got to know everything you got. Everybody ain't got to know for two reasons. One, somebody said Boyce with gold teeth. Yeah, I'm not gonna get gold. I'm gonna get platinum, y'all. I'm gonna get a platinum grill. Anyway, so but the thing is, for number one, when you brag about how much money you have, you really become a target. We've talked about this. We've talked about how you have to be aware of how other people see you. So when people see you as the rich guy, somebody's going to try to rob you. Somebody's going to try to scam you. They're going to bring every sob story within a 100-mile radius to you, expecting you to pay. Whenever you go to dinner, they're going to expect you to pick up the check. It becomes very overwhelming. It becomes a burden. Number two, when you're bragging about how much money you have, and you're putting all that on Instagram, that's a problem because you don't know what other people are going through. I mean, that's just it's almost gaudy and rude to say, look, I got $1,148,000 in my bank account, and somebody else can barely pay the rent. That's not gonna generate a positive response for some people. Some of them are just gonna get mad at you and think you're being obnoxious, and then some of them are gonna feel sad about their own lives. Studies show this. Studies show we talked about this about these internet influencers that want to show off how much money they have and how it makes some people feel really bad. Like, damn, like, man, you're 27 and you're making $1 million a year, and I got to go to work today at Taco Bell. So why would you do that to other people? Why would you even behave that way? Like, I think that wealth is important, and you should nurture it, grow it, protect it, build it, find it. I want you to have all of it. But when you get it, it's just not generally wise or mature. We have that term, and I talk about a lot in my book, called economic maturity. It's not economically mature to be all flashy. I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth, and this is where people start thinking I hate rappers, which is not true. But hip hop did all that shit to you. Excuse my French. Hip hop did that. It did that to a lot of our black men. That's why we got a lot of 45-year-old teenagers. Hey dog, I'm up in the club, man. Just silly stuff. Silly stuff. I'm not even judging you going to the strip club. Go do that. If that's your thing, go do that. But why does it have to all be on Instagram? And why is that some sort of false status of success? That's one of the reasons why I'm sure if I ever met Floyd Mayweather, he would think that I don't like him. It's not that I don't like you, it's that you haven't evolved, you haven't grown in 25 years. You all you've done is the whole Money Mayweather thing, which I get it. That's part of your brand. People cheer that on. I don't. I think that that's sad. I want to see Mayweather the philanthropist. I want to see Mayweather the businessman. I want to see Mayweather the grandfather. I want to see Mayweather the pillar of the community. I want to see Mayweather, the corporate mogul who's employing 100,000 black people. That's what I want to see. I want to see that part too. I've seen Money Mayweather since the 1990s, probably. I've seen Money Mayweather for many years. I don't want to see him no more because he looks like a little kid. And that's they call that the infantilization of the black male, that American society incentivizes black men to never grow up, to become these Peter Pan like characters. If you notice, think about it. Diddy, I've known about Diddy since the early 90s, and he was doing the same dances for like 30 years and looked the same. He did the same stuff. He sounded the same. Like he was never gonna get old. And I was like, but I'm getting old. I'm changing. I'm evolving. I'm not who I was in 1997. Why would you want to be who you were in 1997? What pride is there in that? There is none. So anyway, with that being said, I would say that one area that Tyler and I did definitely aligned on and agreed on is that it's not wise to be flashy and loud with your money, right? But eventually with a guy like Tyler, people figure it out. They know he's got money. And then, even myself, like I can't pretend to be broke, right? So people know, right? But so the other thing we talked about was the Medea dress. I remember I didn't even ask him about this. He brought this up. I was just listening. When I talk to people, I just tend to listen. I don't really feel like I should be talking the whole time. And he started bringing up the Medea dress, and he said, "I hate them. I hate wearing that dress, and I'm gonna stop wearing it or something." And I'm sitting there thinking, "Yeah, right, because you've made hundreds of millions of dollars wearing that dress. Why would you take it off? You're in now with both feet, so like, I wouldn't wear the dress. I don't like the dress. Personally, I don't like the broad, vast emasculation of the black male where they got all the black men wearing dresses. I did a count. I counted. I did it with my wife. I said, look at how many black men in Hollywood have worn dresses. And then I tested people. I said, I can name 10 or 12 at least black male actors who worn dresses in the last 5 to 10 years. I said, give me 10 white male actors who've done the same thing, prominent, famous, super famous white males, and people couldn't really give me 10. And think about this. This is very strange because there's far more white males in Hollywood than there are black men. So it should be easy. You should be able to find like 60, right? But you can't. And when they did, they would pull up people like Mrs. Doubtfire and I'm like, but that movie was made in like, what was it, 1993? Like, you got to go back that far so again, I think that there's something to it. If you know history, if you read books like Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth by Dr. Claude Anderson, he tells you there's a whole history of the black male being loved and appreciated when he appears either as a feminine creature, or either as feminine, a female, or a child, or ignorant, very ignorant, childlike, very non-threatening. That those are the things that make people feel comfortable with these men. So when you show up in that your black son is masculine and intelligent and also ambitious, like focused and ambitious, those are three things that will make him very threatening. That's just a reality. When he shows up with his testicles in check and he's got testosterone in his body and ambition in his eyes and intelligence in his brain, he's going to instantly be defined as being dangerous. I proudly say that that I've been defined as one of the most dangerous black men in America, but that's okay because I love people like Louis Farrakhan, who also is seen as dangerous. Dr. Claude Anderson is seen as dangerous. I don't want to hang out with the safe people. I want to be around the dangerous people because the dangerous people are the ones who have a chance to win. So anyway, with that being said, though, let's talk about Tyler and his video. Okay, so I'm gonna play it one more time because I want us to kind of analyze this from some different perspectives. And again, we'll also do it in a way that's not I don't feel the need to degrade or attack Tyler. I'm not here to do that. I told you the things that I like about what he does and who he is. I think that he understands it. A lot of the things we're talking about building your own, I completely get that. But I wouldn't do it the same way as him. So let me play the clip one more time, and we'll kind of ice out some of the financial lessons in this conversation. There's some little subtleties here that I want to point out to you. So here we go.
Because if you let somebody talk you out of a place that God has put you in, you are going to find yourself in hell. I know for a fact that what I'm doing is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, because for everyone who is a critic, I have thousands of used to be emails from people saying, this changed my life. Oh my God, you know me. Oh my God, you saw me. How did you know this about my life, my family? So that is what is important to me. We're talking a large portion of my fans who are disenfranchised, who
That's
cannot
right.
get in the Volvo and go to therapy on the weekend.
That's
So you've
right.
got this highbrow Negro who is all up in the air with his nose up, looking at everything, and then you got people like where I come from and me who are grinders, who really know what it's like, whose mothers and were caregivers for white kids and were maids and
Amen.
housekeepers and all of these beauticians. That don't discount these people and say that their story don't matter. Who are you to be able to say which black story is important or should be told? Get out here with that bullshit.
Okay, so so first off, I'll say this. I think that Tyler's correct about everybody's story matters, and I don't think anybody. Let's start there. How many of you believe that everybody's story is important? Give me a yes if you agree. How many? In fact, how many of you come from a working class family? How many of you come from a family where you had the maids and the beauticians and the plumbers and the maybe the garbage man or the police officer or the hardworking, construction worker, or whatever it was in your family? Give me a yes if you are in that category. Okay. All right. So that I don't think is the issue at all. I think that Tyler, um, I think he's grabbing onto that, and it's what I would refer to as a populist argument that says, I'm here representing working class people and everyday folks, and how can you be mad at me for representing everyday folks? Okay, cool, we get that. Now let me ask you another question. If you have a heterosexual son and your son goes to Hollywood and someone says, it would be really entertaining if your son put on a dress and did a buck dance, in order to make the audience laugh. How many of you what would your answer be? Would your answer be hell yes or hell no? Or neutral? Like I'll leave it up to him. What would you say? Would you say, yeah, that's right. I want him to be the next Tyler Perry. We're gonna call him Medea Jr. And we're gonna we I my son's gonna he's gonna be known as the second most famous black man to wear a dress in Hollywood. What would you say? Okay. So here's what I want to kind of get to is I think that Tyler a little bit. I have to honestly say it's a little bit of a deflection. I don't think anybody has a problem with him telling the story of working class black people. Most of us at some point have had a black job. Like most of us at some point, or we have somebody in our family that we love and respect who worked hard at a black job every day, and they did it on our behalf, and we're grateful for that. My grandma, who's right behind me, Felicia, that's our Panther. She had a black job her whole life. She worked at the Census Bureau, and she never made more than $22,000 a year. But she taught me about financial intelligence because even though she raised those kids by herself and never made more than 22,000 in a year, she had perfect credit, zero debt, car paid off, everything else. I mean, she was just on point. And I remember my grandmother telling me something that really affected me. She said, Coco was my nickname. She said, Coco, you never want to spend 30 years at a job that you hate. She said that is the worst feeling in the world. And she talked about it like it made her feel like a caged animal. And that stuck with me because we all listen to grandma, right? Grandma's wisdom is important. So that led me to say, I don't want to do that. I'm not doing that. I thank you for making your sacrifice and thank you for sharing the pain with me so that I don't transfer that generational pain on. I'm not going to celebrate this lifestyle so much. I'm gonna celebrate the fact that we were able to elevate, right? So we're gonna have a celebration for the elevation, and the celebration of the elevation and aiming for the elevation does not, in my view, make you some sort of highbrow Negro. There's nothing highbrow about saying, we went through hell back in the 70s and the 80s. We don't want our kids going through the same hell. There's nothing highbrow. That does not make you uppity. That does not make you a snob. That it doesn't. It means that you just want something better for your kids and you want something better for your family. You're not gonna say like, okay, just go do what I did. I white people they peed on me every day and didn't pay me nothing but two nickels and a hamburger and I want my kids to have the same thing. That's not that's I don't think that's the best approach. So when he used that term highbrow Negro, I thought about it. I said, come on, man. Like people used to say that about the Huxtables when they created the Cosby Show. They're like, "Oh, these highbrow Negroes, they want black people to become doctors and lawyers and stuff." And we know that's not realistic. I mean, it's not realistic for black people to have a functional family where everybody ain't getting beaten and molested every other day. It's not normal for black people to actually want to like be educated and to celebrate black culture and to, I mean, shout out to the creators of the show and Bill Cosby himself. I know Bill's brand has shifted, right? He's definitely seen in a certain light for sure. But this man, they did that team, Dr. Alvin Passant, all of them, they saw a vision for a better version of our community. They saw a vision where we could become whatever we wanted to be. They could he could have been, Cosby could have said, I'm a comedian and I really want more laughs. I need to get white people laughing even more so I can make more money. I think if I show up on the Cosby Show in a dress, that's really gonna get him. Now he could have done that, right? He could have showed up. It would have been funny. It would have been a great episode, right? Like Dad's wearing a dress. But there was something where he said, "I'm gonna draw the line." There was a point where he, said, I assume, I don't know, maybe he didn't, maybe he never thought about this, but I think that there would have been some people in the room to say, we got to think about imagery here. We have to think about whether or not we're going to submit to and feed into the stereotype, or we're going to have the courage to defy the stereotype. Do you understand? So while I think Tyler Perry is a great man, and he's a man that I admire immensely, I told you we had a great conversation on the phone. Nothing against this man. I love Tyler Perry. I don't like Medea. I love Tyler Perry, but I do not like Medea. And it's not because Medea exists and I think that there's like the LGBT and trans and all there's all that happening in the world and we have to acknowledge that. And I love you if you're in that category. Nothing wrong with that. If you wake up in the morning, you a guy and you feel the urge to put on a dress, then that's okay. I support you in that because I think maybe that's just in you, right? I'm not going to judge that. But when you're telling millions of black boys that in order for you to be successful in America, you're gonna have to play the game. That's where I kind of start saying, hold up, wait a minute. What game we got to play? How far, yeah, okay, we're not gonna make $1 billion like you, but maybe there are some things that are more important than money. Because the unfortunate challenge that Tyler Perry has to override is that I saw, let me tell y'all how great of a guy Tyler is and why I respect him. I called Tyler. After we talked, I called his office and I said, I'm coming to Atlanta. I'd like to do a tour of your studio. This was not the new one. This is the old one. And Tyler is such a good guy that he reached out to his number two in command. He was out of town because he's probably on his jet going somewhere. And he reached to his number two guy and said, Dr. Watkins is coming to town. Can you do a tour for him? And I went there and with my goddaughter, and they gave us a 2.5 hour tour of that studio. We saw every piece of it. I saw so many awesome things he was doing. He had pictures of like black Hollywood legends that had been forgotten. He showed honor to all of them, and the studio was amazing and high tech. And we walked through every single part of it, and I was so impressed. And this is the old one. This isn't even the new one. And this man has done a lot, and I think that the good probably outweighs the bad. But one unfortunate reality that he's going to have to deal with is that to some extent you could make the argument that that was the house Medea built. I don't know if that empire would exist if that man wasn't so deeply committed to putting that dress on. So despite the fact that he told me, I told you when he told me I'm going to stop wearing the Medea dress. I mean, he told me it's like 10 years ago. I was like, you ain't taking that dress off. Number one, it's making too much money. Number two, I wonder how much you enjoy putting the dress on. Because let's just be real. We live in the real world, and I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, yeah. I watched the Boondocks, man. I love you. I know Tyler hated that Boondocks episode, but I also, while I have a tremendous amount of respect for Tyler, I think Aaron Magruder is a very insightful person. He's one of the few people I'd love to actually have a conversation with. So if anybody knows Aaron Magruder, like send him our way. I'd love to just talk to him and see what's inside his brain because he's insightful and he's very sharp. I think Tyler got really upset about that episode that he did on the Boondock. See, this is why, in case you want to know, like when I talk like this is why I don't get invited to stuff. This is why I'm kind of an outsider. I would never be invited to Invest Fest because I know Tyler's involved in that. But I went to support because I love what they're doing. But I never would expect if they ever said, "Hey, we want you to get on stage," I'd be stunned by that. I'd be like, "Why? Why would you want me on stage? Like, I'm not. I don't play the game very well. I'm just not good. I don't take those social cues to know what I'm supposed to say and not supposed to say." Because I'm going to say what needs to be said. And I think what needs to be said is that to some extent, while Tyler deserves to be admired for what he's accomplished, I think that there are other people who drew a certain line to sort of defend their dignity or to defend the imagery that these bastards in Hollywood just want to throw up here about black people. And these people didn't make as much money and they deserve to be respected too. They deserve to be respected just as much. You know, when I saw Kiki Palmer, was that Kiki Palmer that was interviewing him? Let me know if that was. I think it was Kiki. Give me a yes if that's Kiki Palmer. Yeah, so here's the deal. So Kiki Palmer she's Kiki and laughing at everything he says and saying, "Yes, amen, hallelujah. You know, I agree with you and everything else." And I understand why she's doing that. It's because he's Tyler Perry. He can literally say, you know, well, everybody knows my farts don't stink, and everybody knows you should eat chicken bones for breakfast and with battery acid. And she would be like, "That's right, chicken bones and battery acid. Yes, Lord." Why? Because he's a rich guy. This is what money does. This is what we talk about financial consciousness. This is what money does. When you are rich and powerful, and I go through this sometimes, to be honest with you, I told you when I started making money, my jokes became funnier. People wanted to be my friend. I could say damn near anything and people would agree. And I'd be thinking I know why you agree because you want a job or something, right? You want me to give you some money. So money has a lot of power. Money creates a lot of, as Jamila calls it, fakery. Money creates fakery. So Kiki was being fake. Like Tyler could have easily also said, let's say he was another type of guy and he was just saying, I used to put on that dress, but I'm not putting it on anymore because we cannot have images of our black boys being emasculated on stage and it sets a bad example, blah, blah, blah. She would still be doing an amen clap at the same time. Like whatever came out of Tyler's mouth, she was going to agree with it because she wants to be in the next Tyler Perry movie. That's my perception. That's what I believe. And so I don't think there was I didn't necessarily like exactly how that interaction went down. I heard him, and I don't think he's wrong about all the stories needing to be told. But I think that he was kind of missing the point that people don't have an issue with stories being told about working class black people. People have a challenge with just seeing this Medea dress popping up every time, and then also Hollywood itself tends to fund. This is money again, financial consciousness. Hollywood tends to fund certain types of images of black people. It's not that those images don't exist, but it's like if you look at Hollywood and the music industry, they tend to put money behind the images of black people that reflect how they see you and also how they want to see you. When people say, is the agenda real? Hell yeah, it's real. There's always an agenda. Money tends to have an agenda. Remember, money is power. Money is influential. That's why Kiki Palmer was kikiing at every joke because money influenced her to laugh at everything Tyler said. If he was some broke dude who wasn't famous, there'd be some things where she wouldn't agree with that. Right. So I kind of think that Tyler, what you can learn from a business standpoint, though, from him, which is to me a compliment to him, is one thing Tyler does that I respect immensely is Tyler knows who his people are. He knows who his audience is and he serves that audience. He knows his fans very well. He knows that it's mostly black women who go to church and they've been through a lot of trauma. So a lot of his movies are about traumatized black women. He knows this. And this is a little tip for anybody that starts a business. Don't worry about what the world thinks about your product. Focus on what your customer thinks about your product. Because the world ain't never going to love everything you do. In fact, I would dare to say that the majority of the world does not like people like me. But I don't care what they think. I care what you think. That's it. I talk to intelligent black people. That means even a lot of black people, even 70% of all black people don't even get me. And I get it. I understand. That's okay. But I'm not here for you. I'm not here to serve you. I'm here to serve the people that support me. Like it's like when I was little, my daddy used to say, "I don't give a damn what the neighbors think. They ain't paying no bills up in this house." So you pay attention to the people who are supporting you, because if you try to be everything to everybody all the time, you will fail. Bill Cosby actually said that a long time ago. I remember he said, I don't know the secret. He said on Arsenio, he said, I don't know the secret to success, but the secret to failure is trying to please everybody. So if Tyler ever wanted to fail, he would spend his time trying to make everybody happy. He ain't gonna do that. He's always gonna have somebody like me sitting on the sideline saying, "Man, I wouldn't have put on that dress." But if I'm him, I don't listen to me. I don't keep doing what you're doing. And here's the thing. Again, nothing's black and white, right? So I look at Tyler and I say, I don't like this stuff over here. But hey, I like the black wealth stuff you're doing. I like the fact that you are creating opportunities and possibilities for others to some extent. I think just a little side note. I know that there is some criticism of like when he had that picture of himself in his writer's room. Y'all remember that? And he was like, and he was the only person in the room. And I was sitting here thinking, like, how schizophrenic would you have to to write the whole script and play every single black female character in the movie? Like, that's a little weird to me. Like, I'm sorry, that's it's just true. I think that he should. I would love to see, if I was to really see what I wanted to see from Tyler. I would love to see him create more Tyler Perry types. I'd love to see him. I cannot think of one single famous person, at least as far as director, writer, producer, and all that, that came from his camp, where it's clear, like, okay, this person was a protege of Tyler's, and now they're doing great films as well. Or these writers, I hear a lot of writers that talk about going down there to want to be a part of what he's doing and not feeling that they got the opportunities or the compensation they deserve. But then again, I'm very hesitant to really say that, because I think that there's a lot of narratives that can come out of a complex business like that, right? Every story is more complicated than what you might hear in the headlines. But I know some people that are writers in that industry, and they don't feel like they get the same opportunities because they kind of feel like Tyler likes the attention. He likes to kind of, if y'all notice this, like you'll see a lot of movies will be like written by Tyler Perry, directed by Tyler Perry, produced by Tyler Perry, and I'll be like, wow, I've seen his name like 8 times in the credits already, and it's just 10 seconds in. So I think that's kind of something that maybe should be addressed. That's a critique, but that's him for him to decide to deal with. Another point, and actually before I make this point, let me remind everybody really quick. On Friday and Saturday is when we'll do the discount on the All Black National Convention passes. There's only going to be 50 available for general admission, 50 available for VIP, and 10 available for President's Circle, because we're almost sold out, to be honest with you. But I told you all I wanted to give you an offer you couldn't refuse, because I want you all at the convention. I don't just want random people there. And so if you are interested, I will send out the text with the link where you can get the discount. So make sure you get on the text list. If you're not on the text list for this class, just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you text morning to the number 87948, I'll also send you a link where, if you want to join tonight for Dr. Boyce Real Estate with Constance Carter, you can join us for that. And also, there is an estate planning class that we just put together for those who want to build legacy and stuff like that. So that's all I'll send that out to you. And of course, because you're a member of Money in the Morning, we always give you a special discount, so you can consider it. The convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th. It's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. So you'll be right near Chicago if you wanted to go there, but really you'll be in kind of a very nice suburb of Chicago, and it's not far from the airport. And the Westin Hotel is beautiful and classy, and it's just fun and amazing. And I know you're going to love the convention. It's an awesome experience. All right, so let me make a couple quick points about Tyler, and then we'll kind of finish up with this. Okay, Eunice, I see your question about the A, B, and C. If you have a question about anything with the Black Business School, just email our support team. They're standing by, ready to talk to you. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. So if you're looking for any help with something, or you're looking for something for your family, our support team is very well trained. They're very good people. And so you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can take good care of you. Let's see, Dr. Boyce, can I send my son because I will be out of town during the convention? Yes, of course, Antoinette. You absolutely can send your son. I encourage anybody who comes to the convention to bring your family, because it does have a family reunion feel. And it's fun. You learn. you connect, and there's the B1 ball where we all get fancy on Saturday night and have fun and cut a rug. And if you're into, you want to do the electric slide and all that. I don't do that because I can't dance, but my wife does. And the Soul Train line, just all that stuff. So all that we do all the fun stuff, but it's not just a convention, just it's not just a big party. It's also a space where there's a lot of learning. There's dozens of breakouts on all kinds of areas, from economics, real estate, crypto, therapy, medical stuff, legal issues, activism, education. There's so much stuff there. It's crazy. There's probably about 60 or 70 experts that we brought in this year for the convention. So allblacknationalconvention.com is the URL you can go to take a look. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right. So okay, if you didn't hear from Chanel, that's not because Chanel was ignoring you. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they'll take care of you. I know Chanel works very hard and she's up every day going 12 or 13 hours a day for the school. So she's around. Let's see. Last question. Is this addressed at the Westin? I don't know. I think that's the Westin, Zoe. I don't think there's a lot of Westins in Lombard, Illinois. So I believe that would be the address. Can you speak to Berkshire Hathaway? You know what, Christopher? Not today. That's a little bit off our topic for today, but what I can do is I'll do a Q&A and we'll do that. We do Stock Market Tuesdays, by the way, where you come in and you ask me all the questions you have about stocks. And what I'll do is I'll send you also a link where you can join our stock market class if that's of interest to you. All right, so let me hop in and finish up on this point with Tyler Perry. There's a couple of other points I wanted to make on this. In case you want to know how Tyler Perry makes his money, let's break this down. So he's worth about $1 billion. So he's one of the wealthiest entertainers in the world. He owns and operates Tyler Perry Studios, which is an amazing, large, beautiful studio. Medea, just the Medea brand alone, I'm willing to bet you is worth at least several $100 million, if not over $1 billion. If somebody said, I want to buy the Medea brand from you, like it'd be like buying the black version of a Mickey Mouse kind of brand or something like that. It would cost a lot of money because he knows this. He can plop a Medea into a movie and that movie can go make 50 million or 100 million or whatever, right? So the Medea brand is worth a lot of money. It's a franchise. It's an entity. He owns a lot of content. Unlike a lot of Hollywood studios, he owns the rights to all of his content. So really ownership is the key to wealth and the key to power. He has over 1,200 episodes of a lot of his TV shows, over 20 films. He has a lot of stage plays. And really, I can tell you, again, as much as I might critique the Medea side of the whole Tyler Perry brand and everything else, I can tell you this: the I did talk to my daughter. When my daughter, our youngest is an actress and singer and dancer and all this other stuff, and I said we should study Tyler Perry, because Tyler Perry is a guy who will never have to try hard to be a movie star because he can make the movie and make himself the star. So I think that if you're looking to see what you can learn from Tyler, putting aside any differences you may have, he has a really strong model in terms of how he was able to leverage ownership and power into something that's pretty extraordinary. He has a lot of streaming deals. He has a lot of real estate. His studio is about 330 acres. It's in Atlanta. He has a lot of luxury homes, stuff like that. Merchandising and licensing. He makes money through merchandising a lot of his characters. Book sales. He's a best-selling author, and he also does various forms of philanthropy and stuff like that. And of course, that's not without controversy. You can go online and find people that have issues with him for various reasons. But again, I don't know. I can't speculate on stuff. If somebody says, "Oh, Tyler Perry stole my idea," or something like that, I don't know. I have no idea. I would just say for sure, though, that there are pathways to protecting your ideas, and if you do share them. And one thing I will say too is sometimes we get into in the Black community, we have to be really careful about hero worship. There was a young lady that I know who's really talented, and she's actually worked at Tyler Perry Studios. She's worked with 50 Cent. She's worked with some other platforms. I forget which other ones. And one thing I remember talking to her about was I said, "You talk to me a lot about how amazing all these other people are." And I said, one thing that the problem with that is that you're so busy seeing how great they are that you don't see how great you are. And I said, honestly, I said, I know celebrities, I see them, right? And I can tell when someone has talent and when they don't. And I think you have as much talent as all of them. But I said, but you'll never. see it if you don't see it. If you're so busy looking at what everybody else got, you don't see what you got. So one of the biggest challenges, a big consciousness problem in our community, in my opinion, is that we spend a lot of time really worshiping celebrities and putting them on a pedestal. And I think that that's inappropriate, and it's just bad policy, because not only does it take away the amount of time and energy you can spend understanding what you have, but it's also sometimes it's BS. Sometimes a person is only famous because white people put them on TV. And one thing that I can tell you is from me knowing famous people and hearing the stories that the public does not hear, you will be absolutely amazed at what some of these Negroes did to get their little opportunity, if you know what I mean. You'd be amazed at how many of these famous celebrities that you love was bending over on everybody's casting couch to get that movie role. I'm talking about people that you look at, oh my God, yeah, I admire you so much. I get it, but I don't think you should spend more time celebrating what they did than really speculating and visualizing what you can do. I just don't think it should be overhyped, because remember, a lot of them are famous because white people selected them to put them on TV. So by virtue of you being an intelligent black person who's unapologetically black, there are opportunities by default that they're going to receive that you will never ever get. You will never get that. I'm sorry to tell you this, but hanging out with people like me is not going to make you popular in America. Listening to the philosophies that I share with you and applying them is not going to open doors to corporate America and really make you the most favored Negro. It's not. So if your goal is to climb the ladder in the Democratic Party, you better not tell your boss that you listen to people like me. If you're trying to climb, I talked to a sister the other day who worked with a major corporation. They had me come speaking, and she had me on her podcast. And I said, I was really afraid for you, because you having me come speak at your job, you got to be careful. That might get you fired. This is just the reality of what it is. So I would say to you, the best thing you can learn how to do, the best thing you can learn is how to build your own, how to build things of your own, and to be proud of that. Be proud of that. Just know that great empires start off as raggedy little businesses, 9 times out of 10. Apple computer started off in somebody's garage. Amazon started off with this raggedy little business where Jeff Bezos had a sign and he wrote Amazon on it, and that was his office. Right? Tyler Perry started off homeless, selling his little DVDs out of the trunk of his car, but he had a vision in terms of how to create something that an audience wanted and how to sell a damn ticket. He understood business models. I don't know if he learned it from the streets. I don't know if he learned it from a university. I don't know how he learned it, but he understood the pathway to revenue creation, and that's how he became who he is. And God bless him for that. I don't give a damn. Again, Tyler, if you hear this, man, don't even worry about what I said about you putting on that dress. You do you, man. I respect that 100%. So what I'm saying to you is do you do build yours. What is yours? Forget what they doing. Forget these stupid celebrities. What are you doing, and what are you pouring into on a regular basis that's going to give you whatever it is that you want in this world? Because the things that you invest in are the things that are going to have the greatest likelihood of succeeding. The things you don't invest in are going to have the greatest likelihood of failing. Many segments of the black community fail because we're so busy serving white folks that we don't pour time into ourselves. We don't. It's like having, if you have babies and you don't feed the babies are going to die. So what baby are you feeding? Your dream is that little ugly baby that nobody loves but you. And the question I ask you is, are you feeding the baby on a regular basis? Or are you waiting for someone else to tell you that the baby's pretty, or waiting for somebody else to feed the baby? Ain't nobody else gonna feed that baby. You're gonna have to feed it. And I hate to say it like that, but that's the honest to God truth. That I think independence and building and all that, it can be kind of a lonely endeavor, because you have to be humble enough to spend a lot of time looking kind of raggedy for a while. Like I've looked raggedy for quite a while. I've struggled in areas where people would say, it would be a lot easier if you just went over and signed up at JP Morgan Chase and went to Wall Street. It would be easier if you simply stopped doing the crazy stuff you're doing, Boyce, and just played the game a little bit better. I've heard this my whole life. I have. And fortunately, I've reached the point where I've made millions of dollars without playing the game. So now you can't tell me nothing. Now I ain't even worried about it. But it wasn't the same when I couldn't even pay my car note. And I had a PhD. You know what I mean? I had skill sets. I had something to offer, but the world did not see me. The world did not see me. Y'all started to see me because I had to go find y'all. I had to go look for you. I was desperately looking for you. When you meet me and you hug me and I hug you and I hold and I squeeze you hard, it's because I love you and I appreciate you. Because I was all by myself. And every voice I heard was, you can't do this, stop this, you're too pro-black, you're too this. And I remember just kind of saying, but this doesn't make sense. This ain't right. They're doing us dirty. They're mistreating us. These people are crapping on us, and we just sit here and we take it because we think that that's what we have to do. And something inside of me, just like Tyler says, God told him to put on the Medea dress. I don't know, maybe he did. God told me, like, no, just stick to your guns. It's gonna be all right. And so long story short, I'm just gonna say I don't know what God is telling you because I do believe in God. I do believe in the universe and the subconscious mind and all that. Whatever God's telling you, I think that that's probably right, and I encourage you to be okay with listening and not trying to play both sides of the fence. Whatever it is, you got to commit to that, whatever that is. So that's it. I'm done. Thank you for listening. I enjoyed my time with you today. And again, if Tyler sees this, no hard feelings, man. I got to be honest. And I hope you all have a great day. I will see you all tomorrow. If you want to get invited to the private Zoom for this class, make sure that you text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I will send you an invitation to join Dr. Boyce Real Estate tonight. I will also send you an invitation to join the estate planning class if that's what you want to do. And also, I'll invite you to the convention and make a special offer to those of you that are in this class. And so all that's going to happen this week. So God bless you all. Have a good day, and I will see you all soon. Take care. Really happening under the surface. And in case you want to know, I'm kind of considered by some to be a social media influencer, but I don't consider myself to be that. I'm a financial scientist. I got my PhD in 2002, and so I personally think that it's a little bit deeper than talking about economics, a little bit deeper than just sounding good on Instagram. But that's part of the process, and I think social media is a valuable tool for the sharing of ideas. When I started to talk about Black wealth and Black economics back in 06, 07, I remember seeing the internet and YouTube and all that and kind of thinking, I bet you. And I did the math in my head and I said, instead of me teaching 30 people in the classroom, maybe I can teach 30,000 people at once. And that was literally my logic. And one area where I'm kicking myself, you talk about missed opportunities, is I started my first YouTube channel in 2007, and I got a lot of subscribers really fast because nobody was on YouTube. But the thing was, something happened, and I think that my content ended up getting banned because I didn't really think about like the copyright stuff at that time. Like nobody thought about all that. And I said, "Oh, screw this thing," and I just left YouTube for about 6 years. And it was in like 2013 where I remember just kind of noticing like, okay, this YouTube thing seems to be taking off again. A lot of people are getting on YouTube. So I got on YouTube. And again, I didn't even realize, like in hindsight, that was early. 2013 was early too. Like 2007 was super early. If I'd really pushed hard in 2007, I think I would have had 10 million subscribers. But even with 2013, it was very easy to get. I know like on one channel, I have like about 550,000 subscribers. I have another channel with almost 400,000 and another channel with 200,000 and another channel with 80,000. And so it was very easy to kind of still build that. It's much harder now. It's harder now because everyone kind of later on around the pandemic kind of figured out that the internet was kind of cool. For a long time, nobody did anything on the internet. Or I'm gonna say nobody, but a lot of people didn't because they thought that this other stuff like TV and whatever was better. And I think when the pandemic happened, that's when even the celebrities like the Shannon Sharps and people like that started saying, "Oh, wait a minute, there's like this really big thing happening online. Maybe I should look into that." So that's kind of been the evolution of social media from my perspective. Also, things have changed in terms of the business models. Back in the day, people will create these websites and have a product on their website and do really well really fast. Like Jamal and Martin from Bossip. They were making 15, $20 million a year just from their little blog. And then what happened was that monetization model changed because what would happen is the companies would give money to these agencies who would then distribute money to the bloggers. based on the amount of traffic you had, you would get, ad revenue from that. And so the agencies were like, why should we give money to the bloggers when we can just keep all the money ourselves? So what would happen is you would get paid like money per thousand, per thousand visitors. Like maybe it might be $25 per thousand. So if your article has 10,000 views, you make 250 bucks, or if it had, 100,000 views or something, maybe you can make 2,500 bucks. But then it went down from like $25 per thousand to crazy numbers like 25 cents per thousand. So then it became a really difficult, almost unsustainable business model. So one thing about business that this makes me think about is that whatever industry you go into, whatever type of business you start, and how many of you, anybody, how many of y'all are business owners? Give me a yes if you either own a business or plan to own one, or you're planning to build something, or you want to do side hustles or something. Everybody, any entrepreneurs in here? Um, or entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are people that just kind of want to become entrepreneurs. Just know that whatever you do, it's going to constantly change. And when you see an opportunity, you should probably move on it because the world is going to change on you and that opportunity may disappear. That's really true, especially now, given that AI is just here and it's growing and a lot of people are not paying attention. I was amazed by how many people I know who don't even use things like Chat GPT and stuff like that. I was like, "Ooh, you might want to pay attention, because AI is pretty soon. I think within about 5 years or so, AI is going to be smarter than a PhD scientist. So if you have AI, it's like having 100 PhDs working for your business, and so ultimately just making your move, brainstorming with other smart people like in your family investment clubs, or maybe things you're doing in the Black Business School, or people you meet at the All Black National Convention. Just talking. Like, don't even make it a pressure thing. Like, don't pressure yourself. Just talk. Like, hey, let's just get on a Zoom and just talk about stuff. Right? You will be amazed what comes up just from just talking to people. And I think that that's a better approach than like trying to do everything in a silo and in a vacuum. You're not as smart in a vacuum as you are with other people. And this is not just something that I'm sharing with you for your sake. It's something that I have to remind myself of because I'm naturally an introvert. I'm naturally an introvert, and you know how it is when you're an introvert. I have my most peace. I don't know, maybe I'm on the spectrum or something. I got to check into that. But anyway, it's like you get tunnel vision. You're okay being by yourself. I like peace and quiet because I can focus because it's almost like a type of meditation that helps me think and understand the world better. And that's good for coming up with unique ideas. And that's been helpful, right? So, because sometimes I'll say something and people will be like, I never heard it said like that before. I never thought of it like that. And I'm like, yeah, me either until last week. And because I was thinking about it over and over again, and I realized something that I wouldn't have realized if I hadn't thought about it 47 times, right? And that's also what makes me strange, right? It's also what makes me say things sometimes where people are like, "What in the hell are you talking about? That's crazy, man. What's wrong with you?" Right? It's like, no, no, no. You'll get the same thing. Just go sit and think about it. You haven't processed it, right? So that's good, but the downside of being an introvert, this is for my fellow introverts, is that you miss out on ideas that are outside of your own. It's very hard for you to see the world in any way other than the way you were trained to see it. That's it. If you get caught in that trap of only having one type of vision, that's your vision, and that's the only vision, which is pretty much a big chunk of the world now because everybody's like fighting each other over like Democrat, Republican stuff and all that, then I think that really, really limits your possibilities. And this is a consciousness exercise right now. We're doing a consciousness exercise because consciousness isn't just leveling up, consciousness is broadening out and is going to additional dimensions of existence, right? So if I can only see the world from one perspective, then my consciousness is limited because I cannot imagine what my perspective looks like from to the person over there. I can see what I see. Do you understand? I have a first person visual on everything that I believe, everything that I see, but I can't see what I see from over there. I don't know how I look, to that person over there. All these are types of consciousness because it requires little tools like empathy and our ability to really connect and truly relate and understand other people's perspectives. And people just don't do that anymore. Nobody's really encouraged to do it. Or when you say people should do it, people just get mad and they just want to argue and fight and all that. And I can tell you that this hurts you not just in terms of just what kind of human being you are. It also hurts you when it comes to business. And and again, this is not just me telling you this. This is me reminding myself of this because let me just tell you what happened this weekend when I was in Atlanta. Some of you were around for class this weekend, so you know kind of a little bit of this. But I was in Atlanta. I went to the Black Business Conference with Dr. Ken Harris. I highly recommend it. He's a great guy. Just amazing. Booker T. Washington started that organization, and I can just tell you also, like the individuals in that organization helped me understand Booker T a lot better. If you just write him off as some sort of Uncle Tom, I think you're missing the greatness of this man. I mean, this man really was extraordinary. And to the point where there are people that even speculate that they killed him, that somebody killed him. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what that's what the story is. And when I was there, I was meeting all these people from different parts of the world. I was meeting, I met a 40-year-old black man who builds houses. You know, I met another brother from he's actually from the Nation of Islam who had built an engineering firm and his kids worked for him and he homeschooled his kids. His kids never went to school. Again, I love the Nation of Islam because they have this thing called common sense. Like, why would you let your enemy educate your kids? And they're also action oriented. You know, they're like, no, you're not going to educate my child. And I just respect that, right? I just think it's enormous, and I also respect builders. And he literally was a builder. I think he was able to build houses too. So you have builders, and you're building a business, you're building homes, you're building your children in the right way, and I think that's a recipe for success. His children were very successful as a result of that, and so as I was meeting different people, I just sort of started seeing just so many different perspectives. And then I walked over to InvestFest, which was a different kind of vibe. The Black Business Conference, most people were dressed in business attire. The age range was maybe from the 20s, maybe 25, as high as, 75, probably more so in the 40s, right? But I did meet a young woman named Ketchy. I told you about Ketchy. She left an impression, and she was super smart. She was 30 years old. She read all the Dr. Claude Anderson books and was eager to be around business people that could help her kind of see things and grow and learn. But then I went to InvestFest, right, which has a different kind of approach. InvestFest, to some extent, they're deeply connected to hip hop culture. I think 50 Cent was there, and Steve Harvey and Tyler Perry and things like that. And I went over there mainly because D1 was performing, and D1 is my buddy. Y'all know this, and so I was supporting D and just kind of walking around, and I was seeing a lot of younger people. I saw people maybe in their 20s and 30s, and and I got perspectives from them. I talked to a ton of them. A lot of people were stopping me, and if you were one of those people, I appreciate that very much. It was nice to see you and hug you and everything else. And I was just there to learn. I was learning and observing and just kind of seeing different ways of kind of viewing this economic thing. And so, one conclusion that I came to that made me really happy is I said, "Man, this is what's up. This Black economic revolution is." Going full throttle right now. And I think it's only going to get bigger from here. I think this is just the beginning. This is the infancy. This is what I used to dream about. I told you all that Martin Luther King, his unfortunately they limited him before his death to this dream of little black girls and little white boys holding hands and all that. That's not I mean, you can hold hands with whoever you want, but that's not my dream. My dream was something like InvestFest, something like the Black Business Conference where you've got just thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of black people who are unified around one idea. We're not unified around Democrat, Republican. We're not unified around gay, straight. We're not unified around male, female. We're not unified around other. We're unified around economics. Tell me if you agree. Like, I think that if I walk in and I say, black people, we need to build generational wealth, it's going to be almost like unanimous agreement. Like, let's test it right now. Do you believe black people need to build generational wealth? Do you believe that we should have a legacy for our kids? Do you believe that we should have higher income? Do you believe we should own property? Right? All these things are easy ideas to rally around. And I don't even need to know if you're a Democrat or Republican. I don't care if you're from the north or the south. I don't care if you're tall, short, gay, straight, male, female, young, old. We all like, yeah, let's get black people money, right? And so to me, that's a beautiful idea. That's the opening that can help us run the ball to the end zone without any friction, with minimal friction. There's not a lot of disagreement. So I was at InvestFest and I thought it was so great. I was watching this guy, the master investor. That's what his name is. I don't know his actual name now. I can't remember his name. But I met one of the founders, the Troy guy. He was very nice to me. We shook hands, and he said, "You've been working out." I said, well, when you get past 40, you better work out or you're gonna get fat. So I guess I had to, I got my little muscles and stuff. Because I didn't tell him I'm in the 5 a.m. club like 25% of the time. But anyway, Ian Dunlap, that's his name. Yeah. So he's doing this presentation on day trading, which I have to tell you the truth, here's what the research says about day trading. You got to be careful about it because in day trading, the studies show that about 10% of day traders make money, 90% of day traders lose money. Right. So this is one of the reasons why I don't do a lot of that. I don't, the candlesticks I know all that. We saw that in grad school. And when I was in my PhD program, they pretty much told us like, don't endorse that. That is not, but it doesn't mean that it's fine. It's fine, but it's not easy and simple, right? Like for example, when I mentioned like the $5 a day plan and I say just buy some S&P 500 stocks and do it consistently and your wealth is definitely going to grow. This has been proven to consistently work for anybody who does that basic thing, right? Whereas day trading is a little more complex. Um, it has ups and downs, but I understand why people want to participate in it. So it's not in any shade toward those who like day trading. I personally just don't really get into it that much because it's you know because of that, right? But what I was impressed by was I just saw him doing this presentation, and it was right before D1 was about to speak, and I was like, wow, this is so great to just see all these like young people, thousands of them sitting in this room and taking notes, like intensely paying attention to this conversation about stocks in the stock market. Because I've mentioned to you all, I think you can keep it to make it as simple as possible. Here's what you got to understand about the stock market. The biggest mistake you can make in the stock market is to not participate at all. That's the biggest mistake you can make. So what you got to understand is that the first step to being a millionaire or being wealthy is acting like wealthy people, doing what wealthy people do. Most wealthy people are in the stock market. So if you think you're going to be wealthy and not touch the stock market, well then that's like saying I'm a I'm gonna get across Cincinnati in 5 minutes, but I don't have a car. Well, if you don't have a car, you better take a Uber or something. If you think that's going to happen on foot, that just physically does not work. So, generally speaking, most regular people, other than maybe celebrities or something, have a very difficult, if not an impossible time to build wealth in an inflationary economy without participating in the stock market. That's where the money resides. So I thought that was really cool. I wrote my dissertation on the stock market. I said, this is what I love. I love like helping young people understand you got to participate. And he said one thing that I just loved and I agreed with was he said he got them all to commit to investing every single month. And I said, good. Good. You form those healthy financial habits. Now, there's still challenges a little bit with hip hop culture. I think there's some areas of hip hop culture we got to fix. And that's another reason why I applauded them for bringing in D1 because he's another guy that sees that and he's working actively to fix that. And he's doing a great job with that. Because if you don't fix your culture, then you're not going to really have wealth. All the money that comes is going to be like Mexican food. It's going to go in and go out out the other end real quick. So as you sort of understand what wealthy people do, you also have to embrace the idea of wealth preservation, which unfortunately is a little bit more conservative. It's a little bit more of a conservative idea. It just says, I'm going to conserve my wealth. That's how I'm going to stay wealthy. I'm going to get rich and stay rich. And here's why I want to get into social media influencers a little bit and some of the data, because actually social media influencers are not, they're great at sort of developing influence and maybe getting some income from that, but they're not so great at building wealth and preserving it. And I'm gonna share some stats to kind of help you guys understand that. And by the way, just a reminder, I'm gonna send out one more time later on today that list of cybersecurity stocks. So if you want to get that list, just get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. That's morning to 87948. And also, if you want to take a look at that training, how to make money without working, the stock options training, just text the word money to 87948. So you can get on multiple lists if you'd like. It's totally up to you. So text money to 87948 if you'd like to see that. All right. So here are some stats on social media influencers and why there's kind of an economic danger to what social media influence does to us, mentally and otherwise. So, first off, there's a 2023 study that found that 12% of social media influencers who earned over $1 million annually face bankruptcy or severe financial distress within 5 years due to lifestyle inflation and poor financial management. So, basically, what they're saying um, is that after you get rich, there's a huge cost to acting rich. And when I say acting like wealthy people, I'm talking about the getting rich part. But the where you don't want to act like some wealthy people is the whole idea of throwing your money away as a sign of wealth, right? So a lot of Instagram flexing, showing off, keeping up with the Joneses, letting everybody know how good, how well you're doing. Not only is that dangerous and problematic, but it's also a wealth killer, right? So a lot of the social media influencers who might, I don't know, take pictures of themselves on a private plane because they bought a private jet to sort of show off on Instagram. There's a consequence to that, and it leads to bankruptcy. Also, the other thing about being a social media influencer, and I've seen a lot of people who want to be social media influencers, and I would say if you're not prepared to really, really commit to it, I don't know if I would do it because most social media influencers don't make very much money. Let's see. According to another study, they found that in 2022, they did this study. They said only 4% of social media influencers earn more than $100,000 a year, while over 60% earn less than $30,000. So if you're thinking about trying to be a social media influencer, I would encourage you to really pick your niche very, very carefully and really commit to that. That means making the content consistently and regularly and finding your people as quick as possible and understanding product development and things like that. Because if you don't do it right, you can end up very frustrated and feel like it's not paying off because it doesn't pay off for most people. So you got to be really careful with that. They said a lot of social media influencers end up having tax issues. Also, spending habits. They said that 45% of influencers spend more money than they earn, relying on credit to fund their lifestyles. Did anybody see where there's a story where there were two young ladies who were basically known on Instagram for how much money they had, and they both got arrested for drug possession, like they were because they were literally transporting dope across state lines to fund that social media lifestyle. And this is where it's very dangerous when you have people that are, say, 25, 26 years old that are making money, more money than people twice their age. And they didn't get a trust fund or anything. They somehow magically found a way to make all this money, and unfortunately, sometimes it's because they're doing anything necessary to get that money, and that can have a consequence. Also, they said 65% of influencers confess that they have little to no formal financial education, leading to mismanagement of earnings, poor investment choices, and insufficient savings. And that's really true. Without naming any names, I will say that personally, I have seen a lot of financial influencers where they'll talk and they'll explain something, and I'll be sitting there like literally biting my tongue because I'm sitting there thinking, oh my God, this is so incorrect. But everyone likes them because she's cute or because he said it in a rhyme or whatever. Like the person has swag or whatever, they from the same hood. And I'll be like, ugh, I think this is wrong. Like this is not accurate information. How do I say this without sounding like a boomer or just an uppity professor? I'm not trying to be better than anybody, but I think having accurate information is really important. And so as we sort of move forward with this economic revolution, which I think is extremely powerful and valuable, you've got to make sure that there's some space in there for truth or some sort of understanding of like, okay, what actually fits, what actually works and what doesn't. Because I see a lot of people who say, yeah, I want to invest, and then they're investing in all the wrong things, making all the wrong moves, and then it doesn't work out, and they say, investing sucks. It's kind of like dating, like people don't, like usually if somebody says I hate men or I hate women, and because this keeps happening to me, it's sometimes it's because they're approaching dating in the wrong way. They're picking the wrong people. They're handling situations in the wrong way. They haven't studied it. When I was dating, I don't know if I ever told y'all this, but because I'm a student and a teacher, I was like, well, if I want to be good at this dating thing, let me just read a book about it. I kid you not. And to be honest, I don't know if it's TMI, but when I first started having sex, I was like, I want to understand how to do this well. So I read this book. It was like, what was the book called? It was called don't tell my wife because she'll probably be like, boy, she shouldn't be talking about this publicly. The book was, oh, you know what it was called? It was, I went to the library. This is back in the day you had to go to the library, right? That's why I got the gray in my beard. The book was called How to Make Love to a Woman. Woo! And let me tell you, it worked. Everything in that book worked. So my simple argument is that everything you need to know about life is in a book. Open the damn book. Or as my friend Constance Carter says, she'll be at the convention too, by the way. She says, Google that shit. Like, look it up. Stop trying to solve problems yourself when the answers are everywhere. You're 25 years old trying to figure out life. Go talk to a 45-year-old. Talk to 10 of them. Ask them the same question. You'll get 10 different answers, and then you're gonna what do they call it? Triangulate. You're gonna triangulate your way to a solution. Information is power. Seek knowledge. That's if you want to know the key to one of the keys to happiness, knowledge is the cousin of happiness, in my opinion, because if you have knowledge of self and knowledge of the world, then you'll understand how you operate and how you need to fit yourself into the world. So the best thing that I learned, it just came naturally because all through my PhD program, all I was doing was reading books and thinking about things. That was the best thing that ever happened to me because now when I have a problem, I'm like, okay, let me go look some stuff up. Let me talk to some people. Let me go figure out the answer. The answer's out here somewhere. It's got to be somebody else has gone through this. And then understanding the world means you can say, okay, I don't want to be over there. I want to be over here. I don't want to do this. I want to do that. No, I don't think I want to try smoking crack because that's bad. I think I want to do go. I want to run marathons instead. Another book that I read that was really great was called I read it when I was 30 years old, and it was called What Women Want Men to Know by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis. And she wrote a book also for women to understand men. And that was really powerful because I did not know that women were so different. Like y'all just I was reading this like, oh my God. Like I was no way. Like this lady's crazy. She's making this up. And I would ask my female friends, I would just read stuff. She would have little lists like the top 10 things that turn women off. And it would just be things that seem weird to me. Like, I don't know, like when your feet are too big and or or you burnt the cheese, the lasagna. I'm joking, but it was goofy stuff. And I was reading it to my female friends. I'll be like, "Is this true?" And it says number three. She'd be like, "Oh yeah, I hate that. I hate when men do that." So reading books can really go a long way in terms of solving whatever problem you have. And so one of the things that happens with investing, let's circle back to investing, is that a lot of people have a bad view of investing because whoever introduced them to it introduced it in the wrong way. Somebody that you saw on social media who was cute and flashy and sounded good got you to pay $20,000 for a course and you walked away and you didn't learn anything. You didn't actually learn anything that actually worked or actually applied. And this is something that I think has to kind of be sort of dealt with, not so much in a way you have to be critical of anybody, but really in a way where I encourage you to really kind of vet things to understand, like, okay, is this really gonna actually work and really apply? Because if you do investing right and you understand what to stay away from, then I think that I know for a fact it is a much better experience than if you do it wrong. And the reason you want to do it right is because if you get traumatized the first time you invest, then you're going to say, oh, all investing is bad. So this is what happens with a lot of people when they say, oh, I don't put money in the stock market or whatever. And you look at their history, chances are they did try it once and they bought some crazy stuff that their cousin told them to get and it didn't work out. Okay. All right. So let me keep reading here about social media influencers. They said it says here also over 70% of influencers rely on brand deals and sponsorships as a primary source of income. And the instability of these deals can lead to a sudden income drop if their partners fall through or if they lose followers. That's true. And I told you all, like with social media, there is that volatility, there is that risk factor. I've had two social media platforms just taken down, and I didn't know why. I had one Facebook page that was really popping. It had 600,000 people on it. This was 8 years ago, 7 years ago, and that was where the rapper Young and Made got discovered. Literally, I'm not kidding. And in fact, another famous singer she told me she kind of got discovered on my page. Her name was Victory Boyd. Yeah, a lot of y'all know about her because her family they have a group called Infinity Song, and they performed at the convention. Victory's world famous now, and I didn't even know this, but I went to Victory's one of her parties, or they had a part. They have these parties where they'll go to some rich person's house and perform, and all the industry executives will come to see the person perform. So it's like small and intimate, but it's like a whole bunch of people inside a house. And she was at one of these house parties, and she's like, I see Dr. Boyce is here, and he doesn't know this, but we were signed with Rock Nation, and nobody was really giving us any attention. And Dr. Boyce put me on his page, and then we blew up and got 3 million views, and that's when everything took off. And I was like, oh wow, that is so cool. That's awesome, right? So I kind of patted myself on the back a little bit, but still though, I just I don't care. I mean, I was happy to play my part, right? But anyway, so anyway, the point of this story, besides me sounding like I'm some arrogant prick, is is that she is that these pages, this page and then my Instagram page, literally just disappeared out of the blue. And what's good and bad about it was, it's like that saying where you say you prepare for the worst and you hope for the best and prepare for the worst. That's kind of that would have been my strategy. So my strategy from the beginning was, I said, okay, if I got all these followers on these pages, somebody could take this away in any moment. Mark Zuckerberg could decide that, I'm too radical or whatever and just take me down. So you plan for that. So the same mindset you have as an investor where you diversify and you spread your risk out is exactly the same approach I took to building everything with my business. I never said I want to have one Facebook page. A lot of y'all that follow me, I don't have one Facebook page. I got dozens. And I don't even tell anybody all the pages I have because I don't want anybody knowing. You don't want people to know all your business, right? I didn't have one Instagram. I had several. When the big one went down, I just started building on the backup page. I don't have one YouTube channel. I had several YouTube channels. Just like so same thing is true even when you're investing, you diversify. You have to spread your risk out because you don't know where the risk is coming from. And risk is like this boogeyman that lives in the shadows that will sneak up on you and punch you in the face and slice your throat. Like you don't know which direction he's coming from. So risk is not just, the risk that your stock price is going to drop, or the risk that that your investments are not going to make as much money as you want. It could just be, for example, if I have a lot of my money in a crypto exchange and the crypto exchange goes bankrupt because the CEO goes to prison or something, right? So you never put all your eggs in one basket. You have to spread yourself out. So even with social media, when I see people pouring into one platform and they build this one gigantic platform, I'm always trained to think about the what ifs. Like, well, what if that one platform's gone? Like I remember I met a lady who had 400,000 or 500,000 people on an Instagram page or on a Facebook page. Maybe it was like actually more like 2 million. And she built everything around this one Facebook page, and she had all these customers and all these employees and everything. And then they didn't take her page down. What they did was they throttled the traffic. Anybody remember that? Where back when you used to post something on Facebook and everybody who followed you would see your post. And then Facebook, but their strategy was, we want to get you to build the following, and then we're gonna sell your audience to somebody else. Right? That's what they did. They started selling it through the ads. And so they would basically tell the person who built the audience, you can't access this audience unless you pay us money. That I mean, I think it's highly unethical. Mark Cuban called out Facebook for that when they did it. And so basically, when they throttled this lady's audience, she said, I had to fire all my employees. I lost all my customers. Our revenue dropped from 2 million a year to 200,000 or something like that, and it was terrible, right? And so you kind of have to just sort of know. In economics they call these exogenous or black swan events. Exogenous and black swan events means that sometimes you don't know what's going to show up and sneak around and punch you in the face. You just kind of have to sort of be ready for all of that. And it is horrible. It's absolutely horrible. So anyway, let me keep reading here. They said that a survey also showed in 2023 that 55% of influencers experience significant financial stress, with concerns about inconsistent income, high expenses, and future financial security being the top stressors. Debt accumulation. According to a 2021 study, 40% of influencers have credit card debt exceeding $10,000, often accrued to maintain appearances or fund their content creation activities. Short career span. The average career span of a social media influencer is just 3 to 5 years. Due to the constant pressure to stay relevant, leading to burnout and financial instability when income streams dry up. So there we go. So that's the life of a social media influencer. So if you still like that and you're still okay with that and you want to move in that direction, then good luck to you. Also, if you and actually I had talked about possibly doing some sort of a training on it, like some sort of class or something. If you guys are interested in that, then keep bringing it up, and I can put something together. But because like I think if I was just a quote unquote content creator, it would have been very difficult to do what I'm doing. I had to really think as a full businessman, not just like, oh, I'm just going to make a bunch of YouTube videos. I think that's really a hard way to get by, and I kind of feel bad for people that are stuck in that space, and they kind of play with you, right? Like someone will become popular and they'll start making a bunch of money on YouTube, and then suddenly the money will disappear, and then they have to figure something else out. And then also it can create weird incentives, like I'm gonna tell you, I had a love-hate interaction with the late Kevin Samuels because I respected him. He was smart. He was an intelligent guy. I looked at his old content, and he did a whole video about me. He was very supportive. He was very, you know, like he was respectful, but I had to tell the truth that I didn't like the way the algorithm incentivized him to take on a certain type of content that I think was beneath what he could have offered to the world. If you look at Kevin Samuel's content 5 years ago, he was doing really, really powerful, instructive, productive, educational stuff for Black people. But the problem was he struggled. He struggled to get attention. So what happened was he kind of shifted his image. He would wear the black suit, and he had the ticking clock, and the therapist kind of set up and with the lights kind of dim, and for some reason that people really like that. And then he also told that lady she was going to die alone. And that's when he went viral, mega, mega, mega viral. Everybody, there's no such thing as bad publicity, to be honest with you. So everyone was talking about it, and then what I noticed was in a lot of his videos, he started using the words "die alone" in his titles in order to, I guess, rig the algorithm. And I didn't like it. It didn't feel good to me because I remember thinking, I kind of know women who are going to die alone, and it's not their fault. It's because things like the Biden crime bill, the Vietnam War, and the war on drugs have created an imbalance in the Black community where a lot of households became fatherless, and as a result of that, when you look at Black adults, marriage eligible Black women, the number of marriage eligible Black women exceeds the number of marriage eligible Black men. By marriage eligible, I mean having a high enough income level to where you're willing and able to really provide for a family. So it's not to say like I told you all about that study in The Economist where they said that for every 1 percentage point increase in the incarceration rate of Black males, there was a 2.7% decline in the percentage of Black women who got married. Did anybody else know this? How many of y'all knew this? So I'm not here to say that Kevin didn't make some good points. He did, but I think just kind of like oversimplifying a really complex issue kind of bothered me a little bit. And I said that I'm not scared to say what the truth is. I don't care. I got God protecting me, so you can't mess with me. But then the other thing was, through time, the content, it had a kind of a toxic element to it. In fact, one of the last things he said before he died was, if you're over 35 and you're a woman, nobody wants you, right? And I was like, that's just not true. That's so many beautiful women in their 40s and 50s that are having wonderful social lives. Like, what are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense. And and then he died. He died alone. He died with this lady that he'd only known, for a couple of days or something. And I was and so I was, and so people got mad at me, but I said, so now you kind of understand, like men can die alone too. So let's stop acting like women are the problem when all of us are the problem. We're all the problem. We have to all own the problem. I own part of the problem. You own part of the problem. And I think by carrying that load, it keeps us from getting into the blame game where we're looking for scapegoats, where we end up hating each other because our community has been put into this a shit show of a reality, where you're so busy cage fighting with each other that you don't even look up and see who built the damn cage. I told y'all about this. We talked about this yesterday. You're literally so busy fighting the person across the cage from you that you're not thinking like, who built this damn cage? Who created this false reality that's causing us to have to fight each other and to be in this weird scarcity mindset. It's terrible. So anyway, I think that the reason I brought up the Kevin Samuels thing is not because I'm here to disrespect him. The man passed. I want to be respectful, but I had to defend also women because when you talk about dying alone, I have a cousin in Louisville, Kentucky, my hometown, who actually opened up a house where the house is specifically for Black women who have cancer, who have nobody for them, who have nobody in their life to help them. And that, so I'm very sensitive to that kind of thing. But then the other piece of it too was I feel like if that part of what drove Kevin to be less of a version than what I believe he could have been for the world is that clout is a hell of a drug and money is an even bigger drug. You know, when you have a YouTube channel that's getting millions of views on every video, hundreds of thousands of views, that's an insane amount of money. This man was probably making 100,000 a month or more on that YouTube channel. And what happens is that the money can make you sort of say, okay, I got to cater to the money. If you get to the point where the tail is wagging the dog, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. The money should not be shaping how you do things. You should be shaping how you make your money, right? So I can't really sort of so I had to be really intentional in the very beginning of everything that I did. Not that I did it perfectly, but I had to be very intentional about saying, okay, yeah, we need to make money. I want to be able to pay people, but I need to make money by being a version of me that is authentic as possible, so I don't have to make my money by pretending. I don't have to make my money by lying. So what happens is that I get uninvited to a lot of spaces. I told you all when DL Hughley called me and cussed me out and whatever. Like, so now I go to InvestFest and Steve Harvey's running InvestFest and he's friends with DL. So of course, politically I'm out of the loop. I never expected to be. People were like, well, why aren't you on the stage in InvestFest? I'm like, well, because if I were them, I wouldn't invite me either because now it's political, right? Now I'm the guy who says these things that make people think I hate rappers, which is not true. I have lots of friends that are rappers. I love hip hop, which is why I want to help change it. Right. I love it, which is why I criticize it. Right. I love it because which gives me the right to critique it because I know what good hip hop does and the power of good hip hop, but I also know what bad hip hop does. So I've worked with a lot of the rappers and Russell Simmons and Kanye and all these other people that I've told you about in my conversations with them. But at the same time, I also look at the community and I see what the toxic music has done. And also because I understand the economics of it all, I understand what the dungeon masters are doing to you, what the puppet masters are doing. I know what they're doing with their money. Yo, check this out. Let me tell y'all a story. This happened this morning. This was interesting now that it's coming to mind. My wife was telling me about an NPR story that they just did. And this is the second hand. This is her description to me this morning. We're driving, we're in the car. I'm halfway asleep because it's 5:15 and I didn't go to bed till 1, but I'm determined to try to get to the gym so I can start feeling like a man again. And I'm just listening to my wife talk because you got to listen to your wife. You don't listen, they're going to get mad at you. So I'm listening and I'm just like, really? Oh, wow, that's wonderful, dear. Just doing what I'm supposed to do, trying to play the good husband role. But I'm really kind of tired, to be honest with you. And she tells me something that perked me up. She says, I was listening to this NPR story, and they were talking about um the first big they're talking about music and advertising and how record labels really had an issue with music and advertising. And music really hit advertising big, even though it was already kind of there. It was always kind of there, but mainstream music really hit advertising big, and with one campaign. And she said, "Which one do you think it is?" I said, "Oh, I bet it was the Adidas campaign with Run DMC. I bet you that was, I bet you that was the one that did it." And she said, yeah, she said that, and she told the story, and Russell had actually told me the story directly, and I'd heard it in other places. But basically, in case y'all don't know the story, Run DMC had that song. Y'all remember that? My Adidas, right? So they were rapping about Adidas. They didn't have an endorsement from Adidas, but they were rapping about their Adidas. And so Russell, because he's I don't know about his personal stuff. I don't know nothing about all that, but I know as a businessman and as an activist, he did everything he said he was going to do, and I had a lot of respect for that. But Russell, being the businessman that he was, called the Adidas executives and had them come to because these are a bunch of German people. I think it was a family-owned business at the time or something. So these German people come to a hip hop concert. At this time, hip hop is seen as radical and dirty and weird and nasty. And he told everybody in the audience, he told his brother Ron, he said, tell everybody to hold their Adidas in the air during the concert. So that's what he did. He said, everybody who has your Adidas on, hold it up in the air. So that 40,000 people held their Adidas up in the air. And that was Russell's evidence to Adidas, like, look, hip hop has power. Like they were the original social media influencers. They can make people buy stuff. So that was when Adidas did a deal with them. And what Alicia told me that was really interesting, I did not know this, is she said that that people in the music industry had a big issue with that advertisement campaign. They had a big problem with the Adidas campaign. And the reason they had a problem with it is they said, you're promoting prison culture to the youth. Did y'all know that? They said, you're promoting prison culture. You're telling people to walk around with their Adidas to have no shoestrings in the shoes. And that's what they do in prison, just like sagging pants. This is before sagging and all that, right? But apparently, walking around with shoes with no laces in it was prison culture. And they were like, we don't want to promote prison culture. And I thought that was really interesting. I thought that was really fascinating. Now, obviously, they got past their reservations. They promote prison culture everywhere. But this, to me, is just a fascinating example of how money can create the wrong incentives. This is where this is also where hip hop kind of, I think started that process of kind of going left. I think that as much as we want to, people in my generation want to look at today's music and say, I can't believe they're doing that. A lot of that kind of started in our generation. Even when yesterday I was listening to Luke Sky. Apparently Luke from Two Live Crew is like, now he's a political analyst or something. He's like Team Kamala and stuff. Nothing against that, but that's what's happening. So I was listening to a live that he was doing where he was talking to people about the election and everything, and of course they were basically saying anybody who doesn't vote for Kamala is stupid. And I remember hearing Luke make he made a video where he was basically saying, anybody who is popping their coochie and shaking their butt and all this other stuff, they have us to thank for it. They should thank Two Live Crew because we were the first ones to rap about that. And I remember thinking, I don't think I'm proud of that. Like that to me, that's not the kind of generational legacy that I'd want us to leave. Like we really taught you how to disrespect yourself. We taught you how to have irresponsible sex. We taught you how to degrade your women. We taught you how to just be sloppy, disrespectful men. Like I'm not proud of any of that. I don't want any part of that. And even at that time, I'll tell you the truth. Even at the time when it all came out, I was like, this is terrible music. This is goofy. This is not like is everything about just nasty, weird, irresponsible sex? Like, is nothing sacred? I mean, is there nothing valuable about this experience? Like, is everything got to be reduced to a party and an orgy and going to the club? And so I kind of feel like with hip hop, I actually like the idea that there are people who understand that some elements of toxic hip hop have become kind of this cesspool of nasty, ugly racial stereotypes, very anti-family behavior, anti-woman, anti-black male, minstrel show behavior, that is ultimately self-destructive, that ultimately will lead to your children going to prison. So it's also anti-youth in that way. So as much as if you're a conservative and you might want to accuse certain groups of grooming children in a certain way, and I do believe that kind of is, things are changing, right? I think that, it's very uncomfortable for me that they want to talk so much about sexuality to children. And so I do think that there's some grooming there. You got to remember, you've let hip hop artists groom your children for prison. You've let hip hop artists groom the worst ones. I'm not talking about the good ones, I'm not the bad ones. You let them groom your child to become a drug addict. We've allowed them to groom our kids to become criminals, to put themselves to get killed at an early age. So we, so as much as we might want to point at the youth, I mean, these are our kids, and so all of us have some role to play in this destruction, and it goes back to the economics for sure, because you have no economic benefit to having a 20-year-old boy that's sitting in rehab costing his family money when he could be out conquering the world and doing great things and bringing wealth into the family. He could be a 20-year-old millionaire, but instead he's a 20-year-old drug addict. Do you understand? She could be a 22-year-old engineer that's adding to the family wealth, but instead she's a 22-year-old hoochie mama city girl that just wants to go pop a coochie for anybody that gives her $20 in a bag of Cheetos. See, you got to understand the differences. You got to understand the shadow cost of destructive culture. The shadow cost is, remember, that's the opportunity cost. That's that cost that you're paying, but you don't even realize you're paying it because you never see the money, so you don't think there is any money there. Let me give you an example. When I was at InvestFest, a kid came up to me who had been part of the Black Business School for many years, and his name was Caden, Kayden. And I saw him, and he's like 14 now. I said, Caden, oh my God, you've grown. Last time I saw him, he was 7 or 8. Caden, I asked, so I knew Caden because Caden is really big into financial literacy. And I said, so how you been? What you been up to? So he's with his dad. We were sitting there. D1 was about to go on stage, and it was in the InvestFest crowd. So I was kind of in the corner and, in the dark area. So, and let me tell you, first off, I asked Caden, I said, you're 14. Wow, you're starting high school. That's a big deal. You know what he said? He said, no, I already graduated. I said, what? And I looked at his dad. I said, wait, did he say graduated? His dad said, yeah. We got him through high school already. I said, okay. Way to go, black man. This is awesome. And then I said, so what's he gonna do now? Is he gonna go to college? And he said no, because he makes 10 times more money than the average college graduate. Here's a picture of him at the White House. Like I said, this is what I'm talking about. This is what our children are capable of when you don't allow their brains to be polluted and infested with thug, hoochie, nonsense, ignorant culture. Because remember, Caden could just as easily be like a 14-year-old who's on his way to becoming addicted to Molly Percocets and in rehab. I know parents like that, by the way. I know parents who have really extraordinary, talented, intelligent young sons who are 19 years old in rehab because they got them hooked on fentanyl at an early age. I know multiple families like this, right? So that's what Caden could have been that. But you know what happened? His father intervened. His father said, "No, you're not getting my child. The devil ain't coming up in my house because I'm the man of this house, and nothing's coming into this house, and nothing's going to poison my children. Nothing's going to intervene in their lives without my permission." And that required a degree of intentionality. And what I saw with Caden was I saw the potential of what our young men and young women can become when we stop sitting around letting other people raise our kids for us. When we stop letting other people tell us who we are, and we stop letting other people tell us who we're supposed to be. It's so what I'm saying is that overall, when I look at hip hop and I look at it in a real complex way, that's why nobody can really put me in a box. They try to. They try to say, "Oh, you hate rappers." No, I don't. I got 50 friends. I got more rapper friends than you got. Or, "Oh, you da, da, da." No, no, no. Let's talk about that. What I'm saying is that you have to address that toxic culture if you're going to ever achieve anything in this society. So, influencer culture to some extent is connected to that a little bit because rappers are tremendous influencers. And I just want to see us influence people to do things that are going to make their lives better. All right. Okay, let me mention a couple more things before we bounce out today. And also, I want to remind you also later on this week, I am going to work with my team and hopefully try to convince you to consider coming to the All Black National Convention if you haven't thought about it yet. I will give you all in this class an offer that hopefully you can't refuse. And those of you who already bought your passes, I can make it up to you. You can hit up our support team. We can give you something as a bonus or something as a thank you because if you did pay full price, that's fine. But I am going to change the price and we are going to make an offer. And I want to do this for those of you that where maybe money is a barrier or something like that. And I don't want that to be the obstacle. I really would love to have all the right people together so that we can accomplish these things together. So don't let me forget to do that. And also, my books and everything else you guys know is at drboycebooks.com. So if you have some needs for your family, for your kids, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. And later on this week, Dr. Lene Javette, who's our Dean of Entrepreneurship in the Black Business School, is going to do a special event basically for those of you that are interested in creating side hustles or businesses for yourselves and for your families. That's going to be for free. That's going to be on Friday. I will text you all the link to that event. just get on the text list. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. So text morning to 87948. I'll send you all this information via text later today and during the week. So kind of look out for that. Be on the lookout for that. All right. So let me just give you a couple quick facts. We were talking about social media influencers and how they don't make as much money as you think. Also, let me end with a couple of facts about sort of what social media does to you. When you watch people flaunt their wealth on social media, you must be extremely careful because studies, they're starting to research this and conclude that it really disrupts your mental health, especially if you're sitting there watching other people appear to live these perfect lives and your life is normal, in which all of our lives have problems, but people don't put those problems on social media. So here, a 2022 study in the Journal of Social and Clinical Psychology found that 62% of social media users reported feeling anxious or depressed after viewing posts showcasing wealth, luxury items, or extravagant lifestyles. So when you see somebody showing off how much money they got, or they took a picture next to their new Mercedes with a bow on it, and they typed the word hashtag blessed or something on the post, it does have an effect on you. And I encourage you to become emotionally intelligent, get in touch with your feelings. And if you start feeling that way, talk to yourself about it, kind of process what's going on and sort of shift your behavior. Like maybe you have to unfollow somebody or whatever so that you don't have to have that feeling inside of you. Okay. Jealousy is just a horrible feeling to have, especially anxiety and depression. Actually, the next statement I want to make here relates to envy and resentment. Social media makes you jealous. It says here, according to a 2023 survey by the American Psychological Association, 45% of respondents admitted to feeling envious or resentful after seeing friends or influencers flaunt their wealth on social media, leading to feelings of inadequacy and lowered self-esteem. So what I would say to you, two things. Number one, be careful about that. I think jealousy is just such a toxic emotion. It doesn't make you a better person, more attractive. It makes you unhealthy in so many ways because it's hard for you to count your own blessings when you're counting everybody else's blessings. A lot of times we lose our sense of gratitude when we start gaining that attitude where we are looking at other people and what they have and how they're doing, and we somehow feel we're competing with them. You got to get out of that cycle. And again, I told you, if I believe if you start feeling that way, you should just unfollow whatever accounts are making you feel. All of us have those people we follow to just get on our nerves or make us mad. And so just hit the little silent button. That way you won't see their content if that makes you feel better. Maybe it's me. Maybe I need to maybe I don't like the flaunt. So that's the other side of it too. I also believe if you are doing well, why do you have to tell everybody how well you're doing? Why tell people, I'm not a poor person. I make money, right? But I'm not interested in trying to show myself sitting in first class or riding a private jet or driving a luxury vehicle. I think that that's shallow and weird and pathetic. And also, I think that that makes people forget how blessed they are. So just kind of detach from that. They also said that 41% of this is a study at the University of Pennsylvania. They found that 41% of social media users experience increased financial stress and pressure to keep up with others after being exposed to posts about luxury purchases and vacations. So a lot of competition can emerge out of that. FOMO, another study showed that 56% of social media users, more than half, reported experiencing FOMO, fear of missing out, when they saw others enjoying their lavish lifestyles, leading to impulsive spending and poor financial decisions. Decreased life satisfaction. I could keep going. Increased spending behavior, body image concerns, mental health impact on the youth. These poor babies. Oh my God, it's terrible for them. Reduced self-worth. I could keep going down the list. I just want to encourage you to just understand that social media is this big, monstrous variable that all of us are connected to. That, in my view, is something that has to be managed. And it has to be managed in a proactive way because the Zuckerbergs and the people that make billions of dollars getting you to scroll, through these algorithms, um, these people have basically hacked human emotions, and they've hacked your brain, and they've gotten you to the point where you can't stop scrolling. They know exactly what to put in front of you. They know exactly what kind of bells and dings and beeps to put on the phone to keep you connected and engaged. And these individuals don't care about you. They just pretty much want to use you so they can make money. So don't let social media use you. Use social media. You need to use it. Don't let it use you. All right. Take it from a guy who's does a lot of stuff on social media. So maybe I can almost be an expert at it by now. I have no idea. But anyway, that's it, guys. I'm gonna let you all go. I will see you all tomorrow for Money in the Morning. If you want to get an invitation, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948. And also feel free to go to theblackbusinessschool.com if you want to see what we have going on in the Black Business School. Now we have stock market classes. Pretty soon we're going to do another meeting of the Prime program. Actually, Prime 101 is actually today, now that I think about that. So you can actually sign up if you're interested in stock options and you want to learn how to make income from stock options. That's what we do in Prime. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. So have a good day, Harris. And you really got to know his name. Dr. Harris is, in my view, arguably one of, if not the best leader in our community. He's a great guy. He doesn't fall for the nonsense, the Democrat Republican stuff. I think this week has been really nice because this whole weekend, I don't think anybody's mentioned Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I haven't heard one person mention that. And not to say that's not important. I mean, I get it if you're voting and doing your thing, but I personally believe our solutions lie with us and what we're doing, not so much what the politicians are doing. But anyway, um, so I'm sending out the text right now for those that are still in the bid. And also, if you want to be on the text list and get notified when we meet for class, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And I'll send you a wake up call periodically as well. I can't do it every single day because actually sending text messages does cost money, but I do send it when I can just to kind of let you guys know when we're talking. I think today is going to be a kind of a fun topic because I was watching this thing with Cam Newton, the NFL player, and he interviewed with this lady named Dr. I think Denise Bryant or something like that. And by the way, let me just ask real quick. Can y'all hear me? Let me know. Let me know you can hear me. I should have done my sound check. Give me a quick yes to let me know I'm coming through all right. Okay. And also I was rude. I didn't say good morning to you or greet you. I see Mr. Jan Jasmine, Stephen Gordon, Josephine Rainwater, Polly Lyons, Ayanna Hamilton, Sharon Rayford, Daryl M, Ethelene Black. Good to see you. Badia Muhammad, Karen Millhouse, Darlene Bramble, Nelly. I see you. Good to see everybody. Okay, so sorry for that. Sometimes I'm task oriented and I'm thinking about what we're gonna do for today, and I completely forget to even say hello. So just chalk it up to my weirdness. And I think yesterday I was a little emotionally drained. I went to the Black Business Conference, and which was amazing, by the way. Dr. Ken Harris really did something really amazing. He brought together dozens of delegations from African countries to meet 250 Black CEOs. There were dozens of like chambers of commerce and just all these people that are just really committed to Black economics, and they're doing insane amounts of business. Like they're really getting it done. Like this is real stuff. Like they're really going back and forth to Africa and everything else, and this is the type of stuff we should know about because that's going to be one of our keys to power. If you're Italian, you want to link back to Italy. If you're Spanish, you want to link back to Spain, right? If you are Mexican, you link back to Mexico, whatever it is. If you're China, you link back to, if you're Chinese, you link back to China. Well, you know what that means for us. We are connected to Africa, historically. I know that we're not first generation Africans, most of us are not, but I do think that economic connection is incredibly important for us to understand. I think it's very important for us to all really renew those passports and take those trips. I just did that trip to Egypt. I'm ashamed to say I've only been to about 5 African countries: Ghana, South Africa, Botswana, Nigeria, and Egypt. But I can just tell you right now, I'm probably going to go to at least 3 African countries per year. So in 5 years, my goal is to have 15 or more African countries under my belt, unless I do a trip where I do multiple countries in one trip. But Africa is the future, not just for the Black community, not just for us, not just for African American people, but also for the world. I don't know if y'all know this, but the African economy is expected to blow up largely because of its people. Africa has the youngest average population on Earth. All these other countries around the world, they're scrambling. Japan is scrambling because their populations are getting old. China's scrambling because they don't have enough people. Europe is definitely scrambling because them Europeans, they ain't got, they got, I'm sorry, I hate to say it, but some of them recessive genes are catching up. Y'all don't have what we got. I don't know if that's going to hurt anybody's feelings or not. But look at the studies, look at what the data says. So generally speaking, Africa is where it's at. Africa really is just that cradle of civilization. And one thing I think you should understand, I'm gonna talk about the the Cam Newton thing in a minute, but I really want you to understand that, that the way we view ourselves as black people around the world, kind of as the weaker party, the ones who are kind of getting our butts kicked, the ones who are being exploited and mistreated. That stuff is temporary. Like if you look throughout history, you'll see where, okay, they'll be like, okay, yeah, this group of people, they were the losers for 400 or 500 years, but then they suddenly dominated the world. Now for the next 1,000 years, they were running everything. So that's kind of what it is. Even Europe had if you go back to the Middle Ages and when they had the Black Plague, they were kind of the ghetto of the earth. They really they had this virus that went through their whole population and killed a third to a half of all the people. So all their institutions failed and fell apart, and so they were kind of the worst hood on the planet. Africa was really thriving at that time. We were doing mathematics, geometry, astronomy, and everything else, and they were like hitting each other upside the head with cave sticks. Like they really were struggling. But they eventually, through various forms of unethical behavior, unfortunately, regained a lot of their power. And I think that black people, I think that we will be powerful one day as well. I'm just preparing for that. It's just really a lot like stock market investing. If you know anything about investing, you'll know that the key to investing in the stock market, for example, is you want to buy a lot of stock while the stock prices are depressed. You don't wait until everything's booming and taking off. You buy when the stocks are depressed, and then you own them so that the rising tide really lift your boat. The rising tide does lift the boat, but you got to buy a boat. You understand? Like you got to put your boat in the water while the tide is low. Right? You can't wait till the tide is high and try to get your boat in the water. You got to get your boat in the water while the tide is low. So I love investing in the black community and in black people because in some areas the tide is a little bit low, but the tide's going to rise. And as that tide rises, we're going to be great. We're going to be great again. I guarantee you this. Um, all right. So, in fact, actually, here's an example. Back in 2006, 2007, when I was really going around to different urban radio stations and talking about black economics and all that, I had got a lot of resistance. I had a lot of people who said black people don't want to hear about that. That is not interesting. And I remember saying, I said, well, right now they're not interested, but I know that they're interested in money because I hear rappers always rapping about money. So why wouldn't money be important to us? We just don't know how to make money. I just got to help people make the connection between having money and understanding money. Right? You talk about getting money, but you're getting money the wrong way. You want to get money as a crack dealer instead of getting money as a real estate developer. You want to get money in the streets as opposed to getting money in the boardroom. You want to get money in a way that might get you sent to prison instead of getting money in a way that's not going to send you to prison. It'll probably make you more money and a more sustainable ROI, right? So that was literally the logic. And I remember at that time, it just wasn't popular. I had people tell me like, no, you're wasting your time with the black community. But I said, but I'm black. I should be investing black. I should be investing my PhD in the black community, not all these other people. They were like, well, black people, they're not going to appreciate what you're doing. They're going to think you're a nerd and whatever. And you should go talk to Asian people. They get it. Or go talk to Jewish people. They get it. Go talk to white people. They get it. And they have more money. And I said, but that's not inspiring to me. I was on the faculty of Syracuse. I talked to lots of Asian students and I love them. I had lots of European students. I love them. I had lots of Jewish students. I love them too. But it wasn't the same as talking to my people, right? It didn't have an impact on the people that I connected to the most. So I drove in, I just drilled in, and I said, if I just do this every single day, consistently, nonstop, and I just don't stop, can't stop, won't stop, then eventually, it's going to catch on. And so yesterday, I'm walking through InvestFest, and I'm seeing just hundreds, maybe thousands of people all gathered at a conference with the word invest in the title. And I'm just walking through this and I'm just so happy. I was so proud of everything I saw. I went to the Black Business Conference and I saw hundreds and hundreds of our people there who were talking about black economics, who wasn't scared to be black, who were just not scared to be black. And see, this is what's crazy to me. This is what's messed up is that they got you scared to be yourself. They got you, you run up, you say, well, I'm pro-black. well, that's gonna I'm gonna get fired from my job. Oh God, I can't be seen associating with you. I went through that. I kid you not. When I was at Syracuse, I had black professors who distanced themselves from me because I was gonna mess up their chance to get in good with the white folks in their department. They're like, if they know that I'm your friend, they gonna get me. I'm like, they gonna get us. They go, who gonna get us, Bo? They coming to get us? Like I was like little 7-year-old sneaking cookies. Well, we can't let daddy find out. We gonna get a whooping. And I'm like, we're grown-ups. We don't have to whisper about being black. Is that illegal? Is that still are the slave catchers coming? Is that what's gonna happen? Okay, did you tell Kizzy to go make sure she makes some grits in the kitchen so we can get away quick? Because I was nervous, boss. I was nervous. It was really like that. And here's the thing. Here's what's so great. So yesterday I was talking to a guy who had a government job, and he was at the Black Business Conference, and I said, so what do you do? And he said, I work with the Department of Energy. I never forget him. His name was Abraham. It wasn't Abraham. It was like Abram. And I talked to Abram on the elevator, and Abram, he's still part of he's part of his plantation, but he likes it there. I always say, if you like your plantation, I've never want to tell everyone to go quit their jobs. Just like I don't tell you who to vote for. I don't tell you what to do with your job. If you like your black job and they're treating you right, then great. Use that as a stream of income that will help you to build your wealth. Just make sure you get multiple streams of income. Make sure you get some assets, put some savings to the side, buy you some real estate, get you some stock. That way you have a backup in case that situation does not work out. So I'm never against that. I don't look down on that or anything. So he was telling me he worked at the Department of Energy, and he was there working with all these black businesses at the Black Business Conference to get government contracts with the Department of Energy. Do y'all understand how big of a deal that is? Do you understand how big of a deal that? I said that is a big deal. I said energy. I said I think there's going to be an energy shortage. I said I've been telling my students to invest in energy. I had a list of energy stocks to invest in because I think that that's really going to be an issue with AI and all that. He said, "Oh, absolutely, absolutely." And so really, here's the thing: when there's going to be a shortage of something, any commodity where there's a shortage means the price is going up, right? So I said I've been consistently buying assets in the energy space. When I heard Microsoft was thinking about building their own nuclear reactor just so they can fuel their I said, holy crap, this is going to be interesting. So I want to be in the game. So long story short, we talked, and let me just tell you, these are the types of people I think we should know more about as well. Let me tell you about this brother. I should mention him very quickly before we get to the Cam Newton thing. I promise we're going to get to the Cam Newton thing. So he told me he had a PhD in applied physics from the University of Michigan. Do you understand how powerful that is? Like I went to Ohio State. Now, in football, we like to believe we're better than Michigan, but academically, the Big Ten is strong. Ohio State's here. Michigan's right there. Shout out to Michigan. And we just talked about it and about his PhD in applied physics. And I said, I know you probably went through tremendous amounts of trauma to get there. And what I really like, I love meeting people in our community who are just quietly doing these amazing things. And it makes me sad that you don't get the same attention and respect as a rapper. Or somebody might look at you and say, well, I don't like your shoes. You look like a square. But you don't understand. This man has a superpower. It is hard as hell to get a PhD. Like I have my doctoral experience was so difficult that my whole entire adult life, I have never had any fear or intimidation of talking about a financial topic or any intellectual topic with anyone on the planet. I have been on CNN with the smartest people on the planet and literally still assumed I was probably one of the smarter people in the room. I never, or I didn't even compete and compare. You don't even do that. Once you elevate and you don't care about that, you're just like, yeah, okay, I'm going to listen. I'm going to learn from you because you're confident. You don't think that that you know what you're doing. You don't think that you're smart. You just kind of know it. Like, yeah, I know I got some neurons firing. I'm gonna be all right. And that's what that level of push does. It's like being a Navy SEAL, an intellectual version of a Navy SEAL, an intellectual version of a ninja. Like you're like, yeah, you took karate class for 2 weeks, but I did ninja training in the mountains of Nepal for 25 years. So I'm Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee and stuff right now. So this is a whole different level of understanding, right? So this brother is up at that level, and I met other black men like that as well. And I saw some of them at InvestFest. They came up to me at InvestFest and they're quietly doing these amazing things. I met people that did $100 million in business with their company last year. And again, these are not people that you see. These are in my view, what I would call the dark matter of the Black community. And I call it the dark matter because has anybody give me a guess if you've ever heard this about physics? Or tell me if you've heard this. They say that 98% of the energy in the universe is completely undetectable by any instruments that we have in existence now. Has anybody ever heard about that? Give me a yes if you ever heard about dark matter and how dark matter works. Like, give me a yes in the chat. Let me see if anybody else knows. Okay, so let me explain it for those who are not familiar with it. Basically, dark matter is something we know it's there. It has it. You see the effects, but you can't, they can't find it. They try to measure it and they can't measure it. They can measure things like oxygen and, they can measure gravity and all that, but they can't figure out. They're like, where is this energy? Like, we don't, we should be able to look at the molecule or an atom or just something to tell us where they can't find it. But they see the effects of it, like the way the planets move and stuff, like however they measure that, right? In a way, it's kind of like, like if you're in a room and somebody farts and you smell it, there's evidence that somebody farted, but you may not know who actually did it, right? And you can't see it, but it's just there. Like dark matter is kind of like that, right? So to me, the dark matter in the Black community is just these amazing people, millions of us, and I say us because we're never going to get as much attention as the rappers and the goofballs and the guy with 10 babies mamas who shot his daddy in his big toe and did a bunch of years in prison and wants to sell crack again and wants to rap about Molly's and Percocets. We'll never get the same attention as these people because that's how the system's designed. That's how that entertainment, that media engine is designed. It's designed to take the very worst of us and to really elevate that. And then you poison the children because you get the children looking up to the men that should not be looked up to. You get the children looking up to dysfunction. So they desire dysfunction. They want to be broken. They want to be ignorant. They want to be backward, right? So really, I want to just give a shout out to all the dark matter in the community because you're the ones that are really holding our community together. Like you're the fabric. When I meet you, if I ever meet any of you in person, one thing you'll notice is like my goal is like I want to hear your story. I like to hear your story. If I have time, I'll sit and just listen to your whole story. And I can't tell you how many times I have heard Black men and Black women come up to me and it'll be some Black man. I was in New Orleans. I was at some conference in New Orleans. Me and my wife were waiting for an Uber. And there was a guy, I meet good people everywhere. So this guy goes, "Hey, Dr. Boyce," and he yells at, he's at a red light. He was in a truck, and he's talking to me. He's like, "Hey, I like your stuff, man." I was like, "Oh, thank you, man. Good to see you." And I had never seen him, but it was like, it's still good to see him. And so we're talking, and he's at this light, and I'm like, okay, the light's about to change, and we're just yelling across the street. I said, I realized, I said, my Uber ain't here yet. I said, can you give me a ride? And he's like, yeah, yeah, hop in. So we hopped in the truck. My wife was with me, and I guess it could have gone wrong, but we hopped in his truck. So we're riding in this guy's truck, and he just randomly, and we're just talking. He randomly he says, "Yeah, I quit my job because of you." And I was like, "Really? Wow. Tell me how it went. What happened?" And him and his wife are running this business. And he said, "Yeah, we made over $1.2 million last year in revenue." And I said, "Really? Tell me more about your family." He said, "Well, me and my wife have been married for 30 years, and we have three kids. And one just graduated from college, the other one's starting college, and the other one's in high school, and they all work in the family business." And I'm just sitting here thinking, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is the Black American dream. This is the American dream. That is the Black American dream. Just like going to some big white university that puts you $200,000 in debt so you can get a job working for other white people who abuse you for 20 or 30 years and leave you broke. That's not a dream, really. That's not, or not just broke, but broke in. And we're going to talk. Actually, I want to talk about that Cam Newton thing because I think that that's part of it. I'm not here to disrespect Cam Newton, though. I'm not trying to do that. But really, it's like all this other crap, that's not a dream. To me, it's like, man, you have built a great family and it's a secure family. It's a secure situation. You have lived righteously and strongly in your manhood. You are the king of the castle. Your wife is the queen. Y'all got the children. There's a legacy that's been built. It's going to last long after you're gone. you built some wealth. You're disconnected from the machine. You're not dependent on other people. And the thing was, he had a good regular job. I think he was like a federal marshal or something like that. And but I was really impressed. I was really impressed. And a lot of you are living that life. And I just really want you to know that even though society might not talk about it, or people might say that that's lame, or that's not interesting, or that that's boring, I don't agree with any of that. I was the lame guy all through my 20s. I was lame. All through my 20s, I was just this guy who had a raggedy car. So somebody's making jokes about women who have boyfriends where their boyfriends borrow their car and they were clowning these women. And I was honest. I said, when I was 25 and I was broke, I actually had to borrow my girlfriend's car because I didn't have a car. I could not afford it. I said, but I gotta make up for it. We got plenty of cars in our garage now. But now everybody's borrowing my car, but yeah. So I think it's just kind of like you got to really see the value of something in someone before the rest of the world sees it. Like I think that the ability to see value is really a consciousness exercise where you have the courage to come to independent assessments of something's or someone's value, not valuing them as a person, but just in terms of what they can add. Like you can sense the value of their contribution without other people having to validate that. When you're looking for external validation of what you see in terms of value, you're gonna get it wrong. You're going to get it wrong. Just like stock. If you are interested in buying a stock just because everybody else is buying it, then chances are you're buying a stock that's been overpriced. You have to have independent eyes. Your independent eyes are where you can see the value of the stock, even if the rest of the world doesn't see it. And that requires a certain amount of skill. It requires a certain amount of confidence. It requires a certain amount of consciousness and a certain amount of foresight where you can say, okay, this thing is valuable whether the world sees this or not. I love doing that. I love looking. I meet people. I met a young lady at the conference. Her name was Ketchy, and I talked to Ketchy for a little while. And she had told me she said I heard you were here, and I came to the conference, to meet you. And she was 30, and we were talking, and I said, yeah, you're talented. I said, I can tell you're diverse, you're smart, you have certain values. I said, I think you could be a star. You could be really good at what you're doing. I just want you to see that because it doesn't matter if I see it. I've seen that's happened all the time where I've seen things with people and they don't see it. If you don't see it, then it's like it's some Stevie Wonder stuff. Like it's not going to happen. You have to be able to see it. But I personally think that the ability of us to see the value in ourselves and each other is essentially important because when you see the things you see value in are the things you invest in. You invest where you see value. You do not put your energy and your time into areas where you don't see value. So the problem that we have, one of the problems we have with our economics is also a self-esteem problem. We do not see the value in ourselves and the value in each other. That's why we want to go across town and spend all the time with white folks. That's what we do. I'm not, if you're white, I don't, I know sometimes I mention white folks and I know that that's taboo. I know we're not allowed to say your name in public without getting publicly beaten, but I'm not scared to say it. And I hope that this does not hurt your feelings because this is not personal. This is just factual. We are too special. We are too significant. We are too capable. We are too great to be investing our best and brightest and our greatest energy and our dark matter into all the stuff that don't matter. We put all of our dark matter into the stuff that don't matter. And I just don't believe that. I think we should put our dark matter into the stuff that does matter. And what matters is you. What matters are your children. What matters is your family. What matters is your infrastructure. What matters is you. You matter. And so anyway, one thing I'm going to do really quickly, if you don't mind, is Amani, who's on our team. She matters. Amani, you matter. Everybody say Amani, you matter. Everybody say hi to Amani. She's important because without my team, I can't do any of this. We are in, I think, week one of the Black Investors Championships, and Amani has just sent me the leaderboard of who's in there. And if you're not familiar, the Black Investors Championships is a competition where hundreds of you have entered this competition. It's a stock market investing competition. It's too late to enter now, but we'll let you know when the next one happens. And at the end, the winner gets the Black Investors Cup, which is a big cup. You got to hold it like this. It's really heavy. So you're going to feel proud of that. And also, you get lifetime access to the Black Business School. And so with week one, the leaderboard has let's see, the number one account. Everybody gets 50,000 to start off with. It looks like DCREN 21. You are the leader right now with $64,345. V Stock 5 has $56,910. So shout out to V Stock 5. And number three is Thousand Proof. That's a cool name. Thousand Proof is $55,610. So congratulations to you right now. But it's week one, so it's the beginning of the race. So we still got a long way to go. 5 more weeks. But I will keep you guys posted each week. Thank you, Amani, for reminding me to mention the leaderboard. Also, I want to mention I had a list of stocks that I wanted to send you guys. I think I sent it out, like some cybersecurity stocks you may want to take a look at. If you haven't gotten that list of stocks yet, feel free to get on the text list. You text the word morning to the number 87948. I can send it out one more time. Text morning to 87948. And also, I do have a book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, as well as some workbooks and flashcards for kids. If you go to drboycebooks.com, that's our Black Wealth Mastery store. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com, drboycebooks.com. All right, so let's talk about this Cam Newton thing really quick. And and actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I know I told D I was going to meet him over at Invest Fest. Okay, there we go. He hasn't texted me yet, so I got time. All right, so Cam Newton. If you saw, how many of you saw? Give me a yes or no. How many of you saw Cam Newton have his conversation? I think he was talking to a woman named Dr. Bryant. I don't know if it's Dr. Denise Bryant, Dr. Joyce Bryant, or something like that. She's a really smart lady. Really presents well on camera. I really liked her commentary, and they were talking about Cam's. Basically Cam wanting to be the new Nick Cannon. Basically, Cam Cam Newton is a football player. In case you don't follow, and now he has a podcast. And Cam is interesting. He wears this hat, and he has a hole in the hat where his dreads come out of the top of the hat. What word do we text? We text the word morning, MORNING. Text morning to MOR to 87948. If somebody type that in so others can see it. So Cam has this hat, and his hair comes out of the top of his hat. Very, very strange. And he would always just come to these games dressed like Willy Wonka, like the Black Willy Wonka or something. There would just be some weird outfits or whatever. I don't understand all that, to be honest with you. But he was a great quarterback. He won the national championship. He did decently in the NFL. I think he got pushed out a little earlier than he wanted to, but he was a great player, I thought, and I his podcast seems interesting. I don't really watch it, but I did see this clip with Dr. Bryant, and it was really interesting because they were talking about his 8 children with 3 different women. And I'm going to play this clip, and I'm going to kind of give you a perspective on this, particularly from a Black wealth standpoint. And it's on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So feel free to follow me at Dr. Boyce Finance if you want to join the conversation or make your personal direct commentary on this issue. So I'm going to pull this up, and also I'm going to need you guys to let me know if you can hear the video. Let me hit the button. Okay, pause. All right, there we go. Okay, now I got to turn this thing off. All right, here we go. All right, so share my screen now. All right, so in this discussion, they were basically talking about his kids and whether or not it makes sense to, have all these kids and babies, mamas, and all this stuff. And I'm gonna let them talk, and then I'll kind of give you a little bit of insight on this. Here we go.
I want more. Now,
By multiple women? What's the intent? Just saying about your wife?
I just want God to bring him.
Oh, okay. And you just
because my point is this: my desire to get married is lower than my fear of divorce. So, as you would say it, Dr. Brian, you said it. I didn't say it. I will agree. I'm just taking my time.
Action based.
I'm taking my time.
You're being very action based. You have 8 kids with 3 different women.
Yes.
You are creating, procreating, and multiplying. That is not taking your time. You're being very selectively active. Okay, so you're creating. And disclaimer. The kids are innocent. They are beautiful and amazing. Anything I said has nothing to do with them babies, because I can't wait to be a mom, and I love the kids.
I love that she said that, because there's always, y'all ever notice that when you watch something like this, there's always one idiot that tries to take the comment and then apply it to something it don't apply to and start a whole nother conversation. It's always one of those. I like that.
But you are proactively choosing where you want to be active at and where you want to take your time. You want to take your time in having a wife because of your own fears. But you will, and I say this with all respect and love, what I'm about to say next, okay, Cam? But you will selfishly create broken families, even if you're in their life and you're a proactive father, and I believe you're an amazing daddy. I can only imagine with just your presence and knowing you thus far. But these families are still broken. Every child cannot have Papa in the house with them. So some child, if not all will end up with some kind of deficit without daddy being there. Now, you chose to do that. I'm not saying you sat there and woke up one morning and said, I want to be selfish today, so I'm going to go make a baby. Not saying that at all. But those are selfish acts at the expense of your fear. So at what point do you feel the fear? Do it anyways. And yeah, that is a low functioning behavior. To say that I am going to create these homes. Oh, let me go better. I'm going to build these houses and put kids and these beautiful women and kids in them, but I ain't going to create a home in them. I'm going to wait till
That's a good, and I love that analogy.
dissipate my fear to find a wife where I'm still going to be fearful with, because there's no such thing as not having some type of nerve or some type of feeling behind marrying somebody who you're spending your life with. And then I'm going to build a home with her while all these other beautiful babies have houses. That's completely unfair and it's selfish.
Just tell me when I can solve.
Yeah, almost. That's completely unfair and that's selfish. And so, yes, you're taking your time in this department, but you're not taking your time in this department, which means you're compartmentalizing. And compartmentalizing never works. Compartmentalizing hurts everybody involved. Everybody who's in this box and that box and this box and that box and this box. And then here you go over here trying to figure out what box you're going to feed or entertain or do. Then you're looking outside to figure out who's your next victim to put in the box. It's unhealthy. And it's a huge dysfunction within our Black community that I truly believe personally, statistically, mental health wise, and community wise, that Black men would stop.
Black men with what?
Stop doing that they would stop that dysfunctional behavior of compartmentalizing and creating houses, not homes, and then finally a home with a wife. And then you have all these other houses that are homeless, but you over here at some point when you do get a wife, if you do, I'm saying if that's what you want, you will, you get whatever you want. You're trying to create a home.
Kicker. I want more.
No, oh my God.
By
Okay. All right. So, in a couple of words, what would y'all say? Reginald Sykes says, does he take care of his children? Lewis says the doctor is spot on. Somebody says, wow, poor Cam. Okay. All right. So, powerful. All right. Sad. She's right. He's a fool, says Lenny. Hollis says she's right. Shaquana says trifling. Okay. Linda says the doctor is awesome. Yeah, I thought so too. She did a really great job. Travis, great perspective. Darnell, inappropriate behavior. Sharon says he's broken. Okay. Pat says about the doctor is correct. Does anybody feel that the doctor was incorrect? Like, does anybody feel like she overstepped or she was being judgmental or inappropriate with what she said? So if you feel that way, say, okay, I don't see any no's or any yeses. Okay. A lot of you like what she said. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So here's what, let's start here, right? We all agree that we care about our kids, and also we all hopefully understand from our financial consciousness training how valuable our children are, personally and even economically. That literally your Black children are a multi-trillion-dollar asset. That's why racist white folks work so hard to get a hold of them. That's why they want them in their public schools, because they make billions from even your children going to failing public schools. They make lots of money from that. When your son grows up and ends up in the penitentiary, they make money from that. If your kids grow up and end up working for a company, chances are they'll be working for white people. That's a multi-trillion-dollar play. When you all grow up and go to college and go, $200,000 in debt to a big white university, there's trillions of dollars being made that way. So you and your children and your family is a multi-trillion-dollar asset that other people feel ownership of. Other people feel entitled to that. Before you're even born, there was somebody who felt entitled to you. They were like, okay, we're going to put you on a Negro track so that we can make sure we extract things from you as you go through life. You are a commodity, like I compare to the chickens at a farm that are getting ready to be taken to KFC. Nobody cares about the chickens. The chickens don't have any rights. The chickens are just there to serve those on the higher aspect of the food chain. So to some extent, you're at the bottom of the economic and social and political food chain. That's why, for example, we saw both the Republican National Conference and the Democratic National Conference happen, and not one word was really mentioned about reparations or significantly repairing the damage that's been done to Black communities. There's no conversation about that. So with that being said, let me talk about just some basic stats on what happens to broken families in America. Okay, and this is all of America. This isn't just Black people. First off, here's the stat: the single parent families, particularly those headed by women, have a poverty rate of 30% compared to 6% for married couple families. So again, most of us are not Cam Newton. I'm sure Cam Newton is paying plenty of child support. I would be surprised if any of the women raising his children are in poverty. But most guys, a lot of us know a Cam Newton who ain't got Cam Newton money. Tell me if you know. Tell me if you know. Give me a yes if you know at least one dude who's trying to be Nick Cannon but they never got a job on one of those goofball TV shows that pays them all that money, right? So you have a lot of broke Nick Cannons out here, a lot of broke Cam Newtons out here, and that leads to a lot of poverty in families. The lowest net worth in America is that of a single black mother with children. That's the lowest net worth in America, and this creates all kinds of other forms of trauma. When you're coming out of the gutter, your kid is struggling, your kid's living in a gang infested neighborhood, you know, they don't have enough to eat. All these things are very traumatic and very disruptive to children, and it really shapes them in a really sometimes in a really painful sort of way. Also, the median income for single mother families is about 31,000 a year, which is significantly lower than the median income of 93,000 for married couple families. So, as I was speaking to a young man the other day at the the Black Business Conference, his name was Nate. He was 32, and he was a former Air Force something. I don't know what his role was, but he was in the Air Force. That was that. And he has a business and a family and everything else. And I was explaining to him about how your family is an asset to you as well. And just like your business is an asset, just like you have to learn to manage your business, you got to learn how to manage your family. Just like you learn to invest in your business, you invest in your family. See, you cannot be a person who thinks about the family as this side thing, because if you if you make the main thing the side thing, then the side thing will destroy the main thing. Do you understand? If you make your family the side thing, that's the side of the main thing. Like, I'm going to just give my family whatever time is left over. Eventually, what the problems in your family, the divorce, the children who hate you, the stress in your house, all the attorneys you have to pay as your family's falling to pieces, that's gonna kind of mess up everything else, right? So ultimately, the family management, if it's done properly, on the flip side of that, can really be an economic booster. Couples that are able to do the therapy, do the work, do the training with each other on how to deal with each other. Like, I feel like I have to do training to learn how to deal with my wife. I had to learn all kinds of tools of therapy. Women, y'all are complicated. That I've never met a math equation that is more complicated than teenage daughters. Like, that's harder than any math. I've seen some really hard math problems, but none as hard as figuring out, say, a teenage girl, the girls in our house, and also understanding my wife, which is a grown up version of that. So that's a challenge for me, and she has to be committed to doing the same challenge in terms of understanding me, because I'm sure I'm not a piece of cake either. I'm a very weird man, right? So ultimately, though, if you can make it work and you have this energy that is in alignment, and you are able to build from each other, then you can actually do things at a level together that you can't do, that's hard to do individually. Food insecurity. Over 30% of single parent households experience food insecurity. Not enough food. And this is white people included. So when you throw in black people, you know that number's going to be double. You know the number's double for us. When white folks get a cold, we get pneumonia. Shout out to Tavis Smiley. He used to say that. Only 10% of two-parent households have food insecurity, whereas 30% of single-parent households. Educational attainment. Children from single-parent households are twice as likely to drop out of high school, which limits their future earning potential. Also, childcare costs. Single parents spend an average of 35% of their income on childcare compared to 10% for married couples. So that, again, that 35% is probably much higher if you're black. Now I've given you the statistics on single parent households. Now I want to give the statistics on black single parent households, because we got to look at what happens with us. Okay, so they said 40% of black children living in single parent households are living below the poverty line. That's almost half. The median income for black single mother families is around 28,000 a year, which is much lower than the national median income for families overall, which hovers around 70,000. 28,000 a year. Very hard to live off that, especially with kids. The wealth gap. Check this out. The black single parent households have a median wealth of less than $1,700. Now, that actually is a generous estimate. The estimate I saw was $0. And median is not the average. Median is not the mean. The mean is the average, where you add them all together and you divide by the number of people in the sample. Median is the one that's right in the middle. Like that woman who's right in the middle, just right in the middle of the pack. Her wealth level, according to this study, is 1,700. I've heard the number to be as low as zero, and it's about 10 times that for white single parent households. So white women who are single parents have a median wealth level that's 10 times greater than black women who are single parents. So this is one of the things I'm going to say. is I really have a hard time understanding from a financial standpoint why anyone would want to be a single parent. That's the first thing. And no disrespect to anybody who's made that choice. I know it happens. That's life. Life be life, and we know this. But I don't understand why anybody would choose to be a single parent, and I don't know why anybody would choose to create a single parent. I don't understand that. I think also when I've had disagreements with guys. Sometimes guys on the internet will get mad at me and stuff, and I love them. But I'm not gonna tell you that something that's stupid is not stupid. I'm just gonna say I don't agree. It's crazy. It doesn't make sense. You're not making sense right now, and you hear a lot of guys that will criticize women who are single parents, right? You're a single mom, these single moms, but then they'll defend a man who like Cam who says, "Oh, I'm gonna go make a bunch of single mamas. I'm gonna go create single mamas everywhere. Single mama for you, single mama for you." Like Oprah did. You get a car, you get a car, right? You a baby mama, you a baby mama, you a baby mama, you a baby mama, so it doesn't make sense to me. You can't sort of cheer on that behavior and at the same time be critical when you meet that single mother who's doing her best trying to figure it out. Maybe she wanted to marry Cam. She had Cam's baby. I personally think, but now to be honest with you, that's where sometimes people don't understand me. But I'm kind of like the guy who says, "Well, I don't really know if you really want to have a baby with a Cam Newton anyway. I don't. Maybe you shouldn't even let that man in your bedroom because he's he'd be sleeping with a lot of girls and guys like that. They sometimes they got diseases and stuff. But I don't judge. It's life, whatever. It's human nature. But at the same time, I think that just the lack of consciousness. This is where financial consciousness comes into play. If you remember, let's go back to our fundamental definition of what consciousness is. Consciousness is leveling up. Consciousness is when you can think on higher dimensions. Consciousness is when you can anticipate future moves and cause and effect. Consciousness is where you're playing chess with your life and not checkers. That's what consciousness is. I can see the whole game from the top. I can look at my life where I am, and I can, if I'm 38, I was counseling a young brother that I mentored today. He's 38 years old. I said, at 38, your consciousness means you should be able to look down at your life and see yourself at 38, but at the same time, look back at your life at 21 and see the progression, and then look at your life at 55 and see what that looks like. You're in a helicopter. Do you understand? Right? And then you go, that's the that's the third dimension. But then you go to the fourth dimension where you start looking at the time series. That's where you can see the future and the past. And then the fifth dimension is where you look at the possibilities. The fifth dimension is where you say, okay, if I do this, this is going to happen. If I do that, that's going to happen. If I do this, this is going to happen. Cause and effect. Do you understand? And I told you the sixth dimension is where God lives, and I'm not God, so I have a hard time describing that. But the point of the matter is to say that, when you're talking about the sacred and really critical decision to sleep with another person, not make a baby with another person. 'Cause think about it, so many people have babies and they don't plan. They're not like, ooh, I'm gonna go have sex with this person so we can get pregnant. God kind of just sneaks that into the equation, right? Just like statistically speaking, there's going to be some like standard deviations and some errors there where 1,000 people have sex, all of them wore protection, but 50 of them had a baby just because life be life, because you can't outsmart Mother Nature, you can't outsmart God, you can't outsmart the universe, right? So a lot of us play roulette, 5 of us crap out, right? And so basically the sacred act of sleeping with another person is something that should be factored into your consciousness equation. Like, like I'll see men that are trained, and I see this is where I blame hip hop culture, not all of it, but the toxic side of it, the part that's promoted by these racist people who want us to dumb ourselves down. And so many guys I've seen, the decision to sleep with a woman is based on like, if I can sleep with her, can I sleep with her? And I don't hear a lot of people asking like, should I sleep with her? Should I be doing this? Not can I do it? There's a lot of stuff you can do. You can do anything. I can go jump out this window, but the bigger question is, should I be jumping out this window? Do you understand? And sometimes we do stuff because we can do it instead of stopping and asking the conscious question, which is, should we do it? Is this where I'm supposed to be? Is this where my life do I really want my life peppered with babies, mamas, and child support court? All so I can go have a happy orgasm today. That's it. That's it. It's the if you can you imagine a world without orgasms? If they took orgasms out of our bodies and we could not, and we had to find some other way to be happy, oh, the baby mama rate would it would just plummet. It would decline rapidly, right? It would, right? So think about how many crazy, horrible choices are made by men and women, not just men, by men and women, just over something so basic, something as simple as that has ruined lives, has led to financial destruction, has caused depression, anxiety, like regrets, a lifetime of regrets, death. Magic Johnson, he's not dead yet. I hope he lives forever, but y'all know what happened with Magic. Again, if you had no orgasms, I don't think all that would have happened. It would have been he would have spent his time doing something else. So I just really think that to me, consciousness economically, I mean, it all circles back to wealth, right? And remember, wealth isn't just money. Wealth is anything of value that's in your life. Wealth is really more connected to a concept in economics called utility. Utility is just how happy are you with your life? How happy are you with the situation that you created? Are you content with that? If you're content, then you are a wealthy person, whether you have money or not, because wealth goes far deeper than just how much money you have in your bank account. There are plenty of people that have a lot of money in their bank account who are incredibly unhappy, who are stressed out, scared to death, going through hell, not well mentally or physically or otherwise. So stop thinking. Never let anybody make you think that just because you got money in the bank, you're doing good. Doing good, again, another aspect of consciousness. That definition of how you're doing. If somebody says how you doing, and all you say is, "Well, I made $1 million last year," that's not a conscious answer. A conscious answer is where, how you doing should be answered by, well, I'm happy. I got a good woman by my side. My kids love me. I'm physically healthy. I'm at peace. I meditate in the morning. I did my breathing exercises. I'm feeling good about my existence. That is the answer to the question of how you're doing. If you say to me, Boyce, how you doing today? I'm not gonna be like, man, did they tell you how much money I made yesterday? Man, that ain't it. I got a complex life. I have to process that. Like, let me think about it. Let me think about how I'm doing. I don't know. I gotta go breathe for a little bit. I gotta go close my eyes for a little while. Do you understand? So ultimately, that to me is kind of what the big question is. It's like, how are you doing? How do you want to be doing? How wealthy do you want to be? And I don't think I'm gonna just tell you, when I look at Cam Newton and the 8 babies, 8 kids with the 3 women, I'm thinking that's going to be really complex for him in terms of whether or not that's a strategy that's going to really impact his wealth in a positive way. Not his financial wealth. I'm talking about his wealth period, but it will impact the financial wealth. So let me keep going. Let me keep going here. All right. So another aspect of this Cam Newton conversation. So just so you know, there are other stats on things like home ownership and educational outcomes. Basically, Black children from single parent homes are about twice as likely to have lower academic performance and have very high school dropout rates, much higher than 2 parent homes. So these are things you probably could have guessed much easily or easier. And what's interesting is that I did see somebody mentioned a solution. They said, maybe Cam should have all the mothers of his children, and the children all live in the same area, right? Either a compound where everybody has a house, or a neighborhood where everybody has a house, right? In that neighborhood, and that can actually be afforded. Did anybody ever see that show Big Love on HBO? That was a great show where this guy he was a polygamist, and he had 3 houses on the same property, and all his wives lived in the different houses. But what was interesting was that they showed all the different sides of that. Like see, the thing is, like, a young guy is like, "Oh, this is great. Look at all the sex I get to have." But you get a little bit older and you get tired, and he was worn out. He was absolutely worn out because the financial expectations were just huge. He had to go make an insane amount of money to afford all that. And then also, when you get to the point where you become a grown man and you're not being led by your penis anymore, it's like you have all these other aspects of that in terms of managing lots of different emotions, lots of different situations and all that. So he really sort of became very overwhelmed by that situation, right? So again, I'm not here to say, and I say this without judgment. I'm not saying this is what Cam should do. I'm not saying you should agree with it. I know some people think that these are horrible ideas, but that is something I saw someone say, and I wouldn't, necessarily feel the right to judge if Nick Cannon, who says he makes over 50 to $100 million a year. I don't know how much he makes. He can afford to do something like that, and maybe that's something they agree on. I believe relationships are personal anyway. I think that society does not have a right to judge your relationship. And so if you wanted my advice on that, if you forced me to give you advice on relationships, my advice would be don't let the internet tell you if your relationship is good or bad, because the internet's full of stupid people that don't know anything about having healthy relationships. They just know how to make YouTube videos, and they will give you advice that you will take home and it will get your ass kicked. Like they will literally tell you things that where you be like, yeah, woman, I was in with the manosphere, and they said that you need to stop because I'm a high value man. And next thing you know, you're gonna be sitting there, you gotta have something else to complain about. You're gonna be sitting at home by yourself with your boys drinking a beer, complaining, man, these women, they be doing me dirty, man. They be doing men dirty. Yeah, same thing. Same thing's true with women. I think that there are lots of the thing about relationships, I would say, this is just me being Uncle Boyce for a second. I hope that's okay. Is that there's a lot of most of the answers of what it takes to have a healthy relationship are not always politically correct. I think that politics, when it's mixed into how we interact with each other as men and women, politics kind of screws things up. So, when you're the hardcore feminist who doesn't think men deserve to be respected on any level, and you come in with the mindset of something that you picked up from some radical lady that you saw online, then that man may walk away from you and you may not understand why. I think that personal accountability is really the solution in most situations, right? So that means that if I'm sitting there as a man and I think women do this and women do that, and all my relationships have led to a certain outcome, I cannot have that conversation without considering my role in the process. Even if my even if my role is, okay, I need to just really pick different. I need to stay away from people. I tend to trust the big button, a smile, or I tend to chase people that remind me of my mother because my mother mistreated me or whatever. Like, I personally think that that's a personal choice, and I would say make it personal and customize it for yourself, customize it for your partner, and that's how you make things work. Because if you make it work, if you make a relationship work, if you make a family work, it becomes a very powerful thing. I've met people. I met another guy the other day who told me about his family business, and he was actually from the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam has some of the most solid human beings I've ever met in my life. That's why I trust them for my security at the convention. My security is Nation of Islam. I love my Nation of Islam friends. I just feel like there's a solidness, there's a common sense, and this is why I encourage the whole Black community to, even if you don't appreciate, if you don't, even if you don't connect to everything that they say, listen and learn. Because I talked to him. I don't remember the brother's name. I feel bad about that, but we talked for a minute. And let me tell you about him. He's part of the dark matter I was telling you about. This brother told me that first of all, I said, "What do you do?" He said, "I build houses." And he was showing me all these houses he builds. I think they were like I could have sworn they were. No, there was another brother building tiny houses. I want to talk to him too. But this guy, he said he builds houses, so he's a builder. We need more builders in our community. We don't have enough builders. We have managers, people that can go manage a business. But I like people that can actually build a business, because we have to build our community. And he told me about his family. He was telling me about he and his wife homeschooled their children, and his children all graduated from college with high honors, with these degrees in these really amazing fields, chemical engineering, and another one had a degree in some other type of engineering, and his children worked with him in this family business, and it was a really awesome, solid situation where his legacy is protected and reserved because he's kept his children close to him. His children are skilled. That's the thing. Your children are your $1 trillion asset. So if you're pouring into that asset and you're investing in that asset, then that creates a more solid infrastructure that allows your legacy to really exist. A lot of people that follow that culture of selfishness, and I know that doctor was using the word selfish to define Cam. I'm not going to use that term. But if you think about it, a lot of the culture that is pushed is a very selfish culture where it's like, it's all about me as a man seeking pleasure and being comfortable and being happy, me as a woman seeking pleasure and being comfortable, being happy. And we don't even really factor things like children into the equation, because we see children as like this, they like that, children will disrupt your swag. Children will take away from your freedom. Children will take away resources and all that. And so you see children as an expense. You see them as a liability, as opposed to seeing them as what they are, which is the ultimate asset. But the thing about this asset is it's like a big empty bucket, and it's a giant bucket, and you got to pour into into the bucket. If the bucket is empty, then yeah, an empty bucket is going to take up space. But if you pour into that bucket, that can really, really, really do amazing things for your legacy, especially when you get, say, 50s and 60s and 70s and you're tired and you've worked your whole life. You busted your ass your whole life to just be the best, to be skilled and to be successful. And if you haven't really poured into a bucket at some point in your life, then everything that you've built, everything that you've done your whole life is going to just disappear with you when you die. It's literally it's just gone. Like, okay, yeah, there's this hardworking lady named Ethel that worked for 50 years and but there's nothing there to remember when she's gone. Or yeah, John was the man back in the 1970s. He was the baddest and and all the ladies wanted him. And then John got old and John died and now John doesn't exist anymore on any level. And again, I'm not saying that's the most important thing in the world, but I am saying that these are variables that you might want to consider in the process because wealth really is a relay race. And a lot of our job is to not drop the baton and to pass that baton. Sometimes we don't want to run with the baton. We want to run by ourselves, or we take the baton and we throw it in the mud and we tell our kids, well, I got it out the mud. You can get it out the mud too. There was a young lady who told me that her father felt like because he got it out of the mud, she's got to get it out of the mud. And I'm like, no, you don't take the baton and throw it in the damn mud and then tell your daughter, hey, get it out the mud like I did. No, you're supposed to keep the baton nice and clean, run as fast as you can, get her the lead in the race and hand her that stick so she can run it home like Sha'Carri Richardson and get that gold medal. Our kids don't get gold medals because nobody's passing the baton or we're dropping the baton or we're throwing the baton in the mud or they're not even in the race. If you remember, think about this. In the United States, in the Olympics, the U.S. men have the fastest dudes on the planet. We have the fastest human beings on the planet, but the U.S. men have not won the 4x100 meter relay for 20 years. They haven't even medaled for 20 years. How in the hell is it that you can have the fastest sprinters on earth and not medal for 20 years? That's insanity. That is crazy. And it is I'm telling you, there is a connection with the fact that these individuals, these guys are African American males. African American males, we're not really honestly trained to think about anything other than just how great I am. Look at me. I'm the man. I'm the best. I'm the champion. So I'm competitive with you rather than being collaborative with you. I talked to a rapper friend about that the other. I said, your whole hip hop culture, unfortunately, is all built on competition. I got to be the man. Yeah, I'm gonna beat a man by outdoing you, by dominating you. But and it's very exhausting. It's tiring to have to compete with every guy that you meet. And instead of saying, okay, you know what, the same energy that I would have put into competing with you, I'm gonna put that same energy into collaborating with you so that we know who the real competitor is. A lot of times we can't compete because our consciousness level is so low that we don't even know who the real competitor is. We don't know who the real enemy is. Like even in politics, I talked to a guy yesterday at the conference. I have all these conversations and I bring them into class because these are conversations that I remember and I reflect on these. I talked to a brother who was a lobbyist in DC and he was a nice guy. And he, like I told you, you got the Black Business Conference, heavyweights everywhere, just people doing amazing stuff. So we're talking in the elevator, and he was telling me, he said, yeah, in our office, half of us are Democrats, half of us are Republicans, but don't nobody care about that. We all work together to make as much money as possible. That's it. He said, I'm not going to argue with Tom because Tom is a Trump supporter. That has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. We're going in there and I'm going to support him to go get that money on the Republican side. He's going to support me to get money on the Democratic side. That's what he said. And I said, I think that's the right idea. I said, my rule is I will never argue with another Black person about their political affiliation. I'm just not. That's a waste of energy. Because the enemy, if I'm a Democrat, my enemy is not the Republicans. If I'm a Republican, my enemy is not the Democrats. If I have consciousness, the real enemy is the people, the bastards that put us in this two-party system that makes us fight each other. That's the real enemy. And remember that we talked about this a little bit yesterday, that if you're in a cage fight, your enemy is not the other guy fighting you in the cage. The enemy is the person who built the damn cage and structured the cage so that y'all are going to fight each other as opposed to fighting them. So that's consciousness. Consciousness is where you just level up and you're like, no, I'm not. I'm looking down at this cage and this whole scenario is messed up. Right. So you got people who win the game, people who lose the game, people who can't get into the game. people who get who leave, who refuse to play the game. Then you got the people who created the game, and then you got the smart people who just go create a whole nother game somewhere else, who say I'm not even going to participate. Not only am I not playing this game with you, but I'm also going to go and build another game where I get to be the dungeon master. I get to be the one who controls all of this. And I think that to me is a consciousness exercise, and a lot of us don't get that. So anyway, let me keep going here. Couple quick reminders, just so you guys know. And Amani, if you're still here, if you can remind me to do this, I want to give you guys. I really want you all to. I really want to pitch to you all the idea of coming to the All Black National Convention. We don't have a ton of tickets left, but I want the right people there, and so I don't want money to be a barrier. So what I want to do is I'm going to work with my team to create like a special offer you can't refuse, that we will offer specifically to the people that are in this class, specifically to people in Money in the Morning, because I want, maybe we can get like some kind of shirt or something with something cool on it, so we all know each. Maybe it's something like this. Like, this is a shirt I made, financially woke. I don't know. Maybe that could be one of our shirts or something, but something where I think we want to, I'd like to see you. I'd like to meet you in person. I have, in this time that I've been here at the Black Business Conference and also over at InvestFest, I always get reminded of how awesome it is to see the people that I'm talking to, because I don't see. I'm looking at the screen. I see your names, and I'm looking at myself, and I know Boyce. I know that guy. He ain't nothing. But I'd like to see you in person. So I'm gonna basically throw something to you guys, that'll be exclusively for you. And hopefully I can convince you to come to Chicago and join us at the convention. And I guarantee you're going to have the time of your life. It's going to be an amazing experience. So anyway, that's that. And if you want to go check out the convention and see what we have planned for this year, you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Lamar Tyler, the Black Millionaire Maker, is going to be there. He doesn't call himself that, but that's what he is. He's made so many people wealthy. It's ridiculous. He's really good at what he does. Brother Nuri Muhammad is another person that we're bringing in, because again, Nation of Islam, great leader, amazing man. But we literally have about 50 or 60 experts in a ton of areas that are all going to be there doing breakout sessions and stuff like that. So it's going to be a great opportunity to network. But it's not massive. We're not trying to do a blowout. We're not doing InvestFest, because that's a lot of people. And that's a lot of stuff to manage. I think it can unfortunately kind of undermine the ability to connect on a personal level. But we are going to have enough people there where you're going to meet tons of great people there of all different ages, and just have a great time. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so let's finish up with the Cam Newton thing really quickly. So with the Cam Newton video that we played, and it's on my Instagram page, which is Dr. Boyce Finance. A couple of things Cam said that got my attention. I heard Cam say, "I want more kids." He said he had 8. He said I want more. He also mentioned his reason for not getting married. He said, that my desire to get married is outweighed by my fear of divorce. I'm gonna say that I think that should be validated. I know people want to act like, oh, you're just being a punk, but that divorce is very devastating financially and emotionally. And what don't think happens enough is people really understanding just the pain that comes for everybody. I don't think they, with a lot of men, I know a lot of guys that are really in pain from losing their families, not being able to live in the house with their children. And I know we sort of have these narratives. Well, if you wanted to be with your kids, you wouldn't have done this and done that. Whatever. I get it. I hear all that, but I still think that pain has to be acknowledged. And so what's really happening, and no one will talk about this. I don't hear anybody really talking about this, is that I see a lot of men who are just saying, why would I do that? I see, it's like if you have a building called marriage, and you're a young man, you're 28 years old, and you see other men walk in that building, and they come out sad and devastated and broken. There's nothing that makes the man say, "Oh, I want to go in that building too." Whatever the hell they doing to you, I want to go in there too. It's like a Diddy party. I want to go in there and just get screwed. Like a lot of guys just are just saying, like, what's the point? And I do think America's changed. I think that marriage is different for men today than it was for their grandfathers, and I think it's different for women today than it was for their grandmothers. I think that 60 years ago, um, there was something about marriage where we were able to do it and it just kind of stuck. And I personally think it was because we were able to give each other a lot more leeway than we do today. I think that if social media had existed in the 1940s, the divorce rates would have shot through the roof. I think things have changed. That's why I say things have changed, and it's shown itself through the massive divorce rate. And most indicators show that divorce isn't that great for almost anybody, especially on the financial side of things. So my best advice on the marriage thing would be, well, if you do it, you better really study it. You better be careful about who you select, and really, really be prepared to put a lot of energy into doing it right. I think a lot of people think that marriage is gonna, like, the whole marriage is gonna be like their wedding day. Your wedding day is, you know, that's this big celebration and everybody feels good, everybody loves each other. Marriage ain't like your wedding day. You got one wedding day, and then after that, you got to get to the business of getting married. It's like the marathon. First time I ran a marathon, everybody was super excited. We were super hyped, and they were playing music, and everybody's like ready and stretching and jumping up and down. And then they shot the gun off, and you start running really fast because you're just thinking you're gonna run 26 miles at like the fastest pace you ever run, and that lasts for about a mile and a half. And then after that, you settle into the reality of like, holy crap, I'm in mile two and I got 24 miles to go. And that's where your mindset has to really shift. Now it ain't pretty, now it ain't glamorous, now it ain't exciting. It's lonely, it's hard, it's sad, you're in pain, it's uncomfortable. Now, not to say marriage is all pain, but there is a bit of a grind to it. My parents this year are doing year 50 of their marriage. In fact, I want to do something at the convention to celebrate this because I know how hard they work for this. And when I tell you, whoo, buddy, I wish everybody could see the amount of forgiveness they had to have for each other, the amount of space they had to allow each other to grow in order to make that happen. And I don't really think that if they'd gotten married in 2024, that they would be able to make it to 2074. I think that their ability to make it from 1974 to 2024 is fine. But if they tried to make that from 2024 to 2074, I don't think it would have survived that long. So I think that the concerns about marriage are very, very real. I think the question becomes like, well, what's the alternative? And what's unfortunate is that if you choose the wrong alternative, like, okay, I'm just going to have 8 babies mamas or 8 kids with 3 women, then unfortunately the kids are going to struggle. The Dr. Bryant, I think her last name was Bryant. In the interview with Cam, she mentioned that the void that's there, right? The void that's there with those kids who are like, dang, where's my daddy? I never saw my daddy. Yeah, I know my daddy was famous. I know my daddy sent money, but I didn't get to see him. Kids don't care about how much money you have. They don't care that you were famous and that you used to be an NFL quarterback. They're like, I just wanted to talk to you. I just wanted you to come to my game. I just wanted you to come to, like, they'd had like bring your daddy to school day or something, and I had no daddy to bring. And that's what kids remember. They don't care how much money you have and how much money you're sending. So this is where I think those guys get it wrong, where they're like, well, if you got plenty of money, then it's okay. No, the kids don't care. The kids want time, and time is expensive. I talk about time all the time. Why? Well, because time is one of the most critical variables in every financial equation in the universe. You can't do finance without time. You can't understand investing without time. Time is not money. Time is more valuable than money. Time is something that you can't replace. Time is something that exists in limited quantity for every individual. So time is everything. We don't waste money in the Black community. We really waste time. We do waste money, but time is what we really waste. Like when you let that baby grow from age 0 to age 18, and ain't nobody bought a share of stock for that kid, ain't nobody prepared him for the future, nobody taught him about real estate, nobody prepared him to be competitive. Well, you wasted time. You wasted 18 damn years. And 18 years, if you use the time effectively, you could build a $500,000 nest egg for that kid. If you had took the same amount of energy, financial energy that you put into paying your cell phone bill and paying your car note and going out to Applebee's and going to the club and put just a fraction of that into a stock portfolio, your child would never have to work for anybody for the rest of their life. But instead, because you wasted time, now your son or your daughter is going to a boss every day that disrespects them, treats them like crap, disrupts their mental health, has them stressed out, cortisol levels through the roof. The cortisol is killing them on the inside. That stress kills you. Constantly being black and always having to come to work with your dukes up, that kills you. Y'all don't understand. These toxic chemicals kill you. So you're killing your kid because you're wasting time. So no, time is everything. So when I would say about anybody, when you're trying to be a father or a mother or something, you can't. It's hard to do that without time. Time is that's what the kids need. That's what they care about. That's what's gonna make them love you. They're gonna love the person who gave them time, not the person who said sent money, not the faceless person who's like talking to them on a Zoom call or or sending them money from Europe or whatever. No, they're gonna care about the person who gave them time. So I think that's the big problem with Cam is that the energy is just so spread out. And again, maybe the best solution for someone like him would be, okay, I'm gonna buy a whole block. We're gonna buy the block, and I'm gonna get a house for every single one of the mothers of my kids. And we're all going to live in the same neighborhood so they can all come to daddy's house after school. I know it's not politically correct. I know people are going to say that's stupid, but I will just tell you if marriage isn't something that can be done, then maybe that is a solution that can be thrown onto the table. I know some people may not like it, and it would definitely be complex, and it also kind of depends on who you're kind of dealing with. If you create a cooperative situation, personalities matter. If you got one or two disruptive personalities, it just blows it all up, right? So the ability to be cooperative and collaborative is a big part of that. But I have seen people have collaborative situations where they form teams and groups and they get it all done. Because at the end of the day, what has to occur is that the children have to be the top priority because the children are your $1 trillion asset. Your children are the only part of you that's going to exist after you're dead and gone. Your children are the ones who are going to become the adults one day. You're going to become the old person who needs their help, and they're the ones that are going to continue the legacy. And really, truth be told, now that I think about it, I'm in a cooperative situation to some extent, not a Cam Newton scenario by any stretch, but you know what? I live in a house with three children that I love very much that are not my biological kids, but they need my guidance and they lean on my guidance, and I connect to them on a very deep level. But they also have a great father, and I collaborate with their father to make sure the children are protected and connected and respected at every stage. And also the grandma fit and my parents fit in, and we all basically created like a village where the village is all, we're all in the village and we understand one important idea. One important idea of any group is that the group has to be more important than the individual. So if any of us were to just behave as crazy individuals, like, I don't care about nobody, I'm going to do me, I'm going to do what's best for me all the time, then that disrupts the ability for you to work as a collaborative group. So I would almost say that if you're trying to build, this is a financial consciousness note that you can write down. If you're ever trying to build anything in your life, if you're ever trying to build anything in your life, build with people that are fellow builders, build with people that are collaborative. Dr. Ken Harris, who runs the Black Business Conference, the most amazing conference I've ever seen in terms of just how he's bringing together all these African delegations with Black businesses around. I mean, it's really amazing stuff. Let me tell you one thing that Dr. Ken said on stage the other day or yesterday that I thought was amazing. He said Negroes with egos is a no-go. He said Negroes with egos is a no-go. And this is what Dr. Harris has over a lot of other people. Where hip hop, the unfortunate reality is that with this economic movement, it's powerful and it's been accelerated by hip hop culture to some extent, right? I'm going to go to Invest Fest. I love everybody over there. And I know part of what draws it all together is the hip hop element, right? Rappers in the building. I saw T.I., stuff like that. Fine. I like T.I. He was one of my favorite rappers. I met him in Ghana. Fine guy. He's actually bought our financial flashcards for his kids. One of his team members told me that. So I have nothing but respect for him. But the downside of hip hop culture is it's not collaborative. It's very competitive. And it's also very ego driven. There's a narcissist element. That was what made it so difficult for me to talk to Kanye West. I was very open with you guys about that because his ego was getting in the way of us connecting and being able to build anything together. And I love what Dr. Ken Harris does because he understands something that's really important that that you can win without having to always dominate everybody around you. A lot of rappers need to learn this, that the more you collaborate with other like-minded people, the stronger you can become. if the team is winning championships, you should not be the asshole who's complaining because you didn't get the ball enough. What would you? There are literally people that think that way. Michael Jordan used to be like that, and that's why he wasn't winning championships. Michael Jordan was the kind of guy who, back in the day, who would rather be on a bad team where he scored all the points than to be on a good team where he was coming off the bench. His ego could not handle the idea of him being subordinated, and so over time, he had to learn to be a little more collaborative. He was still fortunate enough that he was able to still dominate and still be great, but he wasn't winning championships until he learned, what it means to be a team. And remember, there was a time, I think there was an interview where they said something like somebody, I forgot, one of his teammates said something like, "There's Michael needs to learn that there's no I in team," and I think Michael said, "Yeah, but there is an I in win." Yeah, but Michael wasn't winning. He couldn't beat the Pistons. If y'all remember, any old school basketball fans, anybody remember how the Pistons used to kick Jordan's ass every year? And the Pistons, I'm sorry, those guys were not great basketball players to me. They weren't. They were okay, but there wasn't anybody that was like a Michael Jordan. They were just, simple guys. Isaiah Thomas brings it down the court. Joe Dumars, great jump shot, could play defense. Bill Laimbeer would just whack you upside the head. But as a team, they were better than the Chicago Bulls because Michael Jordan could not beat a whole team. One individual has a very hard time defeating an entire team. So that collaborative energy, I think, is beneficial in every aspect of your life. So much so that I think our children should be trained on how to collaborate at an early age. Like, what does collaboration look like? What does it mean to be conscious enough, emotionally intelligent enough that you can rise up Maslow's hierarchy, rise your consciousness level to say, okay, I know I'm feeling some kind of way, but it ain't about me. I got to, and nothing in the culture, nothing in the culture supports that. Hip hop culture doesn't support it. Even some of the therapy, some of the Eurocentric therapy doesn't support that. A lot of Eurocentric mindset is it's me, my, what I want to do, how I'm feeling is always the most important thing. I don't agree with none of that. It's not how I don't go in my household thinking about how I'm feeling first. I'm like, well, how are we feeling? Let me check on the kids. How are they feeling? How's my wife feeling? I can't walk into every situation thinking about me. So I was just going to say, I think with Cam, let's circle back to that. I think that one of the losses that will occur is I think that when you're sort of doing it this way, you're kind of thinking about what Cam wants and what's going to make Cam happy and what makes Cam feel secure. And I really think consciousness and maturity to some extent. I think there's a maturity problem here. And this is, again, I think that with the black male in America, with hip hop and sports, we promote an excessive amount of immaturity amongst men. There's nothing that really forces these men to really truly grow up, so once the consciousness and the maturity rises, then you'll start seeing a more collaborative, more community based sort of energy there. And I think that I like what the doctor was saying because she was kind of challenging him to say, hey, you can't do this little boy stuff, little boy. Boys, little boys will seek pleasure. Little boys will do what's comfortable. A grown man does what is required. And what I respect though is the fact that he was even willing to have that conversation. I like the fact that he was willing to have her on because a lot of people won't even have somebody like that on their show. Like, wait, you're gonna come in my show and tell me what's wrong with me? I'm not hearing that. I commend him for doing that. So, I think that's really it. There's probably more I could talk about, but we've been doing this for an hour and 20 minutes. So I'm gonna hop on out of here, and I will see you all tomorrow morning. We do financial consciousness every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you want to get a text message to be notified when we start, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Somebody type that in the chat. Also, you can get a copy of my book or our financial flashcards and workbooks for kids in our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com. And also on that text list, I will also send you guys one more time. I think I might have sent it out already. I can't remember if I did or not, so I'm going to send it out just in case. I have a list of cybersecurity stocks that I like, and I'll send it out to you guys, and you guys can take a look at that. So feel free to take a. Did I already send it out? Let me know if I sent that out. Give me a yes or no. Did y'all get that? Because I think I sent it, but I don't remember if I did or not. If I did, okay, maybe I'll put something else together then. All right. So anyway, guys, have a great day. God bless you, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning.
Decisions growing up, and it led me to where I'm at now.
Wow. Okay, so you had a lot of great influences,
Yes.
that really helped you to get to where you are now, and
Yes.
that I find that's usually the case. when somebody accomplishes a lot at an early age, it's because somebody kind of gave them a blueprint in advance. Like it's a generational transfer of knowledge and really wealth, because knowledge is a type of wealth, right?
Yep.
Like I'll tell you an example, man. I when I went down to InvestFest recently, and I there's this other kid that I just sort of been connected to for a while, named Caden, right? So I saw Caden, and he was 14 years old. And I was like, "Oh, hey, how you doing, man?" I hadn't seen him since he was 7 or 8, but I knew he was in the Black Business School learning
Mhm.
business and all that at like 6, 7 years old, right?
Wow.
And I knew he
That's
was
awesome.
making money. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And he had the mentorship of his dad's always with him. Everywhere he would go, his dad would be with him, kind of teaching him the ropes and everything.
Mhm.
And so I'm like, "Hey, so how you been, man?" He's like, "Oh, I'm doing good." I said, "Wow, you're 14, you're about to start high school. That's cool." He said, "No, I already graduated." And I was like, high, wait,
Huh?
middle school? You graduated middle school? He's like, "No, I finished." His dad was like, "No, we finished high school. We went ahead and knocked that out." And and I said, "So
Went
where's he
ahead and
gonna?"
knocked that out.
Right, right. And I said, "So where's he gonna go to college?" And he's like, "No, we're not gonna do college because he's already a millionaire. He's already making more money than most college grads, right?" And to me, that I thought that was the coolest thing, because it kind of shows like how much untapped potential there
Yes.
is, like,
Sure.
because I'm sure yourself, and I'd like for you to kind of share this with me from your perspective as a young 20-year-old who's about to be 21. Happy birthday, by the way. When you look around and you see other people your age that maybe could be doing something as amazing as what you're doing, but they can't see that in themselves. How do you kind of process that? Like what's that kind of like for you to be so different from other people your age?
Yeah, I mean, it's growing up, I always knew what I was doing was different. I know most kids, um, they were going out partying in high school. Like still to this day, I've never been to a real party, house party or any other type of function situation. I'd never been. It was always the weekends I'm at the racetrack. So I always knew what I was doing was kind of different from most kids, I guess. I just didn't know how to. Being young, I didn't know how to handle it. Like, obviously, I want to go out with my friends sometimes, right? But I got a race this weekend in Pennsylvania, so like, I can't do it. And sometimes it sucks. Sometimes when you go out and win, it's like, okay, like I should have came here. You know, I should never went to that thing. But like growing up now, like and being 20, obviously, and like college ages, like I see a lot of people that are having success, like in D1 athletes or college athletes in general, are having success and doing their own thing, but then they can still go out and still go party. And you know what I mean? Have that work personal life balance. But for me in general, for me, I feel like to be successful in this industry, everything has to be racing. Like you have to live it, breathe it, sleep it, eat it, like racing. So that's kind of been what I've stuck to. And sometimes like I want to be able to live the normal life of a 20-year-old, right? And go out with my friends. But I'm just gonna wait to that stuff for down in the future after I already
Mm,
hopefully be successful one day.
interesting. I saw Shannon Sharp, who's won, I think, what, 2 or 3 Super Bowls or something like that. And I didn't see his whole conversation about it, but I remember seeing where he was basically he seemed to be making the point that to be excellent or to be a champion, especially like a world champion or something like that, where you're with the elites,
Mhm.
you really can't be like this normal balanced person. Everything you're doing is abnormal. Like Michael Jordan was not a normal guy. He couldn't go to the parties like even the other NBA players. He had to be abnormal from them, because he's like, "No, I want to win championships. I want to be the leading scorer." How does that feel? I mean, how does that go? How do you process that in terms of what it takes to be an elite driver? I mean, it takes a lot of, first of all, it takes a lot of courage for you guys to do what you're
Yes.
doing, right? And then also you're competing against people that are just damn good at what they do. What's that like for you?
Well, for me, it's more on what makes it the toughest. It's more on I say the mental side of things. Like I played every other sport growing up. I wrestled, played basketball, I played soccer, baseball. And like I can wrestling. If I lost a wrestling match, the other guy beat me. I lost. Like I straight up lost. He was faster than me. He had a better move than me. Something simple. But racing, there's a million components on the car that you don't know why you lost this race. Why did the guy
Mm.
pass you with 2 laps to go? Did you overdrive the car? Did the car just wasn't good? Was the tires going bad in the car? And with that being said, you're racing against 40 other drivers week in and week out, so you're not going to win every race, right? I mean, if you have a 15% winning chances, I mean, you're doing really good as a driver. So for that, it's just the mental side of things of staying strong and staying confident in yourself and your ability to drive. A few years ago, I had to get a sports coach because I just was losing confidence. I wasn't winning as much anymore. Things were just wasn't going right. And but once I got the sports coach and started talking to different people that were higher than me and had more success than me, you could kind of guide me and navigate me. That's when I kind of learned that you're going to have problems week in and week out. But if you stay confident in yourself and keep working, like nobody else is going to put the work in. You have to put the work in. Like that's simple as that. So 8 o'clock in the morning, we're at the gym every day working out. Then I hop in a simulator. I go home, watch racing film. I just raced this past Saturday, and I probably watched the race back 5 times already. Just seeing different things I can do better for next time, and that's just what you need to do if you really want to be a high level athlete and be successful in your industry.
In your last race, tell me if I'm wrong. Did you get third? Was
Finished
that
third. Yep, I started last, and I finished third.
Nice.
We had some qualifying issues that made us start last in the race, but I started reading a book recently. It's called The Science of a Racer's Brain, and just kind of it's helping me understand what goes on while I'm racing and how to stay diligent and just smart and poised. Like I don't want to racing. It's so easy to overdrive a corner or just mess up because I mean, you're going 180 miles per hour inside a corner, right? So it's very easy to do something and slip your right tires or do something weird. But after reading that book, I'm just kind of learning how to stay composed, calm, breathe. And we did that, and it got me up to third place.
Wow. Now you do. Now, first of all, everybody who just came in, I'm talking to LeVar Scott. He's a NASCAR driver. He's also the Black Business School also decided to be one of his sponsors, and so he's going to be at the All Black National Convention, by the way. And you guys can talk to him directly and get to know him. And if you have a company, I know some of y'all are balling, some of y'all got Black-owned businesses and stuff that you're trying to grow. LeVar, I'm sure has space for many more sponsors as well.
Please.
Yeah. The financial side. Let's talk about that actually.
Yeah.
Racing is expensive, man. That's what blew my mind. When I talked to Michelle and Anthony Martin at the Urban Youth Racing School, they were telling me how much it costs to fund, a NASCAR career. It's kind of crazy.
It's I don't know why or what was a turning point from talent to funding, but nowadays funding is everything. Before, like if you just had talent and getting wins, a top team could hire you and want you to drive for them. But now it's whoever can bring the money, right? And it feels so bad to say, but that's just the truth of it. Right now, I've been in a position for the past five years with NASCAR Draft Diversity, where they've been able to, for DEI initiatives, they've been able to fund everything that I'm doing, from my Legends program to late models program to now the ARCA. But this is the last. Next year will be the last year that I can be inside this program, and after that, I'm kind of going to be on my own funding, financially, to try to find funding to keep racing. And if I don't do that, it kind of would be the end of it. But I'm hoping that we can kind of get deals done and start finding sponsorship for me. But I don't know why, but this past 10 years, things have changed in the NASCAR industry, and it's all about funding now.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've been paying attention to like any of the politics around DEI now. They're starting to give companies a hard time about that.
Yep.
And I'm curious. In fact, I'm gonna ask some of my friends that are connected with NASCAR like how they're responding, because what's happened is like I think it was Tractor Supply or like one of the companies that does something for like people that are like in more rural type spaces, like and so they found out they had like this DEI program, and these people online like went crazy, and they got rid of it because they were like, no, we don't want to lose our customers. So you think about NASCAR,
yeah, it wasn't to their certain brand or their audience. So that's yes.
Yeah. So you think about NASCAR, right? And where they're trying to do what I think is the right thing. They're trying to be more diverse. I met their head of diversity, and I respect him. I think that it's great because they have this reputation, that they're trying to work past. I think it's smart for business reasons to do that. But I'd be curious, if they did get pushback, if that could cause problems, for someone like yourself. And I don't want that to happen. But I don't know if you want to have more that you want to say to that. I want to throw that in there. It's not even a question.
Yeah, there is. I mean, Twitter, like for me personally, there's some people on Twitter who are just, I mean, every day, every time I post something, it's all you're only here because you're black, you're only here because of the program, and that happens 24/7. And it is true in a way because I'm only in this program because of I'm diversity, a minority, but that doesn't take away from the talent that I have or how hard I work to be here and move up in this industry. But people are going to hate. I mean, I can't change anybody's opinion really, so I just read it. I always say, hey, some truth to that, right? So I can't. There's nothing I can say. Thank you, and just keep on going.
Man, join the club.
Yeah.
When I got hired at Syracuse University, they did not they had 90 professors in the business school, not one black person, right?
Hmm.
And they literally had to force them to hire black people because they did not do it. They refused to do it. And so we got treated badly because of that. But it was like my thing was like, no, I know I'm good. I know how good I was. I was the top person in my program and all that stuff, So the problem is not me. The problem's with the way you've done things up until this point.
Mhm.
Because, you and I both know that talented black people didn't just exist in 2024. They've existed for thousands of years. But if those doors are blocked and people are not even allowing our talent to be seen, like you look and think about it, the NBA was all white for a really long time.
Yeah.
That's crazy now,
Yeah.
right? Because we know who can dunk that basketball, right? So when they open the door and they bring in the talent, first of all, it's as much of a benefit to them as it is to us. When the NBA became integrated, they elevated. You
Mhm.
know, I think when racing becomes integrated, it'll be elevated. When golf got integrated with Tiger Woods, it
100%.
elevated, right? We saw with
Yeah.
Tiger, right? In my view, it's silly, and I'm glad you're ignoring that, right? And I think also I'll be curious to get your response on this, but I'm also thinking like when you're talking about everything it takes to be a driver, mindset, focus, staying calm under pressure, going, learning as you go along. Those are tools for life, man. Like,
Yes.
like, do you see that? Like that, everything.
100%.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Tell me about
That's
that.
conversations that I have with my mom weekly. I feel like these past 5 years has been through a lot, just dealing with more, not even on track situations, just off track situations. Because when I came here on this team, I was 16, 17, and I'm coming here just happy, ready to race cars, right? Where you have guys who are here, just here working on cars, and we're just in a different. I'm this young kid, just always joyful, happy. Everybody's just in a different mood. So my biggest things was learning how to deal with people and deal with problems. And I learned so much with that these past 4 or 5 years. And those are, my mom says all the time, those are stuff I'm going to be able to take away from everything in the future and know how to deal with situations because of everything I
Mhm.
already experienced or been through. Which is, to me, it's a positive. I mean, I'm happy I got to go through things at a young age. It didn't really affect me or affect or where I'm at now, my position, and still just learn and soak it all in. So I think those are situations and learning tools I can use in the future for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I'll if you allow me to, I'll be an old man giving advice for about 30 for about 45 seconds. The thing that actually, what the secret to my so-called success was actually where it came from? It actually came from playing sports in high school.
Really.
Yeah, yeah. In high school, and that's probably why we're cool with each other, man. Is I've always been very competitive in the sense
Yeah.
of wanting to be the best I can be. Like if I play a game, I want to win, whatever that is, right? So I picked track and field as my sport in high school, which was the absolute worst sport for me to pick. This is where not
Yeah.
having your dad really involved with your life can hurt you. But I had a stepfather, but he was busy working. And my
Yeah.
real dad wasn't around. I heard my real dad was good at baseball. And in
Hmm.
hindsight, I'm like, shit, I could have been great at baseball, but couldn't do basketball because I wasn't that tall and our team was really good.
Mhm.
And then and football, yeah, it could have been okay, but you get all those hits to the head, that ain't good,
Yeah, that's
right?
why I was never allowed to play.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Football, that CTE, whatever. So I picked track again. I think baseball would have been great, but I picked track because I was kind of fast.
Mhm.
But here's the thing: my problem was I could never be as fast as I wanted to be. I did not know at that time that track and field is highly genetic. Like
Yep.
if you watch the men's final of the Olympic 100-meter dash, you almost always see nothing but black men in that race. Because we got
Yes.
certain genetics.
Yes.
You can only go so you can train your butt off, but you can't be everybody can't be Usain Bolt. Everybody can't be Noah Lyles, right?
Yep.
So long story short, I was just painfully mediocre at track. I was good enough to, be in the race, but never good enough to win. Also, I was my dedication to the sport as I became obsessed with just figuring out like how to get faster. I'd read books
Mhm.
about it, and I did stuff other kids didn't do. Like I would read books, I would practice 3 times a day. I did everything I thought could do, and it
Yep.
didn't work. And it was the most frustrating shit ever. Like I remember like literally breaking down in tears one time because my body would not give me what I wanted. But
Yeah.
here's what was interesting about it that was really powerful, man, was when I got to college, because I couldn't run track anymore, it was like, okay, I don't have any outlet for this competitive energy that I had in sports. So
Mhm.
I took that energy from sports and just applied it to academics for the first time in my life. I'd never made an A in a class in my life before. I was a terrible student all through school, but here I was 18, I had a baby, which you get 18, you discover stuff like sex and whatever. And so so I had this baby, I'm broke as hell. I'm on this college campus, so I'm thinking, okay, the only option I have in my life is to figure this academic thing out. So I applied what I knew, which was how
Mhm.
to do sports. And what I didn't know at the time was that sports teaches you a lot of powerful things like how to be consistent, how to set a goal, how to keep going, under
Yep.
adversity, how to, teamwork, just a lot of stuff. So I applied all this energy to academics, man. And I just straight to I mean,
Skyrocket.
yeah, the whole time I was in college, I was the undisputed like Michael Jordan of academics relative like they,
'Cause-
they had a ranking of which black students had the highest GPA. I dominated everyone else for 4 straight years, and I got 2 bachelor's degrees in 4 years. I could have got 3. I just didn't want to take the last class I needed, right? Kicked everyone's ass. And then I just sort of
Yep.
applied it to my doctorate and everything else. And that energy was always there, right? So I think that for yourself, here's what I'm
That's
going to say
awesome.
to you, man. Yeah, I think, and I've kind of alluded to this when you and I talk privately, is that when I hear you talk about how much work you have to put in, how much pressure there is, and you respond to the
Yes.
pressure. You're hungry. I know it. I can see it, and you're gonna be great. That's why I'm invested in you because I believe in you. But even if no matter what happens with this, like I want to make sure you take this and understand you've got a multi-million-dollar asset embedded in your soul. Like you are a $100 million, billion-dollar commodity right now. And I don't care if you never ever raced again for the rest of your life. Like you take that same level of intensity to
Mhm.
everything you do, you're going to dominate. Look at Michael Jordan. Look at
Yeah.
what he did in business. What he did in business
Yeah.
dwarfs what he did as a basketball player. And he
He,
was
he
the best
owns
basketball player ever.
he
You see
owns a
what I
race
mean?
team now. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So okay. So now thank you for allowing me to, to
No, that
share
that
that.
was that was good because now things like you said, you took that like a lot of I don't want to say a lot of the track and field stuff, yes, genetic, you still gotta work hard. But now when you took it to academics, like that's things that are really in your control. It's if you work hard, you're gonna get these good grades and smart. And you did that and look where it took you. So that definitely saying something.
Yeah, yeah. Like I felt like when I was competing in track, I had a
Yeah.
ceiling and I couldn't break through the
Yeah.
damn ceiling. But once you took the ceiling off, it's like opening up a bottle of Coke where you've been shaking it, and the
Yep.
Coke can't get out, then boom.
Yep.
So let me go back and ask you about this, man. So Michelle and Anthony Martin with the Urban Youth Racing School, when they were telling me about you, and by the way, this is LeVar Scott, who's a NASCAR driver, in case y'all just came in, and he's blessing us today with his time. And also, by the way, I'm going to keep this relatively short because he got stuff to do. They were telling me about things I did not know in Black history, like the Golden Glory sweepstakes, when
Mhm.
our people used to have our own racing leagues and fans and fill up stadiums and
Yep.
and thousands of businesses connected to that. How much have you learned about that, and just some of the great people that came before you, and how does that sort of play into the significance of your role as a black driver?
Yeah, a lot. That was kind of the basis of what you just said or what I know about the how we had our own racing league, and it was all of us, and it was pretty cool. And Wendell Scott, who was the first one African American to win a NASCAR race, that's what really pushed me over the edge to learn more about it and be an advocate for it. When I was growing up, Wendell Scott was the only guy I ever did all my reports on. Like I went to school dressed up as Wendell Scott before, like in my suit and everything. It was like, yeah, that stuff. It was awesome to see that, and because no, he was the only one at that time doing something big. For me personally, like that is why I'm here. That's one of my biggest roles, is to try to bring youth, African Americans inside the sport and show them how awesome the sport can be. I mean, I can't tell you how often I travel to go to Boys and Girls Clubs or go to NASCAR foundations and talk to the kids. I had to go to one in the next few weeks actually. It's very, very, very important for me because growing up, Kyle Larson, who is my guy, races now. If he would have came to my school and said something to me personally, I don't know what I'd have done. So, and I'm not Kyle Larson yet. So if I can be that guy and talk to the youth and talk to the kids somehow, I want to be the first person to do that. And I try to do it as often as I can.
Okay, so you carry that proudly, like, because you got some people that are like, yeah, I'm black, but that's not important. Whereas you
Yeah.
you
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 got to
know
know
who you are.
it's extremely important, and some people don't know that, and you got to show them. I remember I was in Chicago about a few months ago, and I did like 3 days of touring and just talking to kids, just talking to them, and wanted to be a part of it. And that stuff it really does mean a lot to me because if that would happen to me, I think obviously having my family and having them as my support to the racing. But if it wasn't for them or seeing people that I wanted to be like one day or achieve the success that they have, I wouldn't have been doing anything I'm doing now.
Wow, man, I absolutely love that. I mean, I think, and in case y'all want to know why the Black Business School wanted to support LeVar, and it's LeVar with a V. So when y'all go look him up, make sure. Some people, I saw someone type Lamar. I'll make sure we got to say his name right. Say his name. Um, if you want to know why we wanted to be a part of what you were doing and support you, is because I saw you at was it it wasn't Talladega, Daytona.
Daytona, yes.
Daytona 500. Yeah. And so I was watching your race, and it was before, I guess, where the bigger names were racing the next
Yep.
day, and
Yep.
and your car was out front for a really long time. And I was like, wow, that guy out front, he's really smoking. And then I remember Michelle Martin from the Urban Youth Racing School said, yeah, that's a black guy. And I was like, really? Cool. I'm gonna cheer for the black guy. That's just what I
Yeah.
do. And you did really well. I don't remember what place. What place did you get?
Fourth, sadly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
And so she introduced me to you, and we were sitting there talking. And whenever I meet somebody that is an athlete or even like a rapper or anybody, I'm always doing like an energy check just to see like what
mhm.
kind of dude am I talking to? Some people just are terrible, just bad people.
Yeah.
And I remember I talked to you and I was really impressed. I want y'all to know like he's cool, he was smart, humble, just a nice guy, and I relate to that. And we were just talking for a while, and I was really impressed. And then over time we sort of became friends, and it was nice to be able to get involved. And I remember the first thing I was saying is like, I can't write those multi-million-dollar checks for a NASCAR team, but what can I do to help?
Yeah.
So we've been trying to do what we can, and I want to invite anybody to find LeVar on Instagram. And I'll give you his information. If you have a business and you want to support or in any way, every little bit helps.
Yeah.
And so
Seriously.
and right, and I want to put my money where my mouth is, and so I've jumped out there first. And if you have it in your heart or have the ability to help this brother kind of get to that next level, I encourage you to do that. So that was my journey to kind of get to know how great you are. So I want to just, I guess, ask you a question now in terms of where you are right now, what your goals are, where you see things going in the future for yourself.
Yep. So right now, I have 5 more races left this season on my NASCAR schedule. We're second in points out of like 20 something, so we had a pretty good year.
Nice.
These past 5, 6 races, I finished second, third, fifth, second, third, and then third this past weekend again. So it's been a really we're on a good stretch of racing. And then next year, I think I'm gonna go back again and run the same schedule I'm on this year, which is the ARCA National year with Rev Racing. But then I want to try to get some sponsorship and do some truck stuff and Xfinity stuff and move up pretty soon.
So when I hear you say second and third and stuff like that, that's really impressive, right? And
Yeah,
you had a great year. But
yeah,
I kind of pick up like a little frustration, like
yeah. Well, yeah,
that's you.
there was a few that it's so important and so serious, like for me to get my first win on this type of level of racing in this big circuit that we're on, and we were so close about a month ago in Elko. I mean, the distance was that far away from my front splitter to his front splitter, and that just every time I think
Oh,
about it, it hurts. It hurts because that'd have been a life changing moment for me and for a lot of people, and it's just I let it.
oh. Yeah, I remember you telling me you want to do the donuts in the middle after
Exactly. I want
the
to experience those moments, and just, it was that close, and it hurt. It hurt.
I've always been curious about this because I met a few other, through Michelle and Anthony Martin with the Urban Youth Racing School. I met a few of the drivers, like I think Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson and a couple others, and I always wondered. First of all, I want everybody to know these drivers are good. I have to say that. We did that. They had the Grand Prix in Philly, and we were racing in go-karts, but some of the racers were like real racers. And I'm literally sitting there thinking, "Oh, I've been driving 30 years. How hard can it be?" When I tell you all, there's a difference. I've never seen people able to take a corner that fast. Like I would try to keep up with them, and I would spin off and fly into the tires. These guys are good. That's the first thing I want to say. But I'd be curious to know. I want to ask you this, man. Like it seems like right at the end of the race, like that last lap or two, it gets real intense. Like it seems like tell me if I'm wrong. I notice a lot of. It seems like there's a lot of crashes at the
Mhm.
end when
It's
everyone's
like
trying to jockey for position. What's that like for you?
it's. I would say the last 15 to 20 laps is the about the craziest feeling because these races are so long, right? You have about like 150 lap race or 200 lap race. Most of the race, you kind of just are saving your tires until the end. You want to make sure you have a good set of tires, so when it's time to push, that you have some grip. So your last 20 laps or 15 laps, people start really pushing. So that's when you see aggressive moves being made. People trying to go from fifth to first. So just a lot of cautions, a lot of wrecks, and then obviously the last two laps when people are close, it's going to get pretty hectic. Like 2 weeks ago in Richmond, Virginia, the Cup race, last lap to go, the guy in second hit the guy in first just to get the win. Like it gets. You're
Oh,
right.
I saw that.
Yes,
I saw that because the guy was pissed, right?
yes, very mad, very
Yeah,
mad.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
remember that.
people when it gets to 15, 10 laps to go, they don't mess around.
Wow. Wow. So what goes through your head? Like how are you feeling like, in that moment?
Um,
Like, okay, so you're neck and
composed,
neck with sorry, go
composed,
ahead.
just calm, composed. I mean, I used to get really worked up, and like I said before, it's really easy to make mistakes when you're not just thinking clearly or breathing. But lately, I don't know what's changed with me. I don't know if it's just the studying I'm trying to do, but like lately, I just no matter what situation I'm in, I really have been really just calm lately. Like even a situation where I finished second, I was just same, just chilling. Like after the race it hurt, but while it was going on, I was breathing the same, thinking the same, just making sure I was making right decisions. So I think for me personally, the last 10 laps, I'm just still the same, just getting the job done.
You work with a therapist to help you with that, or you get that on
Sports
your own?
sports site. Yep.
Really
And
interesting.
then I have a karting trainer who's been around racing for 40 years, and he's giving me some tips. And my sports psych is telling me how important breathing is. So now I do a lot of breathing practices just to make sure that stays really good.
Man,
Yeah.
this I mean that's got to translate into real life, right? You run
Yeah, it
into a
does.
stressful
It
situation.
does. Like it really does. I feel like I got. I'll be honest and transparent here. If I have a situation with a girl I was talking to, something happened that was just out of my control. It's like, okay, I just breathe about it and just go about my day. You know what I mean? Like it. I think every situation's been just breathe, think, don't react. Just do what you got to do. Think about it, then react. Don't react first. Just think first.
Now, y'all that are listening, by the way, this is LeVar Scott. He's a NASCAR driver. He's our homeboy. He's coming to the convention, by the way.
Mhm.
So that may be another reason for you guys to come out. You can meet him and stuff. But do y'all understand? Like when we talk, just so you know, in this class, we talk a lot about therapy and how therapy teaches you little things like breathing and not reacting right away. And I really think that. the more intense situations you run into, the more that kind of pays off because it keeps you from reacting in a way that you're gonna regret later on.
Mhm.
And that's not just true if you're a NASCAR driver, it's true if you're a wife or a husband, and something happens and you just mentioned a situation with a
Yeah.
girl, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a valuable tool to have at the age of 20. I didn't have it when I was 20. How about y'all? How many of y'all knew how to keep your cool in a relationship when you were 20 years old? So I know some of y'all was out here cutting people's tires, busting windows, cussing people out, right? And so some of y'all have been doing that to you, in your 50s and 40s, right? So I think but I love that, man. I think that is so cool because I think about even when I went down to Atlanta,
Mhm.
and I told you I went to the I went to a business conference and I went to Invest Fest, and it was like everything was all love, everything was all good, but unfortunately, when you're public, not everybody loves you, right? And sometimes people, and there was a situation where a person got really irate with me and crazy and everything else, and I was inside, I was like boiling mad. But again, that experience, just you keep your composure. Like, look,
Mhm.
I'm not responding to that. But inside, it's like, okay, boys, we're gonna count to 10, we're gonna breathe, we're gonna use all these
Yep.
therapy techniques because we're not gonna go out here and do something that we're gonna regret later on. So
Yep.
I personally think that's a skill that just applies for everything. It's gonna help you when you have kids. You're gonna have kids one day, I assume, right?
Yes. Yes.
There we
I
go.
want. I want.
Right,
I want to
right.
have two. One boy, one girl. That's my
Yeah,
my
okay.
dream. Things always change.
Yeah, yeah. Like kids will piss you off, And as a parent, you can't go off. Like we have two teenage girls in the house, and some days it's like, oh, I love you. Next day it's like, I hate you. You're terrible. And you just have to stay like this, right? So
Yep.
that's man, powerful skills, brother. I respect that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let you get back to your day because I know how busy you are. I know how hard you work and what kind of regimen you keep, and I'm not gonna keep you from that.
No.
Can you give everyone, and first of all, I want before I ask LeVar to give his information where you all can reach out to him, follow him on Instagram for sure. Can y'all give me a quick yes? We're action-oriented people here. And can you give me a yes that you're gonna go seek out LeVar, follow him on social media, follow him on the gram or Twitter or something? Like, can y'all give me a
I'm
yes?
reading.
Because
I've been reading all this stuff now. I love seeing everybody comment. You guys are awesome.
Yes,
Yeah,
he's
I've been
he's
reading
one of
that.
he's family. Like, he's our cousin, right? So, okay, give me a yes, please. And I'm asking you to do that because we got to support each other, and even if it's just encouragement. Now, again, we know that there's the financial side of it. So if you're able to help with that, that's cool. But if you can't, that's fine. Just cheer the brother on. Go in there and make some comments. Hit the fire emoji when he makes a post. Little things like that, I think, are important. So LeVar, go ahead, please. Share your information, brother.
Yeah. So my Instagram is Levar dot Scott 34. Facebook's Levar Scott. Twitter's Levar Scott. A website levarscott.com, and you can see everything on there. And it's been like a super big pleasure talking to you guys and answering questions and talking to Dr. Boyce. I actually love doing this stuff. So thank you guys for listening to me and having fun. And if we can make a plan to help each other one day in the future, I'd love to be part of it.
All right. So let me give that back to you all slowly, just so you know. People gonna be asking like, "What did he say?" I didn't catch that. So your Instagram. Let's start with IG, and I'm gonna at you when I put up the post of this interview. But it's
Yep.
LeVar.Scott34.
Yep.
Okay. So everybody got that? Type it in the chat. LeVar, LAVAR, LeVar.Scott34.
Mhm.
Because we gonna actively, so we're gonna be
And,
very
if, and if,
conscious.
if anybody wants to make like donations too to support my local racing, I have a Cash App too. If anybody wants that,
Share your Cash App. I'll type it in the chat. What's your Cash App?
I gotta find it.
Okay, take your time and find the Cash App. I'm gonna give the other information. I'm gonna type his Cash App in here because y'all know driving takes cash. And so LeVar.Scott34, that's his Instagram. Twitter is at LeVar Scott,
Yep.
LAVARSCOTT. And then his website is levarscott.com. And you got
Yep.
the Cash App?
Yep. It's money sign Levar 1934.
Okay. LeVar 19. Now, why 1934?
19 was for some reason my favorite number growing up. I don't know why. I just once I saw number 19, it was it. And then 34 was Wendell Scott's number.
Okay, okay.
I don't know
So
why, but I always keep a piece of Wendell Scott with me somehow, whether it's one of my race car numbers or just a number on my phone. It's always Wendell Scott. LeVar,
I love that.
somebody said something. It's LeVar, Lavar.
Yeah, LAV is in Victor, AR. So you said so your Cash App is $ Lavar 1934. Did I say that
Yes.
right? Okay, cool. All right, so I'm gonna put this in here if anybody feels compelled to send something over in the Cash App. Also, once again, Instagram is lavar.scott, lavar.scott34, at lavar scott, lavar lavarscott.com. I saw somebody put at 19 Keys, reaching out to him. Yeah, I know 19 Keys. I don't have his phone number, but I have met him. And I think anybody, I'd love to see Lavar at InvestFest or something, on stage. I think that you got to mobilize behind the people that we want to see do great things. Like y'all, y'all can sit all day and complain about what's going wrong with some of the youth, right? Like, I can tell you, brother, I know. What makes me happy and sad to see your success is that I think about another kid I know who's your exact same age,
Yep.
who's in rehab on a fentanyl addiction, right? And another kid who's in rehab on a meth addiction, right?
Yeah,
And it's the sometimes the culture can take away somebody like think about this.
for
You
sure.
take right, you take away a Lavar and you replace him with a drug addict or something. Like that's what they want to do, right? So I think as much as some of y'all might agree with me when we complain about it, I think we got to cheer it on when we see the positive. So I hope you can be involved in supporting in some way. So that's my plea to you. So I would say thank you,
Thank
man.
you.
It was
Thank
an
you.
honor. Awesome,
It
brother.
was honor. It was honor for me. Seriously,
Absolutely.
I love answering
Absolutely, man.
questions.
All right, brother. Well, good to see you, man. And
Thank you.
everybody have a great day. God bless you. And we will be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So don't forget, if you want to get an invitation to Money in the Morning, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Secondly, tomorrow I'll send you information if you want to join the estate planning class that I talked about before. I'll share that tomorrow. And then also toward the end of the week, I'll give you guys the offer for the convention that I mentioned that I would give you guys in here only. So all that's going to happen this week. So we'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great day and take care, brother. Good to see you, man. Was in the 5 a.m. club this morning. Clap for me. I made it to the 5 a.m. club. You guys know it's not even a 50-50 for me. Most days I'm in the 6:30 or the 7 a.m. club, but I did get up at 5:04 a.m. 5:04. I thought about 5:04 because isn't that the area code of New Orleans? And my friend D1, he's a great rapper out of New Orleans. And he has this song that says, "Y'all ain't ready for that 5:04." So apparently the 5:04 is a source of pride, and shout out to everybody from the 5:04 because I got up at 5:04 this morning. So one of the things I thought I would do is I thought I'd pull up a book I wrote when I was on the faculty of Syracuse University called Financial Lovemaking. And this book, Financial Lovemaking, which if you want to copy, it's at drboycebooks.com. In this book, I talk about that. I talk about being a shopaholic and signs that you might actually be one because a lot of people don't know that you can have addictions to money and to shopping the same way you can be addicted to crack, the same way you could be addicted to sex, the same way you could be addicted to gambling, the same way you could be addicted to alcohol, the same way you could be addicted to anything, you can be addicted to money. Money affects your brain the same way as a drug. Shout out to Professor Andrew Lowe at MIT, whose research dug into this issue in terms of what region of the brain it specifically affects. So it affects the same region of your brain as cocaine. So addictions are very real. Addictions are everywhere. And so shopping addiction is a very real thing, and also gambling addiction. That's another type of addiction in terms of financial psychology that you want to be really careful about. You want to warn your sons in particular because now they've legalized sports gambling, and which I think is just terrible. I wish they hadn't done that because now they're really encouraging young guys to dig into gambling. And I say young guys because they don't really aim for young women as much because young women are not as susceptible to sports betting. But the young guys, I think like between the ages of 22 and 36, oh, you're toast. Because the thing is, when you're young, I guess the testosterone, we think we're invincible. We think nothing bad can happen until it happens. Until you're making 60,000 a year and you got $400,000 in debt, and you're trying to figure out how to fix it. And that's a hard thing to fix. It's much easier to prevent a financial problem than it is to fix one. So write that down in your head. I mean, it's much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix it. So just remember that, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So anyway, so what I thought I would do is dig into some of these signs. Like how do you know if you're a shopaholic? In fact, give me a guess if you feel like you've ever seen anybody who was a shopaholic or spendaholic. Give me a guess if maybe it was you, maybe it was you. Give me a guess if you've ever seen anything where you say, gosh, that almost seems like an addiction. That doesn't seem healthy. Something's wrong with that. Give me a guess if you've ever seen anybody in that category. Um, and so yeah, I think it's pretty common, right? It's kind of a big deal. In fact, in America, we have a big problem with spending. They love consumer spending. They love watching consumers spend because consumer spending actually drives the economy. That's how rich people stay rich. That's how the economy keeps roaring. Is they pretty much just have Americans addicted to consuming things from an early age. So anyway, so let me pull this up. All right, so let me see here. All right, so one other thing, let me see. I'm trying to think what else is going on. I know also Cody Ransom is teaching a Black Wall Street class. If you want to join that class on the true history of Black Wall Street, you can go to b1wallstreet.com, be the number one wallstreet.com. Feel free to take a look at that. I'm a believer that we shouldn't have slavery or anything like slavery or taught to us by slave masters. I don't think slave masters are the best people to teach slavery to people who used to be enslaved. And so so it's not just true for slavery. It's true for anything related to Black history. I think Black history and really anything about that comes down to like how to be Black, what Black people are supposed to do. I just don't think that it's healthy for us to have other people teaching us that. I think we should be teaching that to ourselves. So we actually have our own educational institution. We've been doing this for many years, and we teach kids about wealth. We have the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program where our kids, we have 9-year-olds who know wealth better than most adults. It's not very hard to do because if you focus on some basic ideas at an early age, you'd be amazed at what a difference that makes in the life of the child. And also, I want you to remember that the idea of being financially sound is not just about having money. It's about giving you protection in the areas that money cannot buy. It's all the stuff that doesn't have to do with money. Money is kind of a protector that can either inhibit your ability to enjoy your life or it can accelerate your ability to enjoy your life. Let me know if you get what I'm saying here. Money doesn't really buy happiness, but it's very, very hard to find happiness without money. Let me say that again. Money doesn't buy happiness. Money can't, there's no store you can go to and buy happiness unless it's like a crack house. Maybe you can buy temporary happiness in a crack house. But for the most part, that you can't buy happiness, at least long-term happiness with money. But what money can do is it can take away your ability to pursue happiness if you don't have what you need. Do you understand? So this is what it's all about. It's about when I really consistently talk to you about us building that capital base for the children, you're really keeping the children out of slavery. You're really protecting them from slavery because when the kids get to be 25 and they don't have any money, the only option they have is they have to go and get a job, and chances are when they get a job they have to work for someone who doesn't look like them, and then they get mistreated and abused and disrespected, and then they come home and they're crying every day and they're really sad and their lives suck. Well, why do most people's lives suck? Well, a lot of it has to do with the job that they do. It's the people they work with. That's the biggest stressor. And I think what happens is that they get us distracted. They'll tell us about some person every time there's an election. They'll pick one person who got shot by a cop, and then they'll tell everybody if you go out your door, a cop's going to shoot you. And I don't know a lot of people. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know a lot of people who've been shot by cops. I don't. I really don't. I know it happens for sure. I knew cops growing up. My dad was a cop. My dad had to shoot somebody. He shot a white guy actually. He had to kill him. And he was protecting people, and they sent him thank you notes and everything because this guy was a real menace in his neighborhood. But I don't know many people who got shot by cops. But what I do know, here's what I do know. I know a lot of brothers who've been shot by other Black men. I do know that. That's just my experience. I also know a lot of Black people who hate their jobs. I know a lot of Black folks every day. In fact, raise your hand if you've ever been on a job where you were disrespected. Let me know. Give me a guess if you've ever been in a situation that was just painful and stressful and irritating and made you mad and made you want to jump across your desk and beat the hell out of your boss and made you not want to come to work no more, or made you just downright sad. I know that a lot. I've seen that a lot, right? So in my view, if you're talking about really solving problems, um, my thought is like, why not solve problems by starting where the biggest problem exists? To me, that's very logical. It's very logical to say, if I'm going to solve a problem, I'm going to focus on what your biggest issue is, and I'm going to help you solve that. I'm going to help you fix that, right? So I would just tell you that I don't think being shot by a cop is the biggest problem that most Black people have. I'm not saying it's not important. I've talked to you. I've worked on criminal justice initiatives. I told you about what Russell Simmons and I did, where we pushed the Obama administration to change their incarceration policies. I believe in that 100%. I've talked to you extensively about things like the Biden crime bill and how many people went to prison and nobody, a lot of those people are still locked up. How it disrupted and destroyed the Black family and therefore taking away trillions of dollars in wealth from the Black community because it's almost impossible to build wealth without family. Every study shows this. I'm in complete alignment with you, right? So I'm not going to sit around and pretend like a police shooting is a good thing or that these are not issues. But what I am saying is that I think that if you're talking about fixing your life, that's it. Ayanna Van Zant style. If you're talking about quality of life, that's it. That's what I'm thinking. I'm looking at your life and I'm saying each day, what are you doing every day, and how do you feel about that? And if you don't like that part of your life, then I say fix it. So when I think about quality of life, I think the best way to give your child a better quality of life is to put them in a position where they don't have to go beg for a job from their oppressor. I think that would be a type of liberation and freedom that would make them very proud. It would make them very strong. It would make them very it would give them access to a lot of happiness and freedom and all these other things that we talk about that sometimes we don't know anything about. I mean, you can't, sometimes we fight for freedom in a cage. Like we fight for freedom by demanding a nicer cage. Give me a better Black job. I need you to give me more Black jobs. I don't want to, I don't even want to, I don't want a Black job. I mean, maybe like if I was in the NBA or something that I might take that Black job, but I don't want a Black job. I want a Black owned business. Because when you have a Black owned business, you get to decide what jobs are going to be the Black jobs, which jobs are going to be the white jobs, who's going to get the most opportunity. You don't become a person seeking an opportunity. You transition into a person who creates an opportunity. Do you understand? Like we shouldn't be teaching our kids to go get a job. We should be teaching our kids how to create a job. That's what financial consciousness is all about. Consciousness is leveling up. It's where you say, okay, I'm not going to operate on this level because I'm not winning on this level. Let me go to a higher level. And if you're not winning on that level, you go to the next level. And each time you notch up a level, you have a little more power. You have a little more perspective. You're higher in the sky. When you're in an airplane, you can see the landscape a lot better than you can if you're in a car. You understand? So you got to level up. We must level up our thinking. That's extremely important. And in fact, actually, and I promise I'm gonna get to the shopaholic topic. I know that was what I started with, but y'all know me. I just stream of consciousness. Just bear with me. Um, but I was even thinking about today, like with my wife, we went to breakfast today, and I decided to take her to breakfast because I don't know, I want to spend time with my wife and everything. And I was just telling her, I told her how much I admired her, and I told her how much I really just admire like just how pretty she is. I said, you were the prettiest thing I ever saw. And I was telling her that my theory, I said, when I got married to you, I would have some people ask me, like women would say, well, what was it about her that made her different? Like, why were you willing to settle down and marry her? Because I wasn't in a rush to get married. I didn't feel like I had to get married. That wasn't something I feel like you should do whatever you want to do in life. I really believe that. But I wanted to marry her. And they were like, so what was the difference? And I said, I think it was that number one, I thought she was amazing, most beautiful thing ever. And also the other thing too is like I don't understand when guys get intimidated when women are doing well and they're really smart and are successful. That accelerates you. That should help you. You should see that as an asset, not as a liability. She's not your competitor. She's your spouse. She's your partner, right? So that was one part of it. But then I said, one of the biggest things that made me really love you is the fact that you really love me. I admired you partly because you admired me. And I said I don't think a lot of people think about that enough. They don't think about this. They don't understand how self-esteem plays a very big part in the universe giving you what you deserve. Self-esteem is really important. And so let me give you an example to make it more concrete because I'm trying to get this thought out of my brain and into my voice so you can hear it and see it and hear where I'm coming from. But anyway, so I said, like I've seen men who will say, I want to date the most beautiful woman I can find. But they don't even consider like, well, does that woman also consider you to be a catch? Like you've decided she's the prize, but does she see you as the prize? Because if she doesn't see you as the prize, then maybe that should affect whether you see her as the prize. Because what happens, I've noticed, is that people tend to fight for the things that they value. Like people tend to sacrifice to keep the things that they they really want to have, right? Like, for example, I told my wife, I said, like, this, the waiter came back and he saw the half a pancake sitting on the table and he was going to pick it up. And I said, no, give me some time. I want that pancake, right? I said, now, if I didn't want that pancake, I would have just gave it up. I would have said, here you go. So what happens sometimes is you'll see sometimes like in relationships where because she's a relationship therapist, and I remember sometimes she might say, yeah, she say, yeah, sometimes I have a client where the husband doesn't even want to come to therapy and he'll just be out in the streets doing whatever, and the wife will be in there like wanting to talk it out and figure it out, and he doesn't even care. And I said, it's because he don't really want her like that. Like I said, a man that really wants you is going to sacrifice for you. That's what I just really believe. Or a woman that really wants you is going to sacrifice for you. And it's not just true for men and women and male-female relationships. It's really true for everything. Even if you think about like a job, there's a difference between, tell me if you're following this. If you work for a company that values you, what are they going to do? They're going to pay you well. They're going to be flexible with your schedule. They're going to give you days off when you need them. They're going to give you promotional opportunities. They're going to find out how you're doing. The boss was going to know the names of your kids, right? I mean, do you see what I mean? Like that to me is a great experience. But think about this. So there's different types of ways you go search for a job. Some people search for a job and they say, I want the job that pays me the most money. That's it. Or I want the job that's the most prestigious. And they don't even factor in, well, how are they going to treat you? What are they going to do for your quality of life? If I get a job that's super prestigious and pays me lots of money and they treat me like crap, they stress me out, I'm not sleeping, my blood pressure's up, I'm drinking myself to sleep every night because I'm under so much stress. Well, that ain't the right job for me. That's not the right place for me to be. I'm not supposed to be here. And what tends to happen is when we get more mature and you get past that self-esteem issue that you had when you were young, where somehow you felt the need to be in this space because maybe it validated you, right? You're young and you're like, I want to go work for the White House so I can tell my friends I work with the president, or I want to go get this job so I can tell my friends how much money I made. Then eventually you get to the point where you're like, I don't need that anymore. I don't need a fancy title. I don't need necessarily a ton of money. I just want to be happy. I want to be in a place that values me. So your job criteria, your search criteria changes as you start to accept and respect the idea that you're a whole human being who should be making a decision based on multiple variables and not just one. Do you understand? So I told my wife, so this was, we were talking about relationships at that time, but I think this applies to everything because remember, your problem with racism as black people, I would believe, is that you're in an abusive marriage with white America. That's what you are. You're in an abusive relationship where your partner tells you they love you, and but they might punch you in the face every now and then and pee on you or something, R. Kelly style. And you stand there and you accept it because you somehow feel that nobody else is going to want you, and that's what happens. This is what this is how the politicians, they get the votes. This is how they get us to give them all our money and all that, because it's a self-esteem thing, right? And I told my wife, I said, you know what? I said, part of the reason I love you so much is because of how much you love me. And part of the reason that I wanted to be with you so much is because I could tell you wanted to be with me, and you wanted a man like me, which that right there told me, oh, this woman got good taste. Right? She got good taste. Now this was genetic. Her father was a professor like me. So she has this thing. We tend to marry our parents. There's books, there's whole psychology theories about that. This is where the whole broken families problem really emerges, right? When you look at the fact that 76% of all black children don't have a father in the home, and a lot of young children don't have a good relationship with their father, this really shows itself in dating choices and why certain guys might end up as the fathers of your kids and all that. It all requires therapy. It's a deep conversation. But still, though, that's what I explained to her. I said, I think that we underestimate the importance of self-esteem and self-respect when forming relationships, whether they are economic relationships, whether they are romantic relationships, professional relationships, any kind of relationship. I believe that you should never in your life spend time or energy on anyone or anything that does not want to give similar energy back to you. I don't believe that we should be giving all of our money away to people who would never, ever do the same thing for us. I don't believe that the people that teach our children are qualified to do so. I don't believe that. I believe we're qualified to do that. I don't believe that a healthy relationship is ever one where You want them up at level 9 and they only want you at level 1. And what happens in those relationships is you get abused. You know, literally, they're crapping on you. They're calling you names. They're disrespecting you because they know you're not going to go anywhere. And you're sitting there doing Jennifer Hudson songs. You know, no, 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 no way. I'm living without you. I'm staying. I'm staying. I don't want to be free. That's the black people all instead of the black national anthem, that needs to be our new anthem because some of us are out here literally singing Jennifer Hudson songs, talking about you gonna love me. Right. So first off, if a woman ever sang a song like that to me, I would run for the hills. That is a scary song. That means that she's either gonna have you or she gonna kill you. But then second of all, what in the world would make you ever think that it makes sense to behave that way in front of anyone? Where is your damn self-esteem? Where is your self-love? Where's your self-respect? And that's what we do. We are trained. I think we're trained to be beggars. We're trained to sit there. No, no way. You gonna love me. Like you go, no, 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 no way. I'm living without you. Right. And we take pride in this. I'm not begging nobody for nothing. I think I don't, and it's not an arrogant ego thing. It just it's a self-love thing. I think that if we practice simply loving ourselves as much as we love white people, we would just move like light years ahead as a community. I really do. I think that we really are in love with their validation. We're in love with their acceptance. We're in love with whatever it is that we think that they can give us. And we don't really love ourselves as much. And so so this all spun from the conversation I had with my wife. And I said, a good part of the reason that I love you so much that I would fight for you and that I did fight for you is because I had a sense that you would fight for me, that you loved me, that you wanted me. If you did not want me, then I would not want you because I know that if I go out here and I hold my head up high and I become the best man I can be, that there would be some woman who would be worthy of that love. And I don't know if that I hope that doesn't sound arrogant because it's not meant to be. To me, it's about simple, basic self-respect. I see people in relationships all the time with people who truly don't care about you. But maybe you picked him because you wanted to be married to a surgeon, or maybe you picked her because you wanted to be with the prettiest girl in the room instead of the woman who wanted you the most. I think that those factors need to be considered in every type of relationship. That's a self-esteem thing. That's just a parting thought. And maybe it's on my mind because I was going to read a little bit from my book, Financial Lovemaking. I hope that's okay. I wrote this book a long time ago. So if I say something stupid in here, just know that I was literally 18 years younger than I am right now. But I'm going to read some of this because there is a section on shopaholics or spendaholics. Actually, I call them spendaholics in the book, and I'm going to read this. And by the way, I just want to remind everybody, in case you just came in, today is the first day of the Black Investors Championship. If you'd like to enter the Black Investors Championship and win the Black Investors Cup, which also comes with lifetime access to the Black Business School for the winner, you can go to blackinvestorscup.com. Or if you get on the text list, I will text you a link that will let you join with the entry fee cut by 40%. I think the entry fee is $69 for lifetime access to all the material because we'll give you training materials on how to invest and things like that to go with it. But we will take 40% off and the price drops to $39. So that link will go out later on today. If you want to receive that in via text, just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, I want to remind you the All Black National Convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. It's a very nice suburb, very cool area. I went to visit the Hotel the Westin's, very, very fancy. We have about 60 experts from our community coming in all different kinds of areas with the sole objective of solving problems for our community. Everything from health, physical health, mental health. We have mental health experts. We have relationship experts. We have political scientists. We have economists. We have real estate experts. We have people from groups as diverse as the Nation of Islam. We don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, gay, straight, male, female, young, old, rich or poor, educated, uneducated, as long as you're Black first. So if that's who you are and you want to repair our community and build institutions in our community and build the next generation, then that's the convention for you. It's going to be a lot of fun too. We always have the B1 ball. The B1 ball is a lot of fun. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, so let me read this. This is from page 57 in my book, Financial Lovemaking. And I wrote this when in 2006 when I was at Syracuse University because I was really fascinated with how love and money are connected. I didn't understand. I still never, I never fully processed how me making more money suddenly made me more handsome. I just didn't understand that because I was the same guy when I was a broke graduate student, but when I was making six figures, I noticed a change in terms of how women responded. You know, like your jokes suddenly are like the funniest jokes ever, and you become like the most interesting man in the world. And it made me study it. It made me just say, wow, this is so crazy. Like you want to sleep with me and you just met me 20 minutes ago. Oh, holy crap, this is nuts. And so anyway, rather than like digging into it in that direction, I decided to study it because that's what I do. I think about things. And I found I was really fascinated by what I found. I found that my belief, for example, is that it is just fundamentally true that generally speaking, women are more attracted to men who can provide security and various forms of security, right? It might be men who are taller on average are more attractive, men who are stronger on average are more attractive, men who are more intelligent, men who are funnier actually, because comedy or the ability to be funny is a type of intelligence. What else? Men who are more powerful, men who are wealthier, things like that, right? It's not always true, right? Sometimes it's not the case, but on average, that tends to be true. So anyway, here's what I wrote about shopaholics, and I was talking about your financial body, and I asked, do you spend like you have no common sense? And I spelled sense CENTS. Let's see what Boyce said. This is he said this 18 years ago. When I teach personal finance, I love to use a particular term with my students. The term is spendaholic. I use this term because I see overspending to be similar to any other kind of hyperindulgence. Overeating, using drugs, or drinking alcohol. All of these things can be done in moderation, but there are some who do them incessantly. Americans have a horrible problem when it comes to overspending, mainly because our culture is driven by consumption, credit cards, and many other things that can put us into financial jeopardy. And I remember when I wrote this book, I was doing that summer research visit with the Center for European Economic Research. And that was when the German guy pointed out to me that Americans make less, that we make more money than Germans, but they save five times more than we do. And also we spend like crazy. They haven't paid more in taxes. They make less money and pay more in taxes, but they save a lot more than we do because it's a different culture. So it says here, a spendaholic is similar to an alcoholic. Answer this questionnaire to determine if you might be a spendaholic. These questions are not meant to embarrass or chastise you. They are simply meant to encourage you to study your own spending habits to see if they can be improved. So give me a yes or no if any of these apply to you. So answer in the chat. Let's have some fun. One, if you have money in your pocket, do you spend till every penny is gone? They call that oversatiation. Does anybody do that? I used to do that a lot. That was my big problem. If money would burn a hole in my pocket, I ain't gonna lie. It still does actually. And I'll tell you how I dealt with that. Two, do you like to shop or spend when you feel bored or emotionally down? That's what they call emotional spending. Three, do you find yourself broke before every paycheck and not sure where all your money went? In parentheses, I call that money binging. Four, do you ever go shopping and eventually spend money without having anything in mind that you want to purchase? That's compulsive spending, where you just go shopping and you don't know what you want. You just know you want to eventually buy something. I do that. I do that. I'll walk in and I'll just be thinking, like my wife would be like, "What are you looking for?" I'd be like, "I don't know. I'm just looking for something to jump out at me." Five, if you lost your job today, would you be able to survive on your savings for more than 2 months? If you were to significantly reduce your spending today, would this be any different? Careless spending. Okay, if you were to significantly reduce your spending today, would this be any different? Oh, so if you were to cut your spending, would you be able to survive longer than 2 months? Okay. Six, do you use credit cards for things other than big ticket items? If so, do you take longer than 1 month to repay the balance? And here I have petty spending. That's the definition of petty spending. Do you use credit cards for just a lot of stuff or just for big ticket items? Seven, if you run out of cash at the mall, what do? A, go right to the ATM. B, find another source of payment. Or C, stop shopping and go home. And in parentheses, I have negative self-enablement. I have not used that term since I wrote this book, but that's pretty good. I like this. See, I don't know. Well, you could write a book like in 2006 and read the same book in 2024. And I kid you not, it's like somebody else wrote the book. So I'm literally reading this, trying to figure out what Boyce said, just like you are, because I haven't read this book for years. 8, do you find that you frequently feel worse after you spent a lot of money and have nothing left as if you've done something wrong? Do you have spender's guilt? One sign of being a spendaholic or a shopaholic is that you feel guilty when you're done. just like anything else. Like if you're an alcoholic or drug addict or a sex addict or something, you do stuff and then later on you're like, damn, I shouldn't have done that. Nine, if you could go back in time for 1 year, would you change the amount of money that you spent? Would you do that if you could go back? I would. I'm raising my hand. I'm definitely in that category. To this day, I'm in that category. I ain't gonna lie. It doesn't go away because you never stop being you. Just like they say for drug addicts, like you're never like completely recovered. It's day by day, step by step, and just finding ways to take who you are and channel it in a way that's going to be healthier for you. Right. And that's just what it is. Number 10, are you quick to buy things for other people, such as meals, clothing, etc.? And here I call that life of the party spending. Are you the person who always picks up the check? Always buy stuff for other people, like kind of to big ball a little bit or whatever. I know a lot of us that maybe you went to school and you make more money than other people. You might feel the need to become extra generous. I still do that. I feel embarrassed to go places and ask other people to pay the tab. It's just not. It feels very awkward for me. And to some extent, I'm blessed, so it's okay. But I had to kind of work on that because sometimes you don't want to pay the tab. Sometimes you don't need to keep paying the tab. And yeah, Muna, that's that MC Hammer effect. Because MC Hammer, that's how he lost all of his money. Is he lost a lot of his money for the same reason a lot of athletes and entertainers lose their money is that he was so generous. He took care of everybody. And they asked him, they said, "So what'd you do with all that money?" He said, "Well, I had 100 employees." So he's playing with his beard and he's like, "What do you think I did? You think I fed them hamburgers?" Or he said like, "Do you think I paid him with hamburgers or something like that?" Right. And the thing is that I don't knock the generosity at all. I think that Hammer, um, I think the generosity is fine. But like if I was to go back in time and I was an advisor to Hammer, what I would say to him is that you have to develop an infrastructure that feeds itself. Like you can't do a charity based model of paying people. Like because if you do, you're going to be trying to dance until you're 70 years old because you got to do a whole lot of dancing to pay 100 people, for the rest of their lives. Because once people start to get money from you, they're dependent on that MC Hammer paycheck. They're dependent on that MC Hammer lifestyle. And when you take that away from them, that's going to be financially traumatic for them. And traumatized people tend to have a trauma response. So that person who was your homeboy, your best friend, you put $1 million in his pocket over a 1 or 2 year period. Suddenly you take all that away from him. Sure, his better self might say, "Well, it's okay, man. You did a lot for me and I appreciate it." A lot of people don't do that. Most people are like, "You SOB, you son of a blankety blanket," especially if you're not suffering too. Now, if you're broke and he's broke, then that might be okay. But if he's broke and you're not, like you're still touring and you're still making money because you just decided to kind of cut some cords, oh, you're going to become public enemy number one. Jamarlin Martin, who started Bossip, he and I had a really good time. We went fishing on a fishing trip, and I like this guy a lot. And I got a chance to talk to him in maybe about 2018 about just all the years where he was building Bossip. And I mean and if you know Bossip, do y'all know Bossip? Is Bossip still a big blog? I don't know if it's even out there. I haven't seen it, I haven't gone to the site or not. But it was back kind of like in the golden era of blogs where this blog was getting millions of views. Kim Kardashian got her start on Bossip. Like she used to call them every day. He was telling me about how Kim would call and ask them to cover whatever scandal she was involved with because that's all she cared about. She didn't care about whether it was good publicity or bad publicity. She just wanted the publicity. And you see, she converted that into $1 billion empire. But anyway, one of the things I remember him talking about was that when the company was on its way up and he was very, very generous to a lot of people, that was all fine. But then when they had to do cutbacks, it became really tough for him because a lot of those very same people he'd helped the most were the ones who were angriest at him. And it wasn't that they hated him. It was that more so that when people lose something that they're dependent on, it's a trauma. It's a trauma for them. It's a financial trauma. My wife did a whole workbook on financial trauma. If you want to go take a look, it's at drboycebooks.com. And when people are traumatized, they just sometimes they're not gonna sit back and be calm and cool and collected. They're gonna freak out, right? So long story short, I think with MC Hammer, that's the risk you have is that you're being very generous and you're doling out money, and what you're doing is you're doling out dope. You're giving everybody some dope because the dope is soothing, they're soothing their lives and making things better and giving them a feeling of euphoria, like, "Oh my God, thank you, I love you, I appreciate you so much." So now you got 100 people that are dependent on you financially. So you got 100 dope addicts, basically. Except the dope is just the money. right? And it's not because they're bad people. It's just that they need that money that you're sending them every week. And it's not an amount that's going to make them just, super happy. It's just enough for them to feel normal. So when you take that away, it's just like taking money away or taking drugs away from an addict who need to get, a shot of heroin every morning or a bottle of liquor every morning or whatever. And so that reaction is literally a withdrawal. So you take the way a dope fiend's dope, he's gonna get mad at you. He's gonna kick you in your ass. He's not thinking properly because he's feeling off balance in that moment. And I really think that that's what MC Hammer was running into. So what I would say to Hammer is, number one, I would just first of all, I'd tell him, look, let's not hire anybody for a while. Let's just kind of think about this thing and figure out how we can develop something that's more stable. But then when you hire people, maybe hire them temporarily so that you can manage expectations, so they don't think that you're supposed to take care of them for the rest of their life. And then the third thing I would say is, let's develop some infrastructure. Let's make some investments with this. We got the cash flowing right now. Let's take this cash flow is coming from one source of capital. And the capital is what they call human capital. And it's coming from the fact that there is a really popular man named MC Hammer who gets on stage and dances around the world, and people pay millions of dollars to see him dance. That's not sustainable. That's not a sustainable source of capital. You're going to get old. You're going to be 50 years old. You won't be 50 years old if you're trying to dance like that. You can't even dance like that. It's hard to dance like that at 28 years old. So, I mean, you ever see Hammer dance? Hammer, 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 Hammer. I mean, that man moves. That energy was insane. And so what the goal would be is, okay, we're going to really, really milk this era. We're going to milk the next 5, 6, 7, 10 years or whatever, as long as you're big. But the whole time we're going to be siphoning this cash into a more sustainable form of capital. We're going to start buying into other types of businesses. Maybe they're movie theaters. Maybe it's just buying shares of stock, right? Or whatever, right? Okay, here, this company called Apple. The stock is $5 a share. We think this company is going to have a bright future. And then years later, Apple's trading at $200 a share. So you're sitting on millions of dollars in capital that isn't going to get tired, that doesn't have to dance, that isn't going to get old. It's just going to sit there and keep paying people forever. And that's how you develop something that's more sustainable. That's how you develop a recursive ecosystem, right? A feedback loop. So now you've got these people on your team. They're trained. Everybody's trained to do their job. They're all being paid well to do their job. And because they're doing their job well, that's bringing more money into the business, right? So you can afford to pay them because you're getting something back. It's not a charity model. Charity is important, but charity will drain you. You can't do charity forever. You can't have a one-way source of wealth for all of eternity, because eventually the original source will dry up and then everybody suffers, right? So long story short, I would have probably tried to convince Hammer to take some of that money and make some other investments in some appreciating assets, starting with the very basics: stock market investing, real estate investing, and some limited amounts of entrepreneurship. Nothing crazy. We ain't buying your cousin's bowling alley and your Aunt Lucy's liquor store. We're not doing all of that. Maybe what we're going to do is develop businesses around the things that we know. Well, what do you know? Well, you know entertainment. Okay, we're going to start the MC Hammer Dance Studio, and we're going to hire a bunch of really great dancers from your team who are going to be teachers in the dance studio, and the whole community is going to come and pay a fee to learn how to dance, just like MC Hammer, whatever it is, right? Just like Alvin Ailey has his dance troupe, and they've probably made hundreds of millions of dollars all around the world. And I don't even know. Y'all got to tell me, is Alvin Ailey still alive? I don't even know if he's even still here. I know his name is big. Is Alvin Ailey still out doing stuff? Does anybody know? I don't know. I don't know. No disrespect. I don't want to kill the man if he's still here. But that name is capital. Do you understand? The name Alvin Ailey is a source of capital that is feeding hundreds, if not thousands, of people. How cool is that? And it's not just Alvin Ailey's name. I mean, there's a lot of other names. Steve Jobs, what he did with Apple, that's now a $3 trillion company, and Steve Jobs ain't even here. You can keep going to Henry Ford. Ford Motor Company has fed millions of people. And he's been gone for a very long time. Walt Disney, the name Disney, just this summer, 50 years after Walt Disney died, this summer, Walt Disney Corporation had the two biggest movies of the freaking summer. Or this week, actually, this past week. They Wolverine and whatever that is from Marvel Studios was the #2 movie, and #1 was Alien, the movie Alien from another studio, the 20th Century Fox that they own. And they have the biggest haul of movie revenue of any major studio on the planet. And this is 50 years after Walt Disney died. Why is that? Well, that's because Walt Disney did something that's really important. He did something that the ancient Egyptians did at a very high level, is that he spent his life planning for that afterlife. When I was in Egypt, I was fascinated by how obsessed the old Egyptian kings and the Nubian kings and all the kings and pharaohs and queens were obsessed with death. And they really planned for death. King Tut, for example, as we saw King Tut's mummy, King Tut only ruled for like 9 years. He wasn't even a ruler that long, but he spent that whole 9 years preparing for the afterlife. So here we are 5,000 years later looking at this kid's mummy. He was a kid, and it's kind of crazy, right? Well, the same thing I think is true when you talk about economic afterlife, right? Just sort of preparing legacy, preparing infrastructure, just saying to yourself, okay, if I'm MC Hammer and I can't dance no more, how am I still going to feed these 100 people? Because they're still going to need to eat, even when my knees have arthritis in them. Well, that's where financial literacy and financial intelligence are not just nice value adds. They're not just nice little add-ons. They can literally become a matter of life and death. It can literally become a matter of, I mean, process this. Think about how many people couldn't eat anymore because MC Hammer wasn't selling records like he used to. A lot of people suffered financially because of that, right? So Alvin Ailey died in 1989. Thank you for sharing that. So about 10 of y'all shared the year of his death. So thank y'all for giving me the information. Y'all intelligent Black people are the best. So yes, he died in 1989. I was actually a senior in high school that year. That's how long ago that was. And so even though this man died, what's 89 is 35 years ago, I guess. He's still, they're still making millions of dollars from his name because there was an infrastructure put in place. See, infrastructure and a process and a system will always outlive an individual. A system can work harder than an individual. A system is typically smarter than an individual. So when I talk to you all and we go into our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program for children, and I explain to you what kind of children you need to build, I've given you a simple blueprint that if every family applies this, then you're talking about $1 trillion legacy that's being built over time. It goes back to sturdy. Remember we talked about sturdy children, STERDY. Sturdy, the S in sturdy stands for systems. You want children that can think in terms of systems. The T stands for technology, E stands for entrepreneurship, R stands for relationships, and D stands for delegation. The Y stands for the youth. If we have sturdy children, then you can build empires. You're not going to have rappers who have 5 good years and then everybody goes broke. You'll have rappers that can parlay 5 good years into 500 good years, or at least into 50 good years, because they understand the importance of developing infrastructure. Black leadership comes and goes because there's no infrastructure. Martin Luther King gets shot, the whole movement's done. Malcolm X gets shot, movement's done. Umar Johnson doesn't survive past tomorrow. We don't have King Kong consciousness. All that stuff is gone. He's just another dead Black man. But if you have systems and infrastructure, like for example, the Anti-Defamation League can't die. Nobody can kill it. They wouldn't know who to assassinate if they ever decided to do that, because it's a system. It's an institution. They've got infrastructure. Do you understand? So what you want to do if you're building that legacy is I encourage you to think in terms of infrastructure. If you do that, then you've got a chance to live forever. You can do what the ancient Egyptians did and have people literally benefiting from your labor for the next 100, 200 years. And the beauty of it too, that's amazing, is that you literally are liberating people that are not even born yet. If you just think about, if you were able to, if we were all disciplined enough, for example, to just buy some shares of stock and never sell them and hold that in the family for the next 50 years, that will be enough to buy an apartment building for your great grandchild. That's enough for somebody to never have to work for anybody. My wife bought her first house from World War II savings bonds that her great grandfather bought in 1942. Do you understand? That's what so there is no U in sturdy. Sturdy spelled Sterdy, Sterdy, and it's from our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program. We have a whole financial literacy program for children, which literally the guarantee is that when your child goes through the program, if they take the self-study exams and they get their certificate, they will have a financial literacy level that exceeds the average college educated adult. That is our guarantee. And if you don't feel that way, then let us know. We'll give you your money back. But if you want to go take a look, you can go to blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. So sturdy is an acronym, Sterdy, and that's what I talk about all the time, because if you develop that kind of thinking, economically speaking, then that's a type of consciousness that takes you to the next level, where it's not just, I'm going to try to be a successful Negro by getting me a fancy job and living in a nice neighborhood. Who cares about that? I don't, and I'm sorry, no disrespect, but no, the world don't really care a whole lot about your master's degree. The whole world don't care a whole lot about the fact that Mr. Charlie gave you a good job. Nobody cares if you got an Oscar or a Grammy. Nobody really cares about that. And it's not because it doesn't matter. I get it. I got the degrees and I got the fancy jobs and I've had all that. But if something happens to you, if you're dead, if you stop breathing tomorrow, then everything you've accomplished is gone. All that labor, all that energy you put into making yourself into whatever you are, because you live in America where rugged individualism is celebrated, and we're told to celebrate ourselves and invest in ourselves. The biggest investment is the investment I made in me. I remember, when I used to hang out with Dame Dash. He used to talk about that all the time. I'm going to invest in me. I'm going to invest in me and do this for me, me. I said, man, you sound like an opera singer. Me. Like, why is everything me? How come it can't be we and us? I don't want to invest everything in me. I need, in order for me to invest in me, I need to properly invest in you. Because me and you becomes we, and we is 100 times bigger than me. Sure, I worked hard. I did all that. I got the degrees and I went to school and I know a whole lot of stuff. But if I walk outside that door and get hit by a milk truck, then everything I've worked for is gone. The only part of me that will survive is the part of me that I converted into we. So I know that the we will outlast the me any day of the week. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know that if something happens to me, I'm not worried about something happening to me, because we got we. I know that I've been able to, over 15, 20 years, talk to about 10, 20 million people who are going to take something that they learned from me and it's going to survive. It's a win. It's a win for us. So what happens to me doesn't matter. I don't, when I figured that out and began that process of really pouring into other people as much as I could, and doing the same strategy that I would kind of, would have loved to help MC Hammer sort of do. That was when I no longer had a fear of death. I wasn't afraid of death anymore. I'm not afraid to die, because the we has become so big that the me is not that important. Sure, I'm still part of the process. Sure, absolutely. But if I was gone tomorrow, there's certain ideas and principles and philosophies that I know that you all have embraced, that you're never going to unlearn. Now your kids know it. Your grandkids know it. You've been talking to people about it for 10, 15 years. So me doesn't matter anymore. Now me has become we, and they can't kill that. They can't kill the we. They can only kill the me. So, so I don't sit around saying, oh, what if they come and assassinate me like they did Booker T. Washington, or take me down like Marcus Garvey's. That stuff doesn't bother me. I have a job to do. And I would say the same thing is true for any of you, all of you. A lot of you are super talented. You've got so many great things you've worked on. You have so much knowledge you have so much skill, so much possibility and potential. Try to make sure you turn that me into a we, and don't fall for the me philosophy that exists in America, because the me is why so many people are struggling, why so many people are losing, why our country is not becoming the country that it needs to be. If you want to know why China is becoming so strong, it's because China understands this. China says me don't matter. It's the we. We are what matters, not you. You're an individual. So doing everything by yourself is not really going to get you what you're looking for, because I hate to break it to you, but at some point you're going to die. We're all going to die. And so the best thing we can do while we're here is enjoy the present, really pour into it with reckless abandon, fearlessness. I believe deeply in that. I believe in relentless fearlessness in terms of pursuing whatever purpose you believe God gave you, and then making sure that you're passing that baton so that everything that you have, everything you work for, everything you become becomes something that's bigger than just you. That's consciousness. That's financial consciousness. That's it. I'm done. Um, so yeah, so I finished reading that part from my book, Financial Lovemaking. If anybody wants to go get a copy, you can go to drboycebooks.com. And it's the subtitle of Financial Lovemaking is merging assets with your partner in ways that feel good. So I actually say I want to apologize in advance for any weird or freaky stuff I said in the book. I think I talked about financial threesomes and stuff like that, just trying to be funny. But that was me at 35 years old, so I'm a different man now. So anyway, I hope you guys have a great day. And also a reminder, the Black Investors Championships have started. They start today. So if you'd like to still participate, just get on the text list. I'll send you a link where you can join. And then after today is shut off, we can't take any more entrants. And you can start buying stock right now. The markets are open right now. So go ahead and jump in, start buying your stock. The URL is blackinvestorscup.com. That's blackinvestorscup.com. But if you get on the text list, I'll send you a link where you can join. And it cuts down the price of the fee and everything for you. So feel free to get on the text list. Text morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you the link this afternoon. And that's pretty much it. So have out instead of the culture impacting the wealth comes back and impacts the culture. So it's like wealth and culture are two people and they're giving each other a big hug. They're in this great relationship with each other where the wealth says, I love you. And the culture says, no, I love you too. And the wealth says, no, I love you more. And the culture says, I love you too. And it becomes a feedback loop. Do you follow what I'm saying? It becomes a feedback loop. And the feedback loop is this. Here's what's going to happen. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. Write that down. Somebody type that in the chat so everybody can get it because sometimes people miss the URLs. And I say it 2 or 3 times, but after the third time, I'm not going to say it anymore. So just type in the chat so everybody can see it. So you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. Here's what happens. You do something basic like the $5 a day investing plan. You're just chugging along, buying stock. You don't know a lot about investing. You're just buying because you're shifting to a wealth builder's culture. You let go of the BET culture. You let go of the sexy red culture. You let go of this goofball culture that they're feeding you, and you have a culture of wealth building and wealth preservation. So then what happens is after 20 or 30 years, now you're sitting on some money. Now you're sitting on $200,000, $300,000, $500,000. You've got wealth. You've got money now. So what happens then now is now you have to change things. You can't be a wealthy family and live a ghetto culture. No disrespect to anybody who's born in the ghetto. I was born in the project, so I'm as ghetto as they come, but I don't want to be ghetto for life. So don't think I'm making fun of anybody who either lives in the ghetto or was born in the ghetto. I'm just saying I don't want you to stay in the ghetto. So I hope that that's okay. I hope I can say that without being accused of being elitist. I'm not being elitist. I'm just saying I don't want to embrace I'm not trying to make love to the negative parts of your life or the trauma. Sometimes we hug the trauma. We like the trauma. We keep it close because we feel like that's a part of being black. There's nothing about being black that's connected to the pain that you're going through. Being black should mean that you're happy, prosperous, successful, and connected. So anyway, with that being said, once you have this wealth, once you've got this money, and you're doing better than everybody else, you're doing better than most black people you're doing better than most white people well, then at that point, it changes things. You can't really, you're not, it, how can a person who's got $1 million in assets doesn't have to send their child off to go work a job that's going to pay them $1,000 a week to just pay their bills. They don't have to do that anymore. Because you can make that amount of money from your investments. So you don't have to sell your time, your precious time on this earth just to make enough money to get by. A family that has assets, like you got some real estate, you got some stocks, you have some cash, you're doing fine. Money's not a thing. That family makes decisions with a different set of criteria than a family that has to think about money before they think about anything else. What's happened is that the building of wealth naturally elevates you to a different frequency. Not that you're better than anybody else. That's not true. We know a lot of terrible people who are very wealthy,